didn't bring it here.
But also, EJ, you have good bread. You have to think about it in the gluten-free mindset.
Like the worst part is making it, like that's the smelliest part, so I do that at home. I need to bring hard-boiled eggs.
Eat eggs on bagels all the time, so why is egg salad?
Well, egg
How
salad
do
is
you eat
mayo.
egg salad?
People don't put mayo on.
If I make a breakfast sandwich, absolutely. Brown butter and jelly on my bagel? Maybe you don't, but I love it.
Our horizons are broad, they just.
I was watching the Masters and there was someone in the crowd that had a hat on and it just said egg salad across the top. I was like, try this hat for Georgia.
I would love that.
The Masters egg salad app?
Yeah, did you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we have a Spain
Georgia needs it.
That's funny because Nick has a Nick has a hat that says hot. And he wears it all the time in the summer.
Just
So many people comment on it too. They're like, "Oh, what's with that?" And he's like, "I like
hot dogs, man.
Yeah.
I have that hat. I have the hot dog.
Yeah. You? You were walking around hot dogs and egg salad.
A match made in heaven.
Walking picnic.
It shouldn't be. I was trying it all viral for it. Chip Brown went viral for it.
That miso broth is pretty good. Did you get it?
Yeah, I did half and half this time.
I think so.
Absolutely brilliant idea. Miso garlic?
She's here. I'm here. Okay. I'm here.
She has a hand in her laptop.
Just want to make sure everyone's still there. Maybe you guys are on mute, but making sure I didn't lose anyone.
I'm there.
Okay, great. I started the AI companion. Someone had requested that in the chat.
Yeah, you have to accept it. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
We got a couple different views. We got the rear camera, front camera, side view. I like it.
All angles.
That's it. That's it. Like cycling through, like when you're watching the well, I'm in a hotel room. I'm on the road, so you're at the front desk, you see them cycling through all the camera views they have of the building, right?
That's right.
I heard someone talking about the Boston Marathon. That's a great challenge. I went to Bentley University, so was not brave enough to do the Boston Marathon, but very familiar with it. So good luck with that.
Big day Monday. Yeah, Patriots Day. Exciting.
Go find you. We've got 3 members of our team who are running.
Amazing.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, I know we're 2 minutes over here, but Wendy, I'll let us know when your team is ready to rock and roll, and we'll get started. And Ben, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I think you were going to mention something.
I'm ready to go when you all are.
No, I think we're good to go. And I don't know if Wendy's around, but I think we got the majority. So maybe I'll just say a quick word and then I can let you guys take it. So we made it to the end of the week. Thanks, guys, for sticking with us. 3rd demo in a week, so this is awesome. We're really thankful that you guys were able to accommodate. We know we a lot of tight scheduling and adjustments, so we really appreciate your flexibility in making this happen for us today. We've got more people, I would say, on the Zoom, but we've still got a decent amount in the building. So if there's any hiccups or anything, we'll work through that. Happy to be here. We've got our VP of Tech. We're ready to go.
Perfect. Sounds great. And first, just to confirm, before we get started here, I want to make sure you can see my screen okay. I could see you guys great, but it should say Planet Fitness and NetSuite ERP demo.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Then let me minimize this here. First and foremost, my name is Lexley Askus. I'm an account executive here at NetSuite. I've been here for coming up on 12 years now, working on similar customers to Planet Fitness in our industry. As I mentioned before, I did go to Bentley University, so very familiar with Boston. I lived in Boston for a couple of years after college when I started at NetSuite. Grew up in New Jersey, and now I'm cover basically the East Coast. So I know I wasn't able to make it there in person today due to another conflict, but really looking forward to hopefully meeting you guys. I know you have spring break, I think next week, but hopefully the following week we can meet in person. I'll kind of be your main point of contact and quarterback in terms of any follow-up demos, questions, things like that throughout the process. So it's great to meet everyone, and I can't wait to meet everyone in person. Matt, I'll let you go next. Oh, I don't know if Matt is still on. So, Joe, since you're there in the room, I'll let you go next.
Sure. And great to meet everyone. Joe Monteforte. I will be sort of playing a smaller role today. I live in Hampton, so they had me come by and be in person. But Ryan,
Location's not a skill set, Joe. Come on.
Ryan will be carrying the majority of the load today, but I'll be bringing us through the overview. If you guys have any questions as we go, please feel free to ask them, on a sidebar. You don't want to ask the whole group. I'm happy to support however I can. I live down by the wall in Hampton, so not too far away. Usually I work with product companies, inventory, manufacturing, distribution companies. So Ryan will be really carrying the majority of the load, as I said, but excited to be here today with all of you. So look forward to it.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Fantastic. Mike, I'll let you go next. Or sorry, Ryan, I'll let you go next.
Yeah, absolutely. So Ryan Lazaro here, Master Principal Solution Consultant at NetSuite. I've been at NetSuite now 13 years, but I've been working specifically in accounting, finance, and project management my entire career since 1998. So happy to be here today to give you a good look at the value that NetSuite can deliver for your organization.
Perfect. And you'll hear a lot from Ryan today. So if you guys have any questions throughout the demonstration, feel free to either use the chat and I'll make sure I monitor that and we'll get them answered. Or if there's a good break or pause, go ahead and feel free to ask them as well. We're going to try to stick to the demo scripts as best as possible. Mike, I'll let you go next.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Mike Doherty, Master Principal Cloud Technologist. I've been from NetSuite almost 9 years at this point, but in tech for going on 32 years. And as Ryan is going to be walking through the debits and credits, I focus on more of the bits and bytes. I have a long storied career. I was a research scientist for Bell Labs, where I did run a team up in Marlboro for a while. I developed microchips for a while, even built my own SaaS platform. So again, highly technical resource. I'll be speaking a little bit later, but excited to meet you all.
Thanks so much, Mike. And then I'll leave it to Mike times two, who actually is going to be joining a little bit later today. But he is our NetSuite planning and budgeting and EPM architect. So he's going to be going over some of the stuff in the record to report requirements throughout the day's session for the financial team. Awesome. And last but not least, Ben, I'll let you introduce yourself.
And
as
sometimes I get my own slide when it's like a big room or something, but not usually like this. So I appreciate that. So Ben Swanson here with Oracle NetSuite. I joined back in 2010. So Ryan, I got a couple more years on yeah. I lead our enterprise sales team for the East. So Lex works in my group. Work a lot with Ryan and Mike, a little less so with Joe, but excited to have his expertise in the room. I know some of the supply chain and planning and managing the hard goods for and selling the hard goods to your franchisees is important for you all. So happy to have Joe in the room and look forward to working with you and learning more about your needs, your specific vision for the future, and seeing how we can help. In this 16 year here at NetSuite. Worked with a lot of consumer brands, worked with some different franchisors, worked with some big franchisee groups and PE-backed kind of platform franchisee groups. We worked a few years ago with Orange Theory that we'll talk about a little bit later. But really helping lots of different organizations take advantage of the NetSuite technology platform, take advantage of the NetSuite infrastructure, take advantage of the NetSuite ecosystem. I think we got a little bit of double sound on. Do I sound okay coming through?
Yep, it's
No,
better.
you're
Okay,
good.
sound
Perfect.
good to me now.
Yeah, great. Take advantage of the NetSuite ecosystem and also work a lot with our partners like RSM and others to support our clients for the long term. So here to help. Excited to do so. Hope to meet you in person. Really, really, really. I keep using the same word, but sorry, but excited about partnering up with Planet Fitness and seeing how we can help you achieve your goals. And love the business, love the lifestyle, love the positioning, love the color purple for real. That is my favorite color. Really looking forward to today and continue working with you and seeing if and how we can help you achieve your goals. Lex, you got to unmute.
Thank you so much, Ben. Classic. I'm on mute side there. I was going to say, hopefully you're saving the best for last year. I know it's been a long week of demos for everyone. I know I got the attendee list in advance, which we reviewed. Did you guys want to go through demo intros on your end, or to save time, have you guys been just jumping right in?
I can give a quick overview. Probably not worth going through all the people because we got a pretty broad group, but core finance team, AP. We're going to have some of the team who's focused on equipment ordering join us a little bit later for the order to cash and source to pay sections. But core finance, so SEC reporting, core accounting, AP. And then we've got our technology partners here and on the phone as well. Our VP of Data and Enterprise Technology, our Senior Director, and our finance specific tech expert who is an amazing resource who's on the phone. Did I miss anybody? I think that's it. So you've got really the heavy users of this system on the call and in the room. So we'll probably have lots of questions and we're excited to get going.
Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate that.
And has anybody used NetSuite before? Has anybody had NetSuite experience?
Yeah.
Sorry, I just wanted to mention too, we have our two support partners from RSM in the room too, Joanne and Luke, and I think Natalie on the phone? Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I was just gonna add for the team.
I am.
Feel free to say your name and your role, just so they can better address your question to your day to day.
When you ask.
Yeah, when you ask.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep, that'd be fantastic, actually. And I do have a list here, but that's perfect. And I'll be monitoring the chat, and then obviously feel free to jump on in as questions arise too throughout the demo here. We did a little bit of adjusting to the schedule based on some of the availability of resources on our end, but should look pretty much the same. I'm going to go through just a couple of intro slides about NetSuite, who we are as a company and as a business. I think I did hear that there were a couple of users of NetSuite that have used NetSuite in the past before. Is that correct?
Yeah, most no, but a couple yes.
Okay. Great. And then once we get through just some customer success stories, we're going to jump right into the demo agenda itself. So we'll get started if you guys are ready.
Ready?
Okay, awesome. So overlooking your RFP, we think this has been mentioned, an awesome opportunity to use NetSuite. Obviously, don't need to read this word for word. You guys know some of your problems that you have today, but we're going to be showing you some of these things like multi-entity consolidation that you're having challenges with and how NetSuite One World can help you with that. Revenue recognition, our advanced RedRec and our fixed assets. I know that's a really big pain point today for you. So we're excited to show that. inventory, a little bit of demand planning as well. And then we're going to talk a little bit about our integration first architecture. I know there's some IT people in the room. I think that there's a dedicated time in the afternoon. I don't think 30 minutes will be enough, so would love to do even a follow-up session after that because I think it's a really differentiator for NetSuite when it comes to our Suite Cloud architecture and Suite Talk APIs, which Michael Doherty will get into a little bit today, and then hopefully we'll have a follow-up session a little bit more in depth down the road.
Great.
Awesome. So a little bit about NetSuite, who we are as a company. We have 38,000 plus customers, all on the same version and the same platform. We were acquired by Oracle in November of 2016, and that's been a fantastic opportunity for both our employees, but also our customers using NetSuite as an independent global business unit, but also having the architecture and the parent company as Oracle when it comes to investment in infrastructure and AI and technology and using their resources as well. Scalable with over 1,600 plus customers that are over 1 billion in revenue. And then you'll see this in the demo, click not code. So really reporting friendly, born in the cloud, and then one Oracle we'll talk about in a little bit here, but just a little bit overview about who we are. Are there any questions on the slide?
Nope.
Okay, wonderful. Oh, I might have just skip one. No, I did not. Okay, and yeah, as I mentioned before, NetSuite over 1 billion customers, 1,600 customers are billion plus public and private customers in North America. 25% of the 1 billion plus private and public customers in North America run on NetSuite, and then 222 1 billion plus public companies in North America also. That's the number of companies that run on NetSuite. So 25%, 1,600 plus, and then 222. I'll send you guys a slide deck afterwards. But just wanted to show, 1 billion plus dollar companies running on the platform and a little bit about its scalability, as well as some of the public businesses that run on NetSuite. I know you guys are using Avalara today. We're using Zoom today on this call. Probably a lot of logos that are familiar for you guys, but just to show a little bit of our larger customer and our global scale. And then we'll get into this when we actually get into the demo, but really supporting global business growth. I know you guys currently do business in 5 different countries and are going to continue to expand. So I won't read this word for word here, but with One World, we have 220 countries and dependent territories deployed with NetSuite. We have over 27 languages. 203 plus countries and dependent territories that transact in NetSuite, 90 plus bank formats, and then 190 plus currencies updated daily on a daily basis. So we'll get into this in the demo, but I know that consolidation and global expansion was a big kind of key or a big differentiator for NetSuite and a big pain point for you guys today. So looking forward to showing you One World and how we can help. Ben, did you want to speak?
So we have lots of clients and lots of industries doing lots of different things. That means, lots of investment and lots of experience. And we hope that'll come through today and over the course of the meetings we have. We all say we work for NetSuite. When I joined NetSuite back in 2010, we were an independent company. We were acquired almost 10 years ago now. So we really should say we work for Oracle. And it's really, so we kind of try to bring the best of both worlds though, in terms of, the focus we had on NetSuite, kind of the customer success focus and partnership, along with really the resources of very large organization and an organization that has making big investments in all of the underlying technology. So we hope you'll see today some of the advantages of, not just the capabilities of NetSuite, and you'll see over the course here, but, the infrastructure, some of the other Oracle capabilities specifically around data analytics and data warehousing, and we call it enterprise performance management, but, reporting and FP&A and consolidations and narrative reporting and SEC reporting and GRC, right? Governance, risk, and compliance. So we bring to the table, NetSuite capabilities, broader Oracle capabilities, broader Oracle technologies to really help our clients grow and to be flexible and agile and take advantage of the latest technologies. And I can't believe we're 17 minutes in without talking about AI. But that extends to AI, right? We are making huge investments in artificial intelligence in NetSuite. You're going to see those capabilities today in our demonstration. This is your third demo, I'm sure, this week. I'm sure that's been a hot topic. We hope you'll see we do things maybe a little bit differently. And everything we do is, available today. Everything we're talking about. So, AI is embedded all throughout NetSuite. It's not additional subscription fees. It's not additional line items. It's just embedded all the way throughout. So all of these investments help us to deliver at scale for our clients all around the world. Um, you know, do we have 34 terabytes and all of these different things? I don't think that really matters to you. But what really matters to you is that it does scale and it is proven and it is agile. I was at our Suite Connect event last year in New York. Gordon Lee, the CAO from DoorDash, was speaking. And they partnered with NetSuite when they were just in the United States. And they've grown the business. They went from private to public. They went from, whatever their valuation was to $30 billion valuation at the time. They went from one country to, every country. And, they looked at, oh, should we think about some other systems? Should we think about maybe Oracle? Should we think about maybe SAP? Should we think about other systems? But they run their business, worldwide on NetSuite from a financial management perspective. So, for the scale, the investments we're making, the technology, the elasticity there, we hope that'll provide a lot of value to Planet Fitness.
And we're going to get into this a little bit later today, but really the benefits that Ben just mentioned about having the investment of Oracle in our OCI data centers. I don't want to steal Michael Doherty's thunder here, but really reduce latency, smoother performance, consistency and reliability, and latest technologies. Mike, if you wanted to add in any kind of teaser, please go for it. I know we have a dedicated section for it, but I will leave it to you in case there's something in particular you wanted to mention here.
Well, I think one of the big things is, keep in mind that we own our stack, right? So we own the whole thing from the data centers, from the database to the appliances that it's running on. So we're not subject to other aging cloud companies' problems or their schedules, right? We have complete control, and a lot of our customers are seeing the benefits of that.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Mike. And with that being said, if you wanted to add anything to this as well, we're going to get into this a little bit later, but obviously secure at all levels.
Yeah. So security is always at the forefront of everything that we do today. A lot of people don't know this, but NetSuite happens to be the oldest cloud company in the world. It's by like 3 months, right? But that counts. And I always say that you don't get to be the oldest anything without making sure that your customers are well taken care of. But we go through our own annual audits every single year. We pass with flying colors. These audits are available to all of our customers to make your audit experience a little bit smoother, when it comes to ERP. And we do the other little things that other people don't think of. Like, for example, all of our customers receive what's called their own PDB, that's pluggable database, and every pluggable database that every customer is running within NetSuite receives its own unique encryption key. So you don't run the risk of common cloud problems out there, things like cross-contamination and side-to-side leakage of data. But we can get into that in depth if by chance, I can sit down with your tech team and try to really dive into the details here. But I'll just say that, Lex.
Correct. Thanks so much. Any questions on that? Since I know there are some IT folks in the room now and then potentially this afternoon.
We'll cover it later.
Okay, perfect. Well, this slide I'm very excited about, that you guys are in good company. This is just a few of the hundreds of customers, if not thousands, that we have in the franchisee space, but also in the fitness wellness space as well. Some that we're going to talk about in a little bit more in depth. Core Power Yoga. I'm at almost 2,000 Core Power Yoga classes, so big Core Power fan. Orange Theory as well. I know Five Guys, Domino's, right? European Wax Center. I do have a surprise coming in for you guys. I know I was a little bit on the fence if I should do it or not, since I know Planet Fitness, you guys hopefully, or I'm sure are healthy, but crumbled cookies, which is an awesome and amazing customer story. So I'm having those delivered. They're up for delivery now. So hopefully during the first break, they'll be there ready for you guys. And we can do that.
Did you send me some, Lex?
I'm sorry.
I said, did you send me some?
I know, right? I was close to it, close to doing that, but I
You
did
got
send it
some
for
fist
everyone else.
pumps in the room, Lex.
There you go.
Okay, all right,
My
perfect.
kids would lose it if we got some crumble cookies. They would
Yeah,
lose it.
yeah. Absolutely. So anyway, I just want to let you guys know, obviously, if and when we get that selected, we really hope we do. We're happy to set up reference calls, with any of our customers in the space. We have a lot of customers in the franchisee space, not just your competitors, but also just in general. So you guys can work with me on that as we move through this process, but wanted to just put some of my favorites up here. Just started getting into F45 as well. And I'm also a Planet Fitness member. So I kind of do it all because I'm on Well Hub, which is a NetSuite customer as well. And they give us access basically to a lot of cool different gyms and opportunities. That's all I'll say there.
So I mentioned we worked with Orange Theory. We started in like summer 2020. Interesting times, right? And we ended up. It took up. The evaluation process was paused. They had some changes in their leadership team, but they worked with KPMG to help them define some requirements. I know that's your auditor. They evaluate a lot of different options and different platforms and looking to replace Great Plains for their global business to support their franchisees with some new sort of self-service tools and portal tools to work with Brand Connect and MindBody and then the supply chain side of things. Again, some of it was the realities of their business and the growth. Some of it was, the stuff that was going on in the world at the time. But the supply chain side of things, getting the equipment and making sure they had the right hard goods in the right place at the right time was a huge challenge for them that we helped them overcome. So we worked with Peter, who ran IT, and David, who was their CFO at the time, and David, another David, and I think the two founders were David too. So I think there were four Davids, Daves and Davids. But Dave, who ran supply chain and their organizations to evaluate NetSuite, ultimately to deploy NetSuite for them and for their global franchisee base. They're not public, unlike you. They're not public. They're owned by Roark Capital, and Roark merged them with another one of its holdings. So it's part of Purpose Brands now, running on NetSuite, but a lot of growth there. Pretty exciting client, a fun one for us to have worked with, and we did some neat co-marketing stuff with them as well. So if you Google, or ChatGPT, I guess nobody Googles anymore. If you chat NetSuite and Orange Theory, you can come up with there were some articles we did, and we did some co-branding things at our Suite World Conference. That was a lot of fun, but a good experience a few years ago. Helped them transition from Great Plains and a lot of other point solutions, or I guess vertical market SaaS solutions to help them move over to NetSuite. Conversion, we started in.
Did you say that was
Yeah.
2020?
We started the evaluation in 2020, and ultimately we started the project in 2021.
And how long did it take? Was the other? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we started the project. So they were doing a lot. They also, I'm not sure if Workday is one of the solutions you're evaluating, but they also implemented Workday for HCM at the same time. So they chose Workday to replace their HCM platform, and they chose NetSuite to deploy for their operations and financials. So they chose those at the same time. That was a big undertaking. And they started that implementation in June or July 2021. And I think it was about 9 months, but I'll get you the firm answer there.
Okay, no, it's cool. Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah.
Perfect. And are you guys also and excuse me if this is definitely in here, but are you guys also evaluating HCM as well or just ERP right now?
Just ERP, we actually just went through a demo and selection of a new HCM tool.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
wonderful.
great. What are you going to be doing?
We're going to be using Paylocity.
Perfect.
Perfect. Well,
Yeah, no surprise. We've got lots of Paylocity clients. I mean, as Mike said, the oldest cloud ERP system. That's a good thing, though. I mean, we've got a lot of experience. We're not antiquated. We got a long history, but we also have got a bright future, an exciting future. But the investments we're making, but as the oldest cloud platform system, we got so many partnerships and lots of different organizations that partner with NetSuite as the leader in cloud financials.
yep. Perfect. And I know we're already 28 minutes in, so I promise just a couple more slides. We just have so many customers in this space, so we're really excited about the opportunity to just speak to a little bit about them. Not sure if you're familiar with Exponential Fitness, but they're publicly traded and they're the largest global franchisor of boutique fitnesses. So they have 3,000 plus studios globally, over 50 countries. So really boutique brands like Cycle Bar, Club Pilates, Rumble Boxing, Yoga Six, Pure Bar, Stretch Labs. I'm sure you guys are familiar with some of these organizations, but they also implemented NetSuite in 10 distinct franchise brands to manage financially. And then they expanded into multi-brand royalty and franchise fee rev rec complexity. They have obviously One World, which is global multi-currency subsidiary consolidation with NetSuite. And then really NetSuite was able to help them have that single source of truth required across the brand portfolio. So they did select NetSuite for all 10 brands listed here. Again, happy to dive more into the details as we go through this evaluation process, but thought that they definitely had some amazing results with NetSuite, with it being the financial source of truth across all different 10 brands, especially with the complexity that they had with it being a publicly traded company, and then global 50 plus country roll-ups into a single ledger, NetSuite being able to do that as well. And then promise, second to last slide here, crumble cookies. I had to mention it just because they're going to be arriving. Let's see, any minute now, in the next 15 to 30 minutes here. But really, everyone's probably familiar with crumble cookies, but they expanded to over 1,000 plus stores across the U.S. They're very much obviously a franchisee's model using NetSuite ERP. They picked NetSuite over Sage. Grew rapidly, obviously during COVID, during their TikTok drops. They went from QuickBooks to NetSuite and were able to scale and grow. Now they're using our warehouse management, One World, because they're in additional countries as well, and then our EPM suite and planning and budgeting. So you'll hear a little bit, or you'll taste a little bit of crumble cookies in a bit here.
Yeah.
But wanted to just highlight this. And again, if there's any questions or, I'll send everyone the deck over afterwards. But if anyone wants to get in touch with anyone, I'm happy to coordinate any reference calls throughout the process. Any questions?
No?
No.
Okay.
We work with a lot of different companies with a lot of different priorities. Sometimes it's, they're like Crumble, right? Just meeting the moment, right? Help them meet the moment as they dramatically expand. I mean, Peloton's another example of that, right? But we partnered with Peloton back, early days, before they were public and before, all the changes that they've had. And then sometimes we partner with companies that are just getting ready for, IPO or have new investors or looking to have new investors, right? I mean, a lot of sponsor-backed clients like Orange Theory, the private equity firms or the investment firms are saying, hey, you gotta you know, you gotta improve your operations, right? You gotta improve your overall operations. Let's make some investments in technology and take advantage of new technologies. And then in other cases, we're helping organizations, you know, that are more mature, like a Five Guys, right? They're more mature, they're global, they have thousands and thousands of operators all over the world. But there's a technical kind of debt, right? Like, oh my gosh, we're on this Great Plains solution. It's not going to last forever. It served us well, but we need to make a change. Or we're on, you know, SAP ECC 6.0, or we're on Oracle EBS, or whatever, right? And we help those organizations. So, you know, I need a like a thesaurus because I keep saying excited, but I am excited about kind of where you are in your journey, you know, the growth that you've experienced, the brands you have, the strength you have in the market, and you know, hope we can be yeah, help you as you kind of continue that and continue to execute on your mission.
Perfect. Thanks, Ben. And I promise, I think this is the last slide before we jump into the actual software, but just want to highlight that, you know, you're going to see everything NetSuite today that's core NetSuite. If there is any kind of additional partner that's needed or that we have or featured, we'll make sure that we mention it. But we're going to be showing everything that's out of the box today with an additional option for our EPM suite. We won't go too much into detail to say I know you guys are in TM1, but there are some requirements that I definitely think planning, budgeting, and our EPM suite can help solve. So hopefully you guys are open to considering that. We also have 600 plus partners and 700 plus suite apps. So really what that means is, for example, an Avalara is not only a NetSuite customer, but they're a NetSuite partner. You know, all these companies want to be able to have a pre-built integration on the NetSuite platform, which really is a differentiator between us and our competitors, because when it comes to upgrades, when it comes to integration, it's just going to be another tab right there. It's automatically integrated into the system. I think lease query was something that we're not going to get too much into today, but you know that is a NetSuite partner that can integrate to NetSuite. But we also have another partner called NetLease or NetGain, but they go by you know, NetLease for their leasing structure, and they're built on the NetSuite platform as well. So as you're looking to expand, as you have different needs, Paylocity is another NetSuite built for NetSuite partner as well. You're not going to have to worry about custom integrations or any bottlenecks there. It's real time and it's you know, it's certified and pretty fantastic. So as you expand and grow, if NetSuite can't do it for some reason, we have a ton of partners out there that can. Ben, did you want to add anything to that?
No, I think we're covered.
Okay, perfect. Any questions on the Planet Fitness end before I pass it over to Joe and Ryan to kick off the demo?
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah, and as we move over to there, just thank you all. I mean, the RFP documentation that you worked with RSM, very well done. Thank you. Very clear. Appreciate it. We do see a lot of these, and you know, sometimes some are less clear. So I think you did a good job of a very good job, and we appreciate that. And you know, thanks for being here today. It's Friday. It's a long weekend, and at least in Massachusetts and close by anyway, in New England. So you have spring break next week and third demo in a week. I mean, these things are long. So 100% this is for you. You know, if we're going into too much detail on something, let us know. If we're not going into enough detail on something, let us know. If you have questions and it's a little bit off topic or it might take us, you know, down a longer answer, we may table those, and we may come back to them later. But let's get the questions out. Please use the chat. But this is, I mean, this meeting is for you. It's not for us. So please, is more active, the better. And let's make sure we accomplish all of your objectives for today.
Okay. Right, then I'll take over here for the overview. I'm not gonna kill you with any more slides. I think we've hit you with plenty of those so far. But starting out right in NetSuite itself, NetSuite is as we talked about, a cloud platform. So starting out, we're just in an internet browser. There's no software that you have to download unless you want the mobile app on your phone. There's no servers that you're having to maintain in the office or anywhere. It's all housed on Oracle servers around the country, around the world. NetSuite's a role-based platform. So right now I'm starting off in the executive role. You can see a whole host of other roles will be available to you. Each role is going to have its own starting point as a unique set of permissions, accessibilities, restrictions, essentially setting up a segregation of duties for each of your users inside of NetSuite so that, people have access to what you want them to, but not what you don't. However, it's just a starting point. On an individual user basis or on a full role basis, these can be opened up or restricted further. It's just a place to get started. Similar to the dashboard, also a starting point. What we're looking at right now in our executive role is what comes out of the box. So on day one of your implementation, instead of starting out with a blank instance of NetSuite where you're having to build everything from scratch, we have what's called our Suite Success methodology, and it positions pre-built process flows, reporting, dashboards. There's over 150 reports that come out of the box pre-built. The dashboard that we see, like the executive dashboard we're looking at right now, would be what you'd have on day one. And from there, you'd be configuring, tweaking everything from there. But just to scroll through quickly, it's mostly a financial focus in the executive role, KPIs, yearly income trend, financials overview, weekly cash projection, bank recs. And again, it's a place to get started, but you're not married to anything whatsoever. We can drag and drop portlets around and move them around on the dashboard, remove anything that's not relevant. But most importantly, we have the ability to add any reporting that's going to be relevant to us. So whether it's around regardless of what it is related to, it does not have to be financial focused. As long as you have the permissions to access that data, you can do so. So whether it's around unique item sales within locations, or maybe we're having trouble with invoice collections, I can find the report that I want, bring it right onto my dashboards. We'll do invoices over 30 days, over $50,000 in value, maybe starting to affect our cash flow now. Put that right in front and center in the dashboard or move it to wherever I want to. So a big part of the implementation is going to be working with your team to take the pre-built nature of the dashboard and making those configurations, those changes to it to fit what you need day to day. And then part of that too is going to be training you how to make those changes yourself so that after go live, your role changes, your responsibilities change. You have the ability to adjust the dashboard without having to come back to us or come back to RSM and make those changes, and you can be self-sufficient from that perspective. But extremely flexible, and rather than having to jump into 5-10 different reports in the morning to get caught up, you build your dashboard with the way you need to see it. A few elements that I want to dive into here. Starting in the top left, we have our reminders portlet. Think of reminders as your to-do checklist inside of the system. So anytime a workflow gets pushed to you as a user or into your role, anytime a task gets created and assigned to you, you'll get a reminder right on your dashboard telling you what needs to be done. And just a couple of examples here, we can see, an allocation schedule due, POs to approve, bills to approve, and just anything that's going to impact you. You're on the AR side of things. You fulfill an order and it needs to be invoiced. You would get that reminder in your dashboard. So essentially, again, keeping you on top of what needs to be done day to day. However, like the rest of the dashboard here, not married to it. We can pull from our preset reminders here. You can create brand new ones with a custom search in the system as well. But ultimately allowing you to make sure that those reminders are tailored to you as well. And KPIs are going to work the same way. Again, tailored to the role, a lot of high-level financial metrics. If we jump through different roles today with different users, really the dashboards aren't going to look anything alike. The look and feel will be the same, but obviously if you're on the supply chain side, you're on the accounting side, much different kind of starting points.
Is that I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Is that a global search bar? So user-based access, you search, I don't know, the vendor name, and it's across all of the different functionalities?
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely. Anything that you have access to,
cool.
Essentially. So like as an example, you mentioned vendor name, this pulls up our vendor ACOM
cool.
business solution.
Yeah.
But if you search something like Smith, which is going to have a lot more results, customer, inventory item, vendor, project, anything related to Smith is going to pop up. And with the new AI that the system's incorporating, it doesn't have to be spelled exactly right. So
But if I was on the AR side of the house, really, I would just only see the AR side of the house.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly.
That's great.
can you click through those reminders, like, and actually get right to the action step?
Yep. Yeah, and I'll
okay.
bring it up in a new tab here. The POs to approve, I open that up, it's gonna bring me to that list of 6 POs to approve.
Perfect.
And I can
Okay.
also reject them or sign off from there.
Yep.
And that's gonna be the case with everything. So it basically brings you to the list of things awaiting your attention. And again, KPI, same idea here. So, you can add from the standard list of KPIs, create new ones with a formula, change the date range in any of these. And you can do that for a single one-off KPI, or you can change the date range in the whole dashboard. So how am I trending, month over month, year over year, whatever you're looking to analyze, you can make sure that the entire dashboard is reflected to show that. Last thing here, and I know a big one for you guys, is multi-subsidiary management. And Ryan will be going much deeper into detail here. But with NetSuite, you can have all of your subsidiaries in one login. The consolidation of those financials are going to happen automatically behind the scenes. And this is a pretty simple, one parent with a few children underneath it. But we can really replicate whatever your entity structure is with sub-parents and go as deep as that needs to go. Again, the consolidations happens automatically. If I want to, right now I'm looking at the consolidated parent view. If I want to look at just the United States here, I can click in. That's going to filter the dashboard on just the US. I left the United Kingdom here just because that's going to be the most recognizable. If I click into the United Kingdom, it's going to filter the dashboard into British pounds. So we can see it in the localized currency. But again, it's always rolling up into the parent. And when we get into like an income statement reporting, we're going to be able to see that either in the parent context in US dollars with each of these subs, or we can see it in their localized currency there as well. And because it's all there, intercompany transactions are very easy to manage, whether that be, the purchase order, sales order. You do the purchase order, the sales order is going to be automated. The invoice gets automated once you do the vendor bill. Similarly, a journal entry, it's all in a single journal entry. Your allocation entries occur across subsidiaries. So it makes it very easy to manage.
It doesn't look
subs.
Mm-hmm.
Want to pause here though. Any questions around the dashboard before we move into?
I can hold them for a little bit.
Teresa, can you put yourself on mute? Thank you. I don't think so.
Okay, terrific. Then let's do that. Let's jump into an income statement just to get the look and feel of standard reporting. It's with kind of the most standard report there is with an income statement. So like the rest of the system, everything's going to be in real time. So transactions are processing and immediately your financials are updating, your inventory is updating. You're going to have that real time effect across the entire platform, whether it's reporting, your dashboards, whatever it might be. If I'm scrolling through my income statement and I'm taking a look at my expenses, I'm saying, wow, $77,000 for training expenses last year. That's much higher than I would expect to see. That doesn't make sense. I can drill down into my accounts here. I can see the transactions powering my numbers. In this case, it looks like it's all journal entries, but whether it's journals or invoices or fulfillments, whatever that transaction is, we get that level of detail. And maybe I find that one of these journals was entered incorrectly. Assuming the accounting period is still open and hasn't been closed down, I can drill into the journal itself, edit it on the fly, make that change. The audit trail is going to pick up on any changes made by the user with the timestamp, what that change was, and you can just keep on going. So again, if the accounting period's been closed, those transactions are locked. You'd have to reopen the accounting period. If not, they're available to be changed.
You can click right into it from here.
Oh yeah, sorry, I should have done that. Let's.
What were you gonna say?
I'll do a different one here, just so we can get into a different. Well, I guess we'll go into a journal, but yeah, you can go right down into the journal entry itself.
Got it. Okay.
Can you also show the drill through to the AP side of the house when it's not a journal entry, but it's AP?
Oh yeah, any transaction.
No, I'm sorry, I'm saying on screen. Can you show that
yeah,
too?
absolutely, yeah. Yeah, so let's go into purchases here. Maybe not purchases.
Yeah, whichever one you got. Doesn't really matter which
Okay.
line.
Yeah, and again, you could bring up AP aging. The 350 plus standard reports out of the box are all drilled through to the lowest granular transaction.
Okay. We might get to it in the
Okay,
later
yeah.
section
We'll
too.
definitely
We can
get
let
to
Ryan-
it.
That's fine.
We can jump
The
into
point is that you
purchases
can
here.
do it. Is
Yeah,
what I was
for
trying
sure.
to get at.
Yeah, they're not popping up right here in our.
That's
demo,
okay.
Yeah, that's
but,
fine. I didn't mean to.
Ryan probably has something ready to show us later.
From here, you can also filter on the data, and that can be done by date, obviously down below with the custom range or with the pre-canned amounts there. You can filter by subsidiary, and again, right now we're in the rolled up parent view, so we're looking at the consolidated view with everything. But if I wanted to just see, say, the United Kingdom's in British pounds here, it's going to show me in that subsidiary's context. So again, I can see it in the localized currency, or if I go back into the parent context, I can see it in the US dollars as well if I break it down by sub. And I can filter here by sub, as we saw, by any of our segments from our chart of accounts. The 3 default segments are department, class, and location, but you can add as many segments as you need. It's a very flexible chart of account structure, so that, from a slice and dice perspective on a P&L, on a budget, whatever, you can go as deep as you need to at the chart of accounts level, but you can always leverage a custom field or on a record or a transaction as well. So it doesn't have to go up to the chart of accounts, but we can go really deep to accommodate that. But we can also see any of that on a side-by-side comparative basis as well. So class, department, location, or subsidiary, which I'll click in now, we can get that side-by-side view. Canada.
Got it.
Dominican, UK. Now the UK is in US dollars.
That's like your consolidating view.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yep. And we can also see this over a basis of time as well, monthly, quarterly, yearly, whatever it might be. It's going to give us the breakdown by quarter or by month, whatever.
And if you're on a report and then you realize, oh, I wanna search for something here, do you have to go back to like that main dashboard view to search, or can you?
Nope, you can still do it right from here.
Okay.
And it could be names, it could be transactions. If I type in 1, 2, 3, 4, it's going to bring me to any POs, receipts, whatever 1, 2, 3, 4 there.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, though, to really bring up here is the global search, right? Because that global search, the only reason we're able to do that is because we are one unified database. A lot of other solutions out there are bridged together, and they're not. So if you have to be in like the CRM module to look up a client, and you know what I mean? So this is a true differentiator for NetSuite.
Yep.
And then, so that's all just the quick filters, easily accessible at the bottom here, but we can customize any reports as well. And, once we make those customizations and save them, then they're just available as standard reports and updating like any other. So if I come into the customize function here, I can edit my columns, I can add filters, I can sort on the data. I can even, in more options here, limit the audience who has access to a customized report that I create. We'll do a very simple example here. We'll go to edit columns, and over that quarterly breakdown we created originally, we'll bring subsidiary back in, and that way we can see our subsidiary by quarterly breakdown. It's just drag and drop. There's no coding required for any sort of report customization here. I can move the field around as needed. I can add a formula field in, but ultimately, again, very simple example here. But once I've made the changes to my report that I want to make, I just give this a custom name, which we'll just call this our Planet Fitness income statement. We'll save, and now this report that we've created here is going to be available to leverage at any time. If I come back into the global search up top here, type in Planet Fitness, that's going to pop right up for us. And it's, we never have to think about updating again. It's updating like any other report. We still have that drill down ability, even with in the customized state here. But everything remains the same from a functionality perspective.
This is a detail, but I'm going to ask anyway. So in this like standard view, it's more of like a hierarchical view, right? Like you start with the parent, then you drill down to the child, then you drill down to the next child. Can you flip the structure of this report to show like the lowest level first and then rolling up to the
Yep.
Yeah.
what I'm asking?
Absolutely. Yeah. It's just about sorting. So if we go back to customization there, we can just sort, we can use the sorting options.
Okay.
To flip
Yeah,
it.
you can change. Okay.
Yep.
If you make a change to a report like you just did, is that only
visible to yourself, or does that change everybody?
So it's a change, but it's a save as. So the original income statement's going to be there, but the new report is just added to the list. Typically, the way it works is that the original audience who had access to the income statement would have access to the custom report. However, in more options here, you can limit it to, a department or specific users. So it's totally up to you who has access to that.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed, but once he went into edit mode, it automatically populated the name and it said custom before it, right? Because you can change any report in the system, but the minute you do that, it won't let you change the real one. It'll create a new version.
Yeah.
Won't it always call it out as custom if I'm remembering the system right?
Sorry?
Won't it always call it out as custom when you're like searching for it if I'm remembering the system
If
right?
if you left that as the name, you see what
So that's what we used to do, is just leave it as custom, so you knew this wasn't a system standard one. It was always custom to somebody did something to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you can't change the base, like the base. You can modify them and create a new version of it, and you can create an infinite number of versions. There's no technical limit. There are definitely practical limits to that. But yeah, you're absolutely right. You have your base report, and then BRS. I always put my initials at the front, but you can change it to however you want to
So
go.
just real high level for like the bigger audience. So basically, it's like TM1, right? With active drill through to the transactional level within the system. So it's not download this activity and then go to another system and go find the PO number and go research it. It's literally keep following the bouncing ball kind of thing.
Can you show us what it like from the dashboard view, what it would look like for like a different role security?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll go into like the supply chain manager because that'll.
Yeah, and I'm glad you asked that question. Everything is based on the individual login. So, I mean, Joe and Ryan and Lex and Mike and Matt and I may all have different permissions, and we could all go to the exact same screen and see, different things, or if we don't have access to that screen, we might not even know that screen exists.
Yep, that's a great point. I know we didn't talk about suite success, but what you're seeing here and what you'll see in even Ryan's demo is, pre-built roles, reports, dashboards, and again, that permission and security, being able to merge roles, knowing that some people might want to have access or certain dashboards or certain things that are important to them versus someone else in the organization.
Thank you.
And so I believe if we try to go into the income statement here, we're not going to be able to get into it. There's navigation shortcuts, but we don't have access into the actual income statement itself in this role.
Got it.
Perfect. And just to kind of round things out, I'm going to jump back into that executive role here, and we will quickly just jump back to the report just to show. You have the ability to export out to Excel, of course, or to a PDF. And if you do export to Excel, all your formulas go with you. Your formatting goes with you. It's a very clean export, so you're not having to rework anything. You might just have to resize the columns. And then you also have the ability to email any reports out, whether that's as a one-off or on a schedule. So you have employees that aren't going to be NetSuite users but need the reporting to do their jobs effectively. Or you send it out every Monday morning at 8 a.m. or Monday, Wednesday, Friday, whatever the frequency is. You have outside vendors who might need reporting. You have you need to get reporting packages to a board of directors. Set it and forget it. Set it in the format that you want as well. So Excel, PDF, whatever it might be, and you just set it up until it hits its end date.
Got it.
And just to sort of round things out here, the reports dashboard is going to show most of what comes out of the box here. There's going to be a few more that will be in Ryan's demo set since he has a few more like those RevRec reports and things like that. We can jump into an AP report just to show the drill down there into a bill. But ultimately, all of this comes out of the box, and you will, in some form or fashion, be able to customize all of these. So you can see the customize option there right next to it. If I go into my saved reports here, the Planet Fitness income statement sitting there waiting for us to go back into.
Got it.
But let's jump into the AP register quickly just to show that, and we can just show an actual transaction as well. So we'll jump into, actually, let's go into the AP aging now that thinking about it. AP aging. We'll go into one of our customers here, just in the total open balance. Expense report, of course, there. Let's go down past and find an actual vendor. That would help.
There you go.
And jump into a bill.
It looks like it's doing something.
So we have the bill here. I've never seen this thing pop up on the left side before, but
That's
you know,
the bill capture.
bill capture. Okay, great.
Yep.
Down below, you have the line item level detail. A couple nice things though is that with any transaction that does impact your general ledger, you're going to be able to see the GL impact like right on the screen here. So the debits and credits. How is that impacting you financially? You have your system information, which is your audit trail. So any of those user changes are being picked up there. If there had been any changes to this bill here, but ultimately you have the full drill down ability.
And you could go right to the vendor from here too, it looks like, right?
Jump into the vendor. If there's any linked transactions, like if this is linked back to a purchase order or linked back to, there was a purchase order receipt as part of that, you'd have that full traceability in the related records.
Yeah.
But yeah, if we want to go to a vendor, the vendor pops right up as we click into Adam Smith here.
Okay.
With all that information. So, and that's going to be the same on the AR side. You can link right to your customer record, link right to any of those related transactions. All right, any questions around reporting or anything we've talked about so far? All good, all right, great. Next thing I want to show is what we call a saved search inside of NetSuite. So saved search is, we brought the example of the overdue invoices onto the dashboard there. That's an example of a saved search. So standard reporting, you can customize, but there are limits to the customization that you can make to it. Think of a saved search like a query into NetSuite's backend. So you'll be able to leverage any field inside of the system when creating your reporting, so that way that you can build it out in really whatever format you want, rather than having to pull data into Excel or into Microsoft Access, manipulate it there, and then build your weekly reporting. The saved search, as long as the data lives in NetSuite, you can build it inside of the system here. So I'm going to open up the backend logic just to show what it looks like to set these up. And we're going to focus when this loads up here on two tabs. And again, this offers so much flexibility from a report building standpoint. The criteria tab is going to be setting up our data pool. In this case, we're looking at overdue invoices, so it's a transaction search. The type of transaction is an invoice. It's greater than 30 days overdue, greater than $50,000 in value. So exactly what the title would suggest, not exactly rocket science there. That's setting up our data pool. The results tab is all the fields that we saw previously in that report. If I want to bring in any more, by default, all my transaction fields are going to pop up because it's a transaction search. In our demo accounts, we have 1 million transaction fields. So, whatever we want to bring in, we can. But given that this is a overdue invoices, maybe we want to bring in information from the CRM, contact information, direct, and that way we don't have to go to another page to look that up, so we can reach out directly to them. I can scroll all the way down past my 1 million transaction fields here, find my customer fields. That's going to bring up a separate pop-up box for me. So I can bring in the contact information, the email, the phone number, whatever I want to bring in, put that right in the report. So again, any field that exists in NetSuite is going to be able to be leveraged in these saved searches. From here as well, we can also add highlighting rules. So, over 100K gets turned red, over 60 days turns a different color. The similar emailing rules exist here as well, except that we have the ability to not only do it on a schedule like we saw before, we can also have emails send when a new result, breaches this individual report. So a new invoice hits that 30-day, $50,000 mark, that would trigger the email instead of being, a daily or weekly email. And these saved searches can be built for your dashboard. They can be built as reminders, as standard reports, as lists if that's necessary, but really, really flexible here. And again, kind of saves you from having to build those weekly, monthly, whatever reports outside of the system in Excel. Want to pause there though. I know this is going a little bit deep, but any questions on safe searches? Okay, fantastic. And again, a big part of the implementation is going to be teaching you, anybody who's interested in getting to this level, teaching you how to do it, making sure that any of the reporting that you use today that isn't set up, pre-built in NetSuite is built for you. And part of that building process is teaching you. So we want to make sure you're as self-sufficient as possible, even if that's just some power users or if everybody wants to get to that level. It's totally dependent on what your goals are.
Yeah, and I would point out while he's on this email tab within the search. So if you really think about this, this is being alerted in real time to anything, including variances, right? In the past, you may have had to run like a 50-page report to find 3 variances. This can look for that specific field, and when it gets passed, it can alert you in real time. So this takes you from being reactive to being proactive all the time and not having to read through a bunch of stuff that, you don't need to read through, and you get right down to what you're looking for in the first place.
Yeah, it's great.
It's cool. All right, so I think that's everything that I had to show in the overview here. But any other questions that you guys have, feel free to ask the group. Feel free to ask me sidebar, and I'll turn it over to Ryan to kind of take it away from here. But yeah, so I'll stop sharing and you can take control here.
Awesome, thank you.
Again, very small part for me. So I'll be
Glad
here.
you're here, Joe.
Yeah, it was helpful. Thank you.
And how are we doing on time, Ryan? I know we have a break coming up. I think the cookies arrived, so everyone hopefully will be excited. But
Yeah, well, I'm not going to take very long on this part. Why don't I
okay,
just get
perfect.
through?
Perfect.
Let me get through the next, and we'll get down
Sounds
to
great.
it. All right, awesome. All right, so I have a safe harbor statement up here. All right, what I'm going to show you now, you just took a look at, what's live NetSuite. I'm going to kind of take you into the future of what NetSuite Next is going to look like. All right, it's not released yet; it is in beta. So I am obligated to provide this safe harbor statement, just saying that don't make any decisions on what you see in this piece of the demonstration for the future, right? Because we can't guarantee that. That being said, I do want you to see NetSuite Next, because essentially what NetSuite Next is a transformation. It's a transformation of NetSuite where absolutely everything in here now is embedded with AI as well. All right, so the days of you just drilling into an income statement and filtering it and all that without having like basically like a LLM or an AI right there to tell you all of the analysis of that statement are gone. Right. So for example, here, you could see the dashboard's pretty similar. You'll notice there are some changes. At the top, we did put the global search at the bottom because it's no longer just the global search. It's now Ask Oracle as well. It does all of the same things that the search does, but now you can also interact with it just like you would a Claude or a ChatGPT. All right.
Ryan, sorry, can you zoom in just a little bit more?
Sorry.
Just because it's hard to visually see. Maybe just.
Yeah, I think we're seeing your widescreen. Yeah, it's still.
Let me shrink this.
It looks cool.
Yeah. Ryan's got
I got terrible eyes, so I gotta have a big screen.
I'm like, I think we could still see your background slides too a little bit.
Now we can see the desktop.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Just share the window. It might help instead of sharing the whole screen.
That's
okay. Let me try that. Hold on a second.
It's still teensy, yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
No,
you're right. You're 100% right.
Yes, that. Let me see the window. Here we go. Awesome. How's that?
Better.
Yeah, it looks better.
It's better.
Okay.
It is still small, Ryan, but it's better.
All right. A little bit better?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, so NetSuite Next. You'll see that, it's a little bit different than what you were seeing before, and that was done intentionally. You can see your search is now here at the bottom along with an Ask Oracle bot. But also you'll notice on the dashboard you have more space, and this way you can really interact more with your data. A couple of things I do want to point out. Remember, these dashboards are all actionable. There's nothing on this dashboard that you can't drill into and take action on. So again, when it comes to the revenue, you saw it just now how we were drilling down into the reports, getting down to the lowest granular transaction, whether that was the journal entry, whether that was the invoice, etc. But you'll notice now it looks similar, but look what else you also have. Now, when I drill into the reports, you get all of the insights. You get all of this narrative insight. So it tells you all the top findings, all the key risks associated with this P&L. All right, the interest and tax expenses that are present that that are not materially in this period. But then what is material, right? The key opportunities you have as well as your risks, and basically you have this now throughout the tool, right? It's going to be on all of your reports. It's going to, basically be that AI bot that you would normally chat with or need to get an LLM for, and it's right within NetSuite. Right? It's a true game changer here when it comes to this type of functionality within NetSuite. All right. Again, it takes a little bit getting used to just here at the bottom because again, you do have all your menu options. Like you don't see it in the screen anymore, but if you did want to leverage this, you could. But the reason that we didn't keep it at the top is because now you can prompt and you could just basically go through the system as needed, while you're interacting, while you're learning more. Couple of the other things I'd point out on this dashboard. So, for example, we have now exception management is actually live now in NetSuite. This is also just part of NetSuite Next, but this has already been released. All right, so right here you detects all of your anomalies. So I could come in here and say, oh wow, what's going on with this bill? Let me view the details, right? Because it's telling me that there's an exception pending. All right, so I could drill into that. Come back and now I see, all right, so essentially, these were the transactions that took place previously, and now this bill amount is 250% higher than the similar transactions, for uh, August, September, and October, right? These were all 10 grand. This one's 35,000. What's the exception type? Do you want to view in, see the incorrect amount? If you resolve this, no action needed, etc. Right? But you're interacting now and you're getting told the issues, right? Furthermore, let me get back to hold on a second here. You'll notice right underneath my exception management too, I also have a intelligent close manager. All right, the intelligent close manager now is again, it's like your centralized command center to detect anomalies or unexpected trends, and it speeds up your reconciliation and ultimately your close process, right? So you could come in here and drill right in and see exactly what tasks have been completed, what's outstanding. There's 4 entries that need to be looked at, what needs to be posted. Again, these amortizations need to be run, and you have complete visibility into this. All right, now again, when it's live, I'll have a lot more data and I'll be able to drill a little bit more and show you some more. But just again, just looking at, kind of this new frontier that NetSuite is really embracing upon. Okay. And then, of course, the other thing is interacting with Ask Oracle and being able to have those prompts, being able to interact and have all of those narrative insights as well. Okay.
So a lot of our customers today are using, our MCP, Model Context Protocol connector to work with Claude or ChatGPT, OpenAI, and others. The Ask Oracle is built right in, so you can still use those if you have programmers or you're querying other systems or you're doing other things. But the kind of everyday users of NetSuite will more likely be the kind of heavy users of that Ask Oracle, and there's a lot of really neat capabilities there. The companies I talk to, there's nothing you couldn't do 5 years ago, right? You're reporting on NetSuite data, you're running reports, you're analyzing it, you're doing searches. The data's there. But what you can't do now, or what you can do now that you couldn't do there, is you can interact with it. You can interrogate it. You can kind of ask for advice. And you want to validate that advice, but you can ask for advice, or you can look at it in different ways. And what would have taken you, or would have taken the folks on your team, or would have taken somebody else in your analytics department, hours or days, or even just hours and days to turn around, even if it wasn't hours and days of work. Now you can do on your own, and you can do in that conversational manner.
I know you probably can't say this, but like, you have a sense of when that would be deploying?
It's supposed
It's
to be
deploying
this
now. It's deploying now. So we do 2 updates per year. I think that schedule may change, but we do 2 updates per year as of now. And we have customers using kind of NetSuite Next right now, and it is deploying, but it's going to be deployed fully across the whole customer base and to every new client over the next kind of year and a half.
Cool. Okay, and then the only other thing I have, because we have a broader audience, can you show the app call?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Like the app, I don't know if you have
The mobile application?
Yeah,
I could show it.
Yeah, it might be better for Joe to show it in the room there.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think one use case would be, I mean, right now, today, we have very weak, workflow approvals, but we have a lot of different people across the organization, approving purchase requisitions and, to get to that purchase order state. And we don't have a great, way to do that unless you're logged into the system. So is that one of the, like a workflow approval within the app? Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a great example. So we're heavy users of NetSuite here. On my team in my organization, we have to approve kind of different scenarios and different kind of commercial structures and length of agreements and things like that. And so we have all those tools, and that's the primary way I use the NetSuite app and the NetSuite mobile experience. Often from a looking things up, I'll just use the browser on my phone. But from a approval process perspective, workflow, kind of automated tasks, that's a good example of where we use the app.
And Joe, you showing that in the room?
I'm trying to join the Zoom. I could walk around too, but.
Okay, I'm trying. I
You walk
usually
around and see it right on your phone.
Yeah, I'll just walk around. Yeah.
Usually it connects, no problem.
You see it, all right.
Yeah,
You asked about approvals. So basically, it's as easy as clicking into it and either rejecting it or accepting it right from there.
Yeah.
So, and even you can swipe right on some of these and just accept or reject. So it's not the full experience there,
That's okay.
but you get,
the point's like it's role based, so you're never going to be seeing things through that aren't related to you.
dashboard's gonna look a little bit
All that
different.
good stuff.
You can log in, you can see what you need to see here, you get your notifications, your reminders.
That's just on the app, not like email or anything.
It's just on the app, yeah, and you could do email approvals as
Yeah.
well, but.
If you're a user of the system, you would have the ability to download the app to your phone.
But,
Yeah.
go away, you
Link to
approve
your
it.
actual
But I was
user
wondering,
ID.
like,
You see the support.
Yeah, anybody can download the app. I mean, it's just in the App Store, but you need to log in with your NetSuite credentials.
And some companies don't want their employees, log in. I don't know why. They would want them to not log in remotely, but you can log it down if you want as well.
So
that's
if you,
really all I care about. So you
basically
can be
like-
like, oh,
exactly, if you guys
Hey,
say,
you like to see
hey,
the
I have
app?
journal entry approval,
Okay.
I could just go there and be like, yes, I already knew this was coming.
yeah. That's what I care about.
Yeah.
I mean, the core.
Yeah.
They're all
Okay,
lights,
fair
they're all
enough.
this, they're all that. You get better response times basically throughout the whole organization.
Okay. Yeah, so I think we got a 15-minute break. So if you guys on the phone are good, we're gonna regroup at 10:30 when our couple new people are gonna join the call.
Okay, wonderful.
Cash.
Okay.
Perfect.
Did we
Awesome.
cover what you wanted to cover for the
Yeah, that was
first
great.
35
Yep.
minutes? Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Did anybody not get a hat that wants a hat?
Yes, please.
Everybody wants a hat.
They're technically next week.
My hair is
Black
wet.
on
Wash
black.
it today before it's time wet.
Anybody else?
He only has like 40 hats. I was still sweating when I walked up here.
My legs all dirty, not clean. They don't have thank you.
You're all set?
Yeah. I give my husband one more. But
No problem.
thanks for the gluten-friendly bagels.
Got it.
So we can leave, right? I believe.
Is your
Next
second one?
section is not, is,
No.
the
Anybody want- we had more
AR
of these
piece, right?
today.
order to cash.
Order to cash is AR, yeah, equipment ordering,
So we don't need to
AR.
be sitting here for that.
yeah,
Okay.
come back for source to pay,
Oh, yes.
11:30.
11:30, okay.
Oh, 11:45.
No, 11:30.
Oh.
Did you
We
guys,
changed it a
come on,
little bit
Becky,
today.
even I knew that. Woo-hoo me.
I changed it.
You're not gonna like to look at these
I
things.
changed it earlier today.
Not your style.
Upstairs.
I'm enjoying this. I like this.
It's good marathon fuel.
So much.
Right.
Tyler eats everything. Oh, absolutely. Sure, no doubt on that one. Open those damn cookies. I want a cookie before I walk out.
Like a bagel.
Bagels, cookies.
Really?
I get all the leftovers. It's my parting.
Just
my
between
parting
now and
present.
Monday?
Every day. Obviously, it's not, don't just.
I thought I was just getting bagels.
So you can drink like a Gatorade.
I don't know what it was. It's the same in each box.
Half, I'll take the other half. Oops, I'm going that way. Okay. All right, thank you.
You gonna go try one, or a slice of one?
Yeah, a little slice. Joe, you're also running CrossFit.
Yes, I am, yes.
Nice.
Hopefully I'll be running.
Is this your?
It is, it is. Have you ever run one before?
No.
I've used NetSuite before.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Good experience, yeah.
No, that's like the one to do too. What company was that with?
Amwell.
Nice.
So like Teladoc is the McDonald's of the space of telehealth.
It's good that there's,
Amwell's like Burger King's like
the
that.
big ones
Yeah,
are,
Home
it's a
Depot,
meat
you know,
on
it's
the
like
calories they
better.
put into
Yeah.
a giant.
Oh, they're different sizes.
Yeah.
Across the street. Exactly, yeah. Basically. Small level.
I know that. Oh, wait, I saw it this morning. Like in the South Shore one, where they put it over. And Joe's little sister would all, like she was like.
Nice.
I
Yeah.
think it's the.
Cool place to be.
Yeah, in the area.
Yeah, 2 minutes south. It's in Massachusetts. I get up, I'm about at 11:30, which is
We were at the kick, like, we were like, getting it so
so
often.
it's just like.
She actually
Coming back or?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Because it's like
My
a
wife
13
somehow-
Oh,
It's crazy how big like.
You were.
Yeah.
So even if you have a quarter.
It's like, oh, 2 hours, and it's like 3
Yeah.
hours. I'm like, I'm sure it's gonna be the 3 hours, so 2 hours.
But enjoy. How are we?
Very good.
You what? Have you like crumble cookies? Yeah. Like. Very, very.
I do
not know. I was
There's a
just gonna
toaster in
go.
the kitchen.
Really?
I started it. I don't know if I ever
was just gonna
stopped.
go
but yeah.
for it.
You know what is funny?
Yeah,
I almost
go
didn't
for
eat
it.
pictures yesterday. I bought like
Have you
just so
had
much
these,
pasta. I think I might
these
just eat
cream
pasta every
cheeses?
meal because it's just.
This
So I don't even
one,
have
I
to
haven't
finish
had
it.
the other half.
I mean, everyone was talking about
Yeah.
miso garlic.
Because it's never gonna, we're never gonna get
So I think tomorrow is it tomorrow's where
Two
we
different
have
ends.
this.
Yeah, well, I think
To
it's
like
the
2 to 3
Jab
days.
it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
I might have to.
Yep.
Is this a
I
local
think I'm gonna
legal
have
spot?
buses,
Yeah,
right?
they just
But I'm gonna do like the
opened
400 gram
sometime
goal.
during the winter,
I
and
think
it
like
was
380
like
or
a
something,
whole
starting
gas
tomorrow.
station that they converted for bagel shop, like it was a Yeti gas station, so Yeti bagels.
Oh, nice.
Just carbs. Don't really care about proteins or fats. I
I
mean,
haven't had their breakfast.
Yeah. yeah, that's what I. Yeah.
I was reading it's like, I don't know what the number was. I think it was like, if you're like, if you weigh 70 kilograms.
Yeah. We just talked about the breakdown there.
Too many.
Yeah, it's
So
so
I
many.
tried to do the
Doesn't
math
seem
on
right.
the way in. I was like,
And I haven't. Yeah. It's hard to keep up with it when you're running. How much you gotta eat when you're running.
Are you gonna like bring gels or anything?
Yeah. I'm gonna bring gels. I'm gonna bring honey waffles, and I'm gonna eat gels that give out.
Yeah.
Gatorade, do all things. Yeah.
Nice.
Bring some nerd clusters, maybe. Yes. That's great.
they're great for running.
Yeah.
I didn't know
I
It
didn't
doesn't
either.
sound like it would be, but yeah.
Like, I think all the nutrients in it are the same as a gel except for water. So it's like. The issue is how is it?
Crunchy.
No, I haven't. I thought I might just bring like.
Safety, maybe choking on it.
Tough way to go.
Yeah.
Could be worse.
Yeah.
Definitely. Watch today. It is gonna be fun.
Patriots is like one of my favorite.
No, I like
Yeah.
being hit.
I've never been to Boston for it. For how long
Really?
I went here, so that'll just be a whole new experience.
I'm in the same boat,
Yeah.
which is funny. I've also always been in Massachusetts and I'm still Swedish.
I guess it's a club too, enough for us to start to
You're like,
figure out what
Yeah, like growing up, I went every year. It's awesome. There's so much energy in the city.
Well, it's like the biggest
Yeah,
thing.
like do that stuff.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's already like, it's already set up. So it's chaos. Just
It's
like,
already set up.
yeah, like most of the stuff is already set up. They already have like all
All
of
the sorts
these
of things
Boston
electronically
police
you
like
need.
around the course. They put up
Discard, install the software.
It's fun. I suppose it already started. I was planning to go on Sunday, but it was like a 3-day event.
Download.
Really?
Yeah.
That's what discard are.
I live like right by Fenway.
It's
Like, the
downloading.
building there. It's like at the last mile. They have like.
You can turn it off. I turned it on.
You know why you
It's been, yeah, because we haven't hit.
Big baseball.
Yeah.
Joanne, what's up with?
I love it. I love it. Yeah. I mean, it's
Although we're
it's
not
actually
doing
not as bad. Like I did notice the other day. Like I told Paul before. I'm like, I would rather get up standing by the toaster. I am so hot.
Hey,
And I was like,
I do a lot of stuff with AR.
Oh, really? Okay, nice.
Waiting, like sitting there for hours on end, not knowing if I'm actually gonna.
Right, sometimes it's worth it.
I mean, I didn't want to scarf it down during the break. Just have it later.
Very patient.
Gotta be.
I honestly love it.
Yeah, I was making it this morning. I'm like, I really hope Jonathan pulls through with this bagel. If not, then I just have like a dish of egg salad and nothing, no like vegetable to eat it with. So yeah. So you're telling me that's not how you typically eat your egg salad? So like usually I'm trying to eat it with something now, but now egg salad's new for her. It's like a new discovery and it's changed my life for the better. We're all here for the journey.
Egg salad?
Yes.
Oh, it's so gross. There's like nothing more disgusting than egg salad.
Which is why it took me my whole life. But then once you actually eat it, though, you're like, it's delicious. But yeah, I can see why it's disgusting for sure.
Rude?
No, like
You like
I
egg salad?
only ate scrambled
You like
eggs,
egg
and
salad?
any other type of egg just like weirded me out, and
Oh.
I just needed it all
Good
to be
idea.
homogeneous. Like I didn't want the separation,
Which email?
like the white and the yellow. And
The
then
email that I just sent.
I had a little birthday party for my sister in November, and
The one to
she
Black Duck
made an egg
Amata?
salad, and I like
What
tried
did I
to
do?
bite. I just kept eating it. I was like, wait, this is so good. Like,
Just
who
now I
thought? And
emailed
then
her.
so from
She
there,
was like, "You'll
now we eat
recall," and I
hard-boiled
was like, "No, I
eggs.
won't
Like, if I
recall."
work out, the more I'll just have a
Because
hard-boiled
Dominic
egg,
was
and now
asking me
like,
about it.
I cook 8 at a time.
What did he
like,
say? Did the
at
rest of our
least
clubs go
probably
live
every,
today?
like, 5 days.
I'm about to
I'll
send an
make
email about
eggs
the
for
rest
my
of their
fiance
clubs.
and I, 'cause we'll just eat them like before we work out or whatever. And
She said, I said, "Tara, can you
Yeah.
confirm that the 6
Love
Black Duck
it.
Amata clubs are switched over as of today?" And she said, "No, sir. If you recall, due to timing, we weren't able to move these clubs over in April. I'm pending the start date, but it will be on the 17th billing." So I don't know if that means it may not even be May 17th. And then I said, "Can you confirm the rest went live today?" And she said yes.
What'd you get?
I always get pizza there.
So
because-
there are others, it's just those 6 that didn't.
And then you guys got to
Along with those Houston Fit clubs, which can't go because they have the training classes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so good. And
We
then
don't
I
go to
got
the
we did the
rapid,
restaurant
yeah.
menu. It was
Just
the
Yeah.
You know, and she
Yeah.
did the arancini balls.
It's not your average
So
source.
good.
I'm about to send an email to the whole EBC. Because I'm getting one-off questions from various of them.
Yeah, yeah.
I've gotten like 3 different ones being, "Are my clubs going? Are my part of the 1,000?" And I'm like,
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, last night was so
And
fun.
after
So
we
my
got the
cousin,
okay,
like,
Tom was like, "I'm gonna go tell them."
He didn't want to leave in front of
I assume they all knew.
Okay. So
I think he just sent him an email being like, "ABC confirmed they can do the 1,000 clubs," but then nobody like circled back through to confirm which ones exactly, I guess.
So and Devin was out at a networking event with JR. But because they work like real estate together, like he's run mortgage money.
Okay.
So they were at a networking event before dinner, and Devin was like, "Oh, I'm going to dinner with like my cousin G." I grew up so he, I guess, my cousin said, "Wait, you're going to dinner with G?" Like, invited him to dinner. But he's like hilarious. So it was just two guys and Devin and I, the best dinner of my life. Like it's just. And then I left, and I'm like, maybe I'm less of an introvert than I think, because when you don't have to bring yours, like people are fun. It's like I don't feel great now. Like I don't have to like go lay down and like really not speak.
Today's the 17th, on a Friday.
Should be good.
Yeah, I did, yeah. I'm just gonna send a summary.
Over, it's like a little bit further.
I think I just wanna like try and.
It's just,
It's
it's
great.
very,
Yeah.
yeah.
And it's not.
We
It's
can
not
increase the first one, like now that you call that out, I can see. where it's-
Yeah,
It's just like real fast. And
2020.
PR is like so. He is a riot. Like he was getting into. He's like, "Tell me your darkest fears." Yeah, sharing some crazy inappropriate things. It was just so.
Like, no, I
funny.
learned his deepest darkest secret.
Yes, yeah, it was wild. So it was just a
We
great time.
still,
And she
I'm
was
struggling at
oh,
times.
like,
It
Yeah, we tried it was half the time rabbit.
I know Cody has reached out.
It's like I can't just, it's like supposed to be like orange, and then it came out and it was like this color, I was like, actually.
And now that it works.
Even like driving down.
That's the story of my child.
Yeah.
It's probably like every few months.
Yeah,
She was like, yeah, that's why
Yeah.
we're here.
It's like I don't care what your day. Here's the latest on the top of
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then like whole first hour meeting, she was just like, let me tell you all the tales of my life.
Oh my god. I mean, even seeing someone every couple months is like pretty good.
Yeah.
Like there's people. So there's just one couple that. They made this like so nice, so I had to choose between like 2 couples. Like one, I went to both their weddings. Well, one of them lives in Boston, but like we like talk more, like see her. But like I went to her wedding, and we like keep in touch more.
Yeah.
And then they went to local. So I'm like, oh, that could be like fun because we used to be each other like every few months. She lives in now she bought a house like 10 minutes away, but it's like hard to keep up with. So I'm like, I don't know, like, and it's not like we would like shop on, it's more like just a nice local friend.
Yeah, for sure.
But like we had the similar friends and stuff. Georgia, she she's now pregnant. Her baby shower's gonna be May. I thought if I did that. It's like, oh no, I really should like get married again, but I had like a whole point to the story. I've like lost it, so now it's just lost. Seeing people.
All right, you guys on the phone. I think we've got pretty much everybody we need here in the room and on the call.
Perfect. Ryan, are you there? Are you ready?
I am. I'm gonna go ahead and
Okay.
share.
Perfect.
Awesome. Okay, so in this section, what we want to do is just cover your use cases, right? So this is the order to cash section. So I think we have either 45 minutes or an hour, whatever it is. Yeah, and we're going to go through it. So let's just keep it interactive and ask any questions as we go through it. But yeah, I'm going to take you through workflow. Now, one of the things I want to point out, this deck I'm going to send out to you. So I'm going to go in the system and show you everything, but you're going to have this collateral for later. Something like 200 or something slides in this. And it's just because I wanted to make sure everything in your use cases was covered. And sometimes it may get missed or someone didn't see it. And this way it's all addressed in the deck. All right. So every now and again, I'll come back to the deck just to kind of recap what we looked at in the system. That being said, let's jump back in. One of the things I wanted to point out, and again, I'm signed in now as an administrator because I don't want to run into any roadblocks. But the other thing with the global search, remember, when you're on the system for a while and you type in any alphanumeric nomenclature, right, it looks at your security and then it returns whatever you're allowed to see, right? It furthermore brings down another button for edit so you don't have to do 2 clicks, view and then edit, right? You can go right into edit mode. We want to reduce the clicks wherever possible. But also, you can use prefixes so you don't get everything under the sun when you do your search. If you're looking for a customer, you could just type in CU and a colon, and then you just get the customers that you're looking for. All right. Same thing with items, same thing with all of the records in NetSuite, right? So you can always fine tune that list. All right. So I just leveraged our global search just to bring up a customer over here in the other tab. I'm going to drill into this little workflow. So NetSuite has a workflow manager that allows you to essentially create consistent processes and lock them down, right? Whether that's set up at your branch level, if that's set up across the organization, you can have as many of these as you want. Remember, NetSuite, you can have as many custom fields on any record that you need, and you can drive workflows off of those searches that you looked at in the dashboards earlier today. All right, so all I'm doing here with this workflow, again, these are states and the arrows are transitions. So you'll see later when I do some approvals, we'll have some journal entry approval, we'll have some purchase order approval. They follow a workflow, right? So there's no approval process that NetSuite can't do because of this particular feature here.
Hey Ryan, we're
Mhm.
just getting some feedback here on the chat. It's kind of hard to see in the room. Is there any way you could zoom in a little bit more? I don't know if it's the view, but just so everyone can get a better
If you zoom in the
idea.
browser a little bit, that would do it.
What's that?
I think if you zoomed in the browser a little bit, that would do it.
I think if you share the window instead of your desktop again, it's probably the same problem as before.
And again, I'm just wanting to reiterate from the chat just to make sure everyone can see.
Yeah, the problem with just sharing that though is I'm using other windows too back and forth, but it's all right.
Gotcha.
There we go.
Yeah, like that looks
That's
great.
great.
All right. Well, as long as you guys don't mind some of the background, because I'm going to have to click back and forth. But
okay.
awesome. So yeah, so this is the workflow. And basically what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go into the system, right? And I'm going to show you how you would create a customer, how you'd link those stores within that customer, how to be able to create items that you're essentially able to do the royalty calculation within NetSuite. If you're doing the royalty calculation outside of NetSuite and you want to bring it into NetSuite, that's not a problem. The workflow here, though, is fully here, fully baked in. We take in that POS data or any of that cash sale data flowing from any other system. And again, real time through the connectors that we have available. All right. And then we're able to generate those invoices and we're able to set them up to be recurring invoices so that they happen automatically. All right. So that's the next piece we're going to look at as I continue to walk through this. All right. Now, at any point in time, you have a quick action toolbar. So if you need to create a new customer, any of your functions, you can see here that you're able to really leverage within a tool. And if you don't have it on this list, but you have security to things that are on this list, you can click on personalize. And I'm just bringing that up in another tab. And whatever else I need to add, hey, maybe I'm putting bank details, maybe I cut checks, right? Those things, right? So you click save, and now you have access to that within your quick action toolbar. Okay. Just getting away from that. Let's come over to the customer record. All right. So all I did was create new customer. I had this one already set up in the system. I'm going to go here just to show you that one, I could accept a payment from here. I can drill into a dashboard, which I'll show you in a second. All right. As I come down here, though, you'll see different parameters. Now, there's some questions and, what can you do here? Well, again, any field you want to capture on a customer record, you are able to go ahead and add that field right to the customer record. You'll notice here that I have this turned on because I'm in administration mode, that I could add a new field or I could customize this form. All right, how hard is it to add a field? I'm going to go ahead and drill into this. It's going to bring it up in another tab just to show you I can create any type of field I want. And once I create this field, it becomes a tag that can drive any type of report, including a GL report. So I'm going to go ahead and we'll call this Planet Fitness. All right, this could be any type of field, right? It could be a list record. It could be let's just make it a checkbox, nice and easy for today. All right, I'm going to just say I want to see it in my list record. It's going to be on the customer record, and I want it to display in the main page of that record. All right, furthermore, if someone clicks on it and they want to know what it is, I'm just going to give a little help here to say, all right, this is a Planet Fitness field for transactions. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and click save. Just like that, I have added a field. Now, again, this permission is not something that you're handing out, right? It typically resides with someone in the IT function as an administrator or in finance, right? But it's not something that everybody would have. You would open this customer record 99% and not have this capability, all right? But I just wanted to show you that that's how easy that is. And now that's a driver, right? All I have to do now is refresh my screen, all right? And you'll see the field appear. And again, I can customize the form and put the field anywhere on the form that I want to. All right, but it's going to come here at the bottom. All right, and you can see here's Planet Fitness, right? So now that I've checked this off, this becomes a field that I can do a safe search off of. This becomes something I could filter a search off of. This becomes something I could drive a report off of. This becomes an object in the system that I could leverage our Suite Analytics workbooks with. All right. And again, all of this will be talked about throughout today's presentation, but I wanted to show you that so that you understand, hey, Ryan, are we able to add custom fields? Absolutely. Doesn't matter where, we're going to be able to do that. All right. Anyway, coming down now. So we've done that. We now tagged it. It's on this customer record. If you'll notice here, I've actually also created some specific stores for franchise ABC. One of them is Planet Fitness 1, 2, 3. I'm just going to go ahead and drill into add it for this particular store. And let me cancel that. I'll bring it up in another tab so we don't have to come back to that record. All right. So we go into the store number. All right. And I could see that, it's associated with an ownership type, that it's franchise, et cetera. There's also franchise details down here. Basically, this is where we're setting up the different types of fees that will basically read the cash sales and automatically produce those royalties, automatically produce those additional development fees or marketing fees. Those can be fixed amounts. They don't have to be rates, right? You can set up minimums, et cetera. So there's tremendous functionality here. Now, again, you may be doing it and happy doing it outside the system, want to bring it in, we'll take it in. When we get to journal entries today, I'm going to show you how to import. It's a very simple thing. And again, if we could set that up to automate as well. All right. So you'll also see under your stores, all the franchise sales data that has come in. All those cash sales are also located. And you're going to see that's a recurring theme today. When I get to a vendor record, you can see absolutely every transaction that ever took place with that vendor. All right. It's all linked right on these records. So again, you're never really lost in the system. You always have your global search, but when you are on these records, it's extremely helpful to actually be able to see all of this. All right. So that was the sale. So I'm going to come into one of these fees just to further illustrate this. I'm going to drill into this royalty fee. All right. And you're going to see how I set this up. But essentially, I came in and I said, hey, I'm going to leverage the item. All right. The item are the lowest granular elements in NetSuite. Some of them are inventory items. Some of them are non-inventory items. Some of them are service items. Some of them are expense items, assembly items, matrix items. There's a multitude of different types of items in NetSuite. But they streamline processes downstream the more you link at that item level. And all I'm saying here is I set up an item called royalty fees, and that's what's going to be going out on this invoice once I take this 5% of those cash sales when I run my invoicing. And I'm setting up a schedule. This one specifically is weekly. I set up my receivable account. I could see the form that I'm leveraging as well as effective dating. Okay, so that is how you set up stores on a customer record. Now, if you notice on this customer record, there's a lot of information, because everything you asked about within your use cases is here, all right, without even having to set it up. So for example, if I click into the financial tab, you'll notice that the credit limits are here, that I can place customers automatically on hold when they pass it, or I could give a warning, right? Again, the flexibility is tremendous, but here are the terms as well, right? Maybe you want to print something specific on the checks, and you always want to be able to have the visibility into your balance information and what's going on with this customer, right? In
Can
addition,
you see that information? Sorry, this is Melissa from the finance team. Can you see that balance information kind of at the parent level versus like an individual club level?
yes, everything rolls upstream.
Okay.
Yep, and I'm going to show you a record in a second that's going to illustrate that for you.
Okay.
Yep. All right. So again, just looking at some of these elements here. All right. It's all provided here. If you're setting up specific types of pricing at a customer level or a store level, you're able to set that up in here, and that'll override the pricing elsewhere in the system. All right. And again, based on effective dating if you need be. All right. The other thing that I want to talk about that we didn't really touch upon earlier is the communication tab. This is on every record, right? Not just the customer record here, where I could come in and attach files and I could see activities that have taken place within NetSuite. Now remember, NetSuite can't help it. We're giving you a CRM anyway, right? It just comes with our solution. I mean, and if you wanted to leverage it through your sales cycles and set up opportunities, turn them into quotes, and ultimately generate sales orders from that, you're able to, right? Again, a lot of people using Salesforce, they want to integrate. It's our number one integration, right? And there's no other software out there that we do more integrating with. All right. But again, anything you do in Salesforce, we have a real-time connector, and it comes directly into NetSuite and it can populate these records as well. All right. Now, with this communication, though, I could send out emails, I could set up events, I could come right here and send a specific email out. Earlier, when we drilled down on that journal or if we drilled down on the invoice, you could actually say, hey, that someone said that they didn't receive the invoice. Just click email, right? It'll attach the PDF. You'll be able to select a template that has a link that we have free customer centers that they could come in and make their payment, all right through the customer center. All right, so there's a lot on these records. The other thing is when it comes to that customer center, you have this access tab, and this is where you're going to say, hey, which contacts have access? You're going to give them a password? Are they going to create their own password as soon as they get the email, etc.? You send it out and you give them access just to the customer center. All right, it's a minimal access record. It allows them to, again, they can make payments, they can see statements, and they can communicate via the case or ticketing system, right? If they have a dispute with a bill, they can send that in. If they can, if you're working collaboratively on something on a project, they can be a part of it through communicating through that portal. All right. Now, on every record, you'll see I wrote audit trail on some, but the standard out of the box system information is what it's called. Again, when you see audit trail, it's only because I overrode it. You can, on these forms, you can name it whatever you want, right? Again, that'll be locked down in your organization, but you can go ahead and do that, right? Again, all your payment details, all the subsidiaries, because you're looking for a shared, customer here, and you could see the subsidiaries that I've linked to the customer, right? So again, same thing with vendors, right? We have the concept of shared customers and shared vendors. Now, give me 1 second. I want to bring something else up here. All right. I know this is probably going to be, let me shorten it because I'm sure it's coming up too big for you. Is that better? Can you see this record that I'm bringing up?
Yep.
Not yet.
Okay. So this is what we call.
Not yet. Not yet.
We're looking at your
You're not seeing the
Looking at
customer
the
360?
customers. Yeah, customer screen still.
Okay, hold on a second. That's because I only shared that window. Hold on.
Yep. No.
All right, can you see it now?
Yep. Yep.
Awesome. All right, so here we go. This is, again, all it is from that customer record. You click the little icon, that's a dashboard, and it brings up your dashboarding view. You'll notice, like earlier, you had seen a subsidiary structure. And later, I'll show you your subsidiary structure within NetSuite. But right now, this is a customer record. And if you notice the parent at the top, I have sub-customers because we have unlimited parent-child relationships. All right. And just like that subsidiary navigator, this is a personalizable record. But the minute I click on that level, the whole dashboard, all my key performance indicators at the customer level, my jobs, right? Everything is going to reconfigure itself based on what I've clicked. Click back to the parent, and I am consolidated once again, and it's looking at everything at that higher level. All right. And you'll notice throughout here, we have, all of these correspondences, all the CRM types of functions, phone calls, messages, events, sales orders. There's those cases I was talking about, right? And then, of course, we have a full project management system, which today we'll look at when we get to construction in progress. And I'll show you how you can automatically tabulate all of your expenses against that project and then automatically amortize it. Okay, I'm going to go ahead now and just come down, and you'll notice on this record, and it's personalizable. Everything's drag and drop. It's also, I could come in and add things if I have a new search that I set up because I'm bringing in data from a third-party tool, and I want to be able to marry that here on the customer record. That's what this is here for, and it's simple to do that. Everything is a click away. Okay. I'm gonna hover down though. You'll notice that I was looking at my invoices, right? But if I could look at any transaction in NetSuite, right? Not only could I look at all my CRM stuff, I could see all my GL stuff and I could see all my project management stuff within this solution. All right. And I'm always a click away, either editing or adding or viewing. And remember, all of these portlets, you can expand them quickly. All right. And you could drill into anything, right? So all of this can be drilled in and you can add your own filters, right? So at the top here, I have my own filters. Again, I could create my own views, my own searches, and each one of those can be a different flavor. I could click on anything to do sorting. So if I wanted to sort by accounts or I wanted to sort by anything on here, I'm able to do such. If I wanted to create a new contact for this invoice, I'm able to do so. New tasks, phone calls, etc. Your fingertip away on this record from doing everything. So everything and anything, including all the data that's rolling up, is here. So I can drill down to any transaction. In addition, I have all the contacts that not are just on the parent, but that roll up for the sub customers as well. All right. And all of these links here, these are standard out of the box. So for example, right now, hey, I don't need to run an aging report against all my customers. I only want to see it for, this franchise ABC. So I want to bring that up in another tab. I'm just going to drill into it. And you'll see it's going to bring up that aging report right on the fly for me. No big deal. All right. Again, you'll notice at the bottom all of the different functions you have. You can schedule this to go out on an email every Friday at 7 a.m. You can email it on the fly. You could export it to PDF, Word, or Excel, and we won't just export your data, we'll export your formulas. You'll notice the AR aging went into the detail side of things. So I could see all the payments and invoices and all the transactions that make up the buckets. But I want to see the buckets. So I'm going to click on View Summary. Now, when I click on View Summary, you're going to notice the aging options appear at the bottom. All right. Now, this is one of the slickest ways of doing things. I've worked for other software companies, and I'm telling you something, to try to change a report like this, it was such a headache. Right here, though, I could drill right into my aging options and say, instead of due date, I want to see transaction date. Instead of, I don't want to look at 3 bands, I want to look at 5 bands. And instead of days, I want them to be weeks. I'm going to go ahead and refresh my screen. And just like that, I have a real-time aging summary that looks and feels the way that I want. All right. And I could drill down on any one of these numbers to see what makes up that stream. All right. Those open balances. Now, in addition, I could click on customize and I could say, you know what, you'll see now it automatically gave it custom and it automatically put a number 48 because it'll never let you change the 350 standard reports out of the box. But it'll let you do that as long as it's a different name. If I try to save it with the same name, it will tell me you need to give it a new name. All right, so typically just name it whatever you want here. We'll just call it, PL aging summary. All right, and then of course I want to share this, with another person or another department or a subsidiary. Maybe I just share it with Adrian or a custom group I've created. All right, I just click save, and now just myself and Adrian are able to see this report in the in the system. All right. Now again, if I needed to drill on these, just go ahead. All right, I could drill right down on this $108 million number. It brings up all the transactions. I want to see the invoice. I just drill right on the invoice and I get all the way down to the actual invoice. And again, that goes for all of these reports that we've been showing and talking about throughout today. All right.
So I would say probably we don't need to spend maybe any more time on like the royalty concept, but could we spend a little more time on like the equipment side of things? So I know that was part of this.
Yeah. So, I mean, well, the next part we have is, I believe, the bank reconciliation, right?
Okay, yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Awesome. All right. So let me go ahead and switch. Okay. So automating your bank reconciliation and doing cash application, right? So let's go ahead. I'm going to come into your bank, and essentially now I can come in here and just click on match bank data, right? And it's going to take me to this one-stop shop where you guys are working with JP Morgan Chase. That file is going to come in on a daily basis into NetSuite. You're going to go ahead and select your account. NetSuite's going to automatically bring up all the transactions in the NetSuite side on the right, all of the transactions that did not match based on your reconciliation rules on the left. All right. So again, I could see that I want to shorten the screen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to filter this down to maybe just let's take a look at some deposits or something here. All right. So just to bring up the bottom so I could see this all in one place, but you can add journal entries, you can add charges, and you can add deposits. All right. So you can quickly and easily match things up and you could do everything you need to do right on this screen. All right. And I'm going to go ahead and let's do checks here.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
All right.
We're all like staring at each other like, holy smokes.
So one of the really cool things in here that I really like is when you select your check, for example, here, this is a fee, right? A fee that comes in from your bank on a regular basis. Think of it that you can come in and say, all right, well, that is a fee. I don't ever want to do this again, though. I want to tell the system, this is a fee. I'm going to go ahead and say, hey, I'm going to create this as a rule. Got to match them. So what that does is now it creates one of your reconciliation rules, and you never have to worry about that transaction not being journalized for you again. All right, so I could come back in and I'll bring up, let me X out of this and go into my reconciliation rules. All right. And within the reconciliation rules now, you could see NetSuite gives you these rules out of the box. You can use them, check them off, or you can create your own rules, right? And you can basically drag and drop your most specific rule. Maybe you want to get rid of a rule, all right? Your most specific rule. So you basically cast a net, my most specific to my least specific, and it just gets wider as it goes down, but hopefully you're capturing most of your transactions. So this isn't a monotonous process anymore. All right, but you can see how you can set up your own custom rules within NetSuite so that, hey, each time I do a bank reconciliation, I get better and better, and the system is going to learn more and more. In addition, let's talk about automated cash application. All right, so within the solution too.
Sorry, one question, Ryan.
Yeah.
I think you mentioned you can record the transaction based on the activity from the bank. Can you set up workflows with that to kind of track approvals based on certain thresholds or requirements?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep, 100%.
Ryan, one more question. Bridget, tech lead. I was wondering what the technology is on that integration. Is it API, pre-built for JPM?
Yes. So when it comes to JP Morgan Chase, they're unique in that they build it out and they provide it to you for NetSuite. They don't let us do it. So yeah, I mean, you could get all the details from them as far as how that's set up. I'm not sure, Matt,
It
if you
is.
know.
It is, yeah, it is a Suite app that's API based. So rather than doing a screen scrape or using like a Plaid, to authenticate your bank and go in and scrape data, they've actually built a Suite app specifically for NetSuite that APIs the bank data into NetSuite. So you can access it and punch out from NetSuite into Chase. So it's all, yeah, that it is Chase is probably the most unique in that regard. They've specifically built their own app for NetSuite.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome. All right. So what I brought up here is this automated cash application, right? So what the system is doing is it's saying, hey, these didn't match, but I think they should, right? So it's basically your net. And what it's saying is, all right, hey, meets industries. Let me drill into that, right? There's a payment here. All right. I could see the due date. I could see the amount, and that looks all good. Problem is it says 139 meets industries versus meets industries, right? So you can go ahead and now check it off and submit it because they are the same thing. Now, moving forward, that will not be caught anymore because the system now knows that's exactly they're the same thing. So you don't have to worry about this anymore. So the ultimate goal here is that everything gets applied according to how it's supposed to be applied, and you don't have to come to this cash application. But again, anything can give you an alert. So if you don't, anytime you get alerted that there's something here, you get an alert right on your dash, right in your reminder portlet, or right to your phone. All right. The other thing I wanted to show, all right, so this was basically the automation. Now, if you had to match or apply cash to a specific, right manually to a customer, you're able to do so right on the customer screen. So let me switch out of this for a second and go back to what I was doing before. And I'm just going to bring up the customer again. And we're going to go ahead and use an abbreviation. And you can see here's my customer. So now instead of gluing to that dashboard that I showed you before with that hierarchy and all that interaction, this is the actual, just the record, right? So the record that, that houses that. So I'm going to come in and on this record, you'll notice right at the top when it comes up, and it is taking a second. All right at the top, you'll see you can accept payments. All right. So within here, I just wanted to show a few things, right? So I'm just going to click accept payment. And some of the use case was asking, well, what about credits and what about deposits and how do I apply all of that? This is, again, a one-stop shop, right? In addition to that, we do have the deduction and chargeback suite app, right? So you can write off small balances and you could do, deductions and chargebacks. You could see all the invoices specifically that are outstanding for this customer, as well as the customer that rolls up underneath it. All right. Now, if I click into the credits, this is where I could see there's credit memos. All right. I could see that, there's been payments, right? So I think in the use case you were saying, well, what if one of them was an underpayment and one of them was an overpayment, right? So again, that's what we're looking at here. All right. So the original amount here was 5,000 and the amount remaining is 2,500. And you know what? I didn't do another one here. I could do another one. But again, what it will do is it will automatically give the balance back on this record. So if you overpay, it'll become something that you can apply to the actual invoice on the other side. How do we do that? Well, let's say first I want to take this credit memo, and maybe I also want to take this 10,000 remaining, and I'm going to go into the invoices here, and let's apply it to this 70,000, for example. All right, and you could see the credits are 11,000. So basically my payment amount is going to be applied now is going to be 59,000 because it's deducting what I took from here. The same thing on the client deposit, right? If I have a deposit here, I'm able to leverage that the same way I did with that against my invoices and go ahead and make the application. If I want to do a partial, I can override the number and do a partial, and then the remaining amount will still be outstanding. You can go ahead and click save. Now, when it comes to your deductions and chargebacks, you can set up specific rules for like small amounts and whatnot. I'm going to go back to that customer record. Remember, everything's linked, right? I can even drill into the invoice. All right, and I'm going to do the payment again. And within this deductions and chargebacks, you could see that, you could apply, you can come in here and basically say, I want to go ahead and, put a deduction in here, or I want to do, a chargeback, right? You're able to set up rules on how these work. This is a suite app. It's free. It comes with NetSuite. When we talk about suite apps, I do want to just call your attention because I don't want to keep saying it and you not really know what it is. Suite apps are just like just like your phone, right? You can download an app whenever you want on the iPhone or the Android device. Smartphones can do this. So can NetSuite, right? So right within here, we have over 600 certified partners or suite app partners that are in here. All right. So they build bridges to third-party tools and they actually run their own businesses where they create everything right within NetSuite. So it just gets deployed like a bundle in your instance. Okay. So again, that's what we did here. So if I was, for example, looking up that deduction and chargeback, I would just type it in and you could see it's right here. And I already installed it. All right. And all it is, and this is how we give out kind of side functionality in addition to the two major upgrades we do per year. All right. We give out additional functionality like this through Suite Apps.
Got it.
Awesome. Getting back to this. Okay. So that was the deductions and chargebacks. Hold on one second here. Just want to make sure that I'm covering off on everything you asked. Okay.
If we can
Oh.
skip to the equipment stuff, I just want to make sure we have plenty of time for any questions on that.
Are we talking about fixed assets?
No, sorry, the equipment order management.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it right now. That's where I was going next. Let's go.
Perfect.
All right, awesome. So again, we were talking about doing sales orders, right? So again, and automatically having drop ship from that. So let's go ahead. I'm going to use my quick action toolbar. I'm going to drill into the sales order. All right, it's going to bring up the form, standard form that I'm using. Again, we have as many forms as you need, and you could select them from a drop down depending on your security, right? I'm going to go ahead, and this time I'm going to go ahead and use BCD. Whoops. One second, so this is it. Hold on. Oh, no, it's not coming up. Franchise BCD, I believe.
Maybe under a different sub.
No, it was the same. Sorry about this.
It's okay.
There it is. That's weird. Okay. Maybe because I'm switching back and forth from different instances, but this is fine. So there it is. All right. So I have my customer selected, and now I'm going to go in and I'm going to go ahead and believe we were talking about a treadmill. All right, I'll click off on that. You're going to see automatically the preferred vendor populated. Although you could override that with another vendor, you'll see that it's a drop shipment because I set it up on the item record, which we'll look at momentarily. All right, and then I have my quantity and whatever else I need out here, right? So let's just say we're going to get 10 treadmills. All right, I need description I want to put in. You can see the rate that I've associated on the item record. All right, I could override that again based on my security access and capability of changing the rates. All right. But just like that, I've created a sales order, right? So I'm going to go ahead and click add. So and again, if I wanted to add multiple lines at one time, I'm able to. We have the ability to do all the shipping at the line item level as well. But I'm just going to come back over here and I'm going to go ahead and click save. Right now, when I save this, because of the fact that I set up the treadmill as a drop ship order, it's going to automatically, once I approve it, create the purchase order for me. So I'm going to go ahead and click approve. And once it's approved, you're going to see it's going to pop up. It's also going to link it right to the record under relationships, right? So you could see here's the sales order number and here's the purchase order number that automatically was created. All right. So coming back to the sales order,
And
you'll
just
see.
a quick question, sorry,
Yeah.
Ryan.
Mhm.
You could have multiple products on the sales order that are different vendors, and that'll create multiple POs.
100%.
Yeah.
Yep. And you'll see them all linked, right? All the way down here. And again, you could drill into those POs, bring it up
Ryan,
in another tab.
Ryan, this is Bridget. You mentioned the Salesforce connector. and real-time integration. If we were to bring in these orders, at what point would we have to click approve on everyone in order to generate those POs?
You don't. I have that built in. If you don't want to approve and you want it coming in approved, that's fine. And those POs will automatically go out. Again, this is just a data set. And if I wanted to turn off approvals for them, I absolutely could.
So upon import, it would make both the sales order and the PO, sounds like?
Correct. If that's what you're looking to do. If you do want to do the approval, you can have it come in and then do the approval. But yes, if it's coming in approved, it can automatically generate those POs upon coming in.
Yeah, the approval right now happens upstream in Salesforce, so.
Hey, whatever works for you guys, I encourage it, right? I don't want to give you anything you can't use. I'm just trying to give you what you can, right? So if you guys like that, keep doing that.
Can we talk a little bit about the pricing and the price levels, price books, expiration?
Sure. So again, before depending on customers, we looked at that, but here's the item record, right? Before I go ahead and fulfill and show you the partial and the scenario, here's the non-inventory item called the treadmill, right? So if I come in here and I look at my sales and pricing, you'll see I just set up a few different price levels here, and I set up my quantities, and I could set up tiered pricing for, hey, this quantity, I'm going to give a smaller price, et cetera, right? I can also adjust these with effective dates, all right? It's basically through our mass bulk update, right? You can change and you can use a search to drive the items that you want to change and tag them with an effective date.
Perfect.
Okay.
And I can see the currencies too, right? So you could have different currencies and pricing.
Yeah, currency specific price books. Absolutely.
Yep.
But still tied to that same item number.
Exactly. You can, yep. And again, you can have your items in a group, right? You can link them to a group. You can lock them down to a specific subsidiary or all the entities. You could lock it down to any of the other segments too, like your class, location, or even custom segments that you create in the tool.
Yep.
So it's definitely very granular, however you'd like to lock that down. But a couple of things I do want to point out on this item record is I was talking earlier too, if I'm purchasing it, I could set up my purchasing rates. If I'm also setting up my preferred vendors, I can do that here. I could also have multiple on here. I don't have to have just one, right? So I could say, you know what, Bagel Brands main distribution, they're also one, right? So now I have two, and I could have the whole list here, but again, they all will show up on my list unless I'm whittling it down. So just show me these, right? Otherwise, I could have a vendor list of every vendor that I have security access for when I go and do a purchase order. Okay. The other thing that Matt will talk about at the end of this section is revenue recognition. All right. But you can also set up revenue recognition. He'll get more into that, and as well as amortization right on the item record. So it's automatically kicked off. So for prepaid expenses, for example, for amortization, you can select a specific template. You can give it a period. And now whenever that vendor invoice comes in, it can automatically kick off an amortization schedule for you.
Got it.
All right. Or you could override it at the time of vendor invoice. Okay. The other thing,
Ryan, when you say override it, do you mean like create customizable schedules based on how you want something allocated?
correct. So this is just a template, and you can make a lot of these, and you could create a new template, and you'll be able to select from the drop-down list if you have security to do so on the actual vendor invoice when it comes in and you get it approved.
Okay.
Right. And that will kick off. Yeah. And we're going to take a look at that a little while, but yeah.
Like some people do it that way. Some people just do it ad hoc as needed.
Yep.
It all depends how you want
Yeah,
to
you'll have the ability to do both, and the nice thing too is you can configure these templates to just essentially populate from a start date. So yeah, you could pre-configure all the templates or just create them on the fly.
Yep.
General,
And I think
if someone
question.
does an allocation like that, would it follow some sort of approval flow if we wanted it to?
Absolutely. In a little while, I'm going to take you through both amortization schedules, approving them, as well as fixed assets.
Awesome.
Okay. So the other thing I want to point out is remember earlier you saw me create custom field, right? So the only field I saw that was on your use case that wasn't on this record was this product category, right? And I just put in, cardio machines and weights. But again, it's whatever you need to tag anywhere in our system, you are able to tag, right? So I'm just going to put that as a cardio machine. I'm going to go ahead and click save. And just like that now, this has a relationship and I could drive a report off of this tag. All right. So we were on the sales order and you'll notice at the top, there's some specific functionality, right? Fulfillment. Well, we drop shipped, but maybe they only got half of that, right? So I'm going to go ahead and click on fulfill here. And it's going to take me to the fulfillment record in NetSuite. And it's going with the full 10, but guess what? We didn't do 10. We only did 5. So I'm going to override that. I'm going to put in 5. And now I'm going to go ahead and click save. All right, so now I'm fulfilling 5. That means there's still 5 outstanding. All right, so only 5 have been shipped. And if I drill back into the sales order, you'll notice too that let me go back. Sorry, let me do the bill first. You'll notice I could create a vendor invoice to the customer for just those 5 now, right? So if I click on this, it's going to automatically create the vendor invoice. I'm sorry, the client invoice for that amount. And you can see under the items here, the treadmill, and it's only 5. Now, this will also automatically go to the bulk queue where you can invoice, generate a batch of invoices all at once, or you can have it set up for recurring. So the thing with recurring, let me bring that up. Whoops. All right, I'm going to just bring up scheduled billing operations here. I need one of them. All right, and let me do a list of one I already did. All right, and we'll bring up this vendor machine, whatever. I'm going to go into edit. What I did here was I said, all right, I want to automatically invoice, right? I want a bill run to happen for this particular subsidiary, but for this specific customer or group. I could do it for all customers, right? I'm saying what date. I'm saying how often is this going to happen? Is it going to be a monthly thing, a quarterly thing, an annual thing? Do I want it to repeat every 1 month, 2 month, et cetera, right? You basically dictate how you want the system to work with this. But I'm going to take it a little bit further here. You're going to notice that, whoops, I thought that was my arrow, that this saved search, right, is available. So out of all the transactions, expenses, charges, items, hours, et cetera, that you have with customers throughout the system, you can further fine tune it by driving a search, a query, saying, all right, I only want, I could say in this query, it's only going to be these 3 customers. It's only going to be, this specific charges, et cetera. And I'm going to drive this recurring invoicing based on them. And then once I set it, I forget it, right? Because it's going out whenever anything's approved, it's following that. Now we also have other concepts. I don't want to get too deep, but if you need it, we have grouping invoices. We have consolidated invoicing where you may have, you need to bill across multiple projects to a client, or you have a client that you need to bill on behalf of sub-clients. So, all of that functionality also exists within NetSuite.
So just real quick. So like if you think about core partnership billing, right? Like that's where this kind of plays in better, right? So sometimes we'll get a Salesforce close one deal. It'll say, hey, this is related to this quarter of activity for 36 grand, but we know we need to do 12 grand, 12 grand, 12 grand each month of that quarter. And in GP today, we can't just set a schedule that says go do this and recognize the revenue ratably. This is what this allows.
Yep, absolutely.
For just real quick, so for the other stuff, for the equipment billing and all that, I mean, that's really going to be coming from Salesforce. Yeah. If you really think about it, it's going to be coming through Salesforce. You do the Salesforce part right, flows to this NetSuite billing module, and the billing team then will look at all the to-dos that came over from Salesforce from a close one deal and start kicking out those invoices, et cetera.
Essentially fulfill the order and
Correct.
It automatically triggers the invoice.
Correct. Yeah. And then behind the scenes from an accounting lens, really what everything happens is it automatically goes to unbilled. So there's this concept of a GL called unbilled. And once it's actually billed with a billing team, it goes out of unbilled and into AR. So it's to wrap the GL head around it. I just want to give you that context, but for everybody else, you wouldn't care.
Yep, absolutely. Yep. That's absolutely right. Awesome. All right, let's keep going.
Can I ask a question on the back orders? Is there a report that's easily able to run to show every order and every vendor that has back orders?
100%. So again, when we want to take a look at sales order reporting, you have sales order by customer, by item, by rep, and you can modify any of these. You can have a search across all of them. But I mean, I could just click right into it and it's a standard report. All right, and I can modify it as needed. And again, I haven't done a lot in this data set, which you could see for the month of April. I only have this stuff here for you guys.
So you're basically looking for unfulfilled, right?
Yeah.
Yep. So again, anything that you want to see as far as that goes too, we can always come in and let's like, for example, earlier today we looked at a search that was out there, but we didn't create one. I'm going to show you how easy it is to create one. All right. Let me drill into new search here. Right. These are all your options for searches. I'm just going to go into transaction. That's pretty comprehensive. All right. And I'm just going to filter it down to specifically sales orders. All right, and then what we'll also do is put a filter in there to say fulfilled, unfulfilled, right? So we can get what we're looking for. So rather than the one-time search, I want to create something I can have all the time. So I'm going to click create save search. All right, I'm going to give it a name and we'll just call this, PL sales orders. All right, I'm going to make it public. It's going to be available on my list views. All right, I'm going to allow it to be on my dashboard. I'm going to also use sublists as another thing. You could have it as a tab show up elsewhere in the system. All right, and you could also show it in your menus. All right, I could also whittle who has access to this report, and I could have this automatically send out emails, remember. First thing I'm going to do though is because I want to look for something very specific, I'm going to grab the type. I'm going to come in, I'm going to say I want to see just sales orders, right? So let me drag that sales order, click that. So now this search is only going to look for sales orders. All right. But we also probably want to look at status. So let's go ahead and click status. And what we want is we want sales order partially fulfilled. Let me do command and control here.
And while doing that,
You know what? I'm just going to bring them all in. I'll bring them all in and we'll just filter it at the top. Sorry, question.
I was going to say, there's also standard reports around sales orders, sales order back order report. There's the inventory back order report. So those are also just standard out of the box reports.
Just super high. I love that you're showing this. Just want to explain high level, right? What's going to happen, Greg, to really your point, you're going to get a standardized, SOXified, locked report on the NetSuite side, and then you're going to have a standard report on the Salesforce side, and literally at the end of each month, and whenever we all determine that everything's closed, you're going to say, what's 1, 2, 3 say here? What's 1, 2, 3 say here? Does it match? Great, we're good. Because really, this should just be transactional data flowing downstream. So you can probably get it in both places is the point, but we're going to be doing this tie out sort of SOXification exercise to say, yep, record of truth is right, ERP is right, they all match, we're good. But I want you to see this, Greg, as well, because it would be nice to see from the ERP the back orders for sure.
Yeah, I also like to show this because I just feel NetSuite is such an amazing platform and you're able to do this where a lot of others ask them to show it to you in the room, right? Because it becomes difficult to do. And here's all my sales orders pending fulfillment, right? And I just left. I can get rid of all the extra information I don't need here. I can get rid of the main line too. And now this would also be something that I could have right on my dashboard.
How well does your system, like if we were getting shipping reports from the vendors of everything that's shipped to a location, can it do this all automated fairly easily versus having to go in and say, oh, only 5 treadmills shipped instead of 10?
No, I mean, any notification, you're talking about getting notified about it?
I think if we worked with our vendors to be able to somehow connect when they ship goods, it then just flows into our ERP system of this is what was shipped, and then we can verify it. with?
Look, absolutely. Again, NetSuite's an open API, and there's several tools out there that allow that connection. So if you're connected to your vendor that way, it could easily flow in and let you know as soon as that they ship.
Yeah, I've worked with customers who we've connected via EDI just for that purpose, just so when they ship it pushes over automatically. Or they receive.
Awesome. Any other questions on this? I know there was one other piece here that you guys wanted to talk about that was the quoting. Did you want, obviously we can take Salesforce, we have our own opportunities and quotes, but we can create our own quotes as well right within NetSuite. So if that's something you want to see, I'm happy to show you a quote.
We could do that as a follow-up if we feel like we want to. I want to make sure we get through everything else.
Okay. Well, this section, how much time do we have left? It's 11:21, right? Do we?
9 minutes.
Okay. So this and then the AR dashboard was it for this section.
Okay.
All right. So
was there any like rev rec stuff that you were going to show?
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
I'm going to show that. Yeah, I think I need to get to that. I can get through that in 8 to 10 minutes.
Okay.
All right. Let me stop sharing and let Matt take that.
Can I just ask one question while you guys are switching over back to price books?
Yep.
So if we have a specific vendor that sells a product and they want to run a promo for 3 months, we can just set that up in the system for the pricing, that 20% discount on the pricing for those 3 months.
Yep.
And how does it calculates it correctly? So if it was ordered on August 30th, the day before the sale started, it would be the full price. And then on September 1st, when the pricing is new, it would use that price all the way through to when it gets shipped.
Yeah, so there's a bulk update that you would designate the dates on, which inherently become effective dates. And when you set up your price levels, you would set up the percentages that take that rate. So 100%.
And how do you upload or how do you update 400 products at once? Is that
so that's the bulk update. I was actually going to do it before, but it's a natural function within NetSuite.
Okay.
You could do it for a lot of things, not just items and prices.
Maybe that's like a follow-up. If there's like a video or something you could show us separately.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'm getting set up here. My name is Matt Monahan. I run our solution consulting team for the enterprise segmentation here at NetSuite. Worked with a lot of hospitality brands over the years. I wanted to apologize. iPhone pushed an update, I guess, I don't know, the last few days, and the alarm feature is no longer part of the clock. It's, I guess, part of the health app, and my alarm didn't go off this morning, so I'm glad I'm not in the room. I wouldn't have made it, and I haven't taken a shower, so I apologize for that.
Thanks for joining, Matt.
Yeah, you bet. I'm West Coast, so it was an early start for me. Here we go. So I just want to talk a little bit about revenue recognition. So NetSuite, back, gosh, it was a long time ago now, but 606 came out like 2015, I think it was announced, or 2014 it was announced. We were working with KPMG on building a revenue recognition product that encompassed the components of 606. So what we've done is we built a solution natively within NetSuite that automatically decouples revenue recognition from billing. So anytime a sales order or subscription or invoice comes into NetSuite, we're actually taking the data from that sales transaction and creating what we call a revenue arrangement. That revenue arrangement has performance obligations. Those performance obligations need to meet revenue recognition requirements per ASC 606. So we can go into all the details around 606 another time, but I just want to let you know we have a purpose-built solution for this. I wanted to show you an example related to your franchise, initial franchise fee or franchise initiation fee, and the area development fee. So this is in order. Let's say you onboard a new franchise, you sign a contract with them. You can see we've got links to, a franchise agreement or a contract record here within the system. And then I've got two items, right? I've got an initial franchise fee and I've got an area development fee. Franchise fee is 500,000, area development fee 100,000. These have, dates associated with contract details. But when I approve this, NetSuite's automatically going to generate that revenue contract or that revenue arrangement record that I just mentioned. It takes just a few seconds here. And when it creates that, it pre-populates all of the revenue recognition journals based on the ratable revenue recognition plan. So in this case, we're going to say, hey, here's my performance obligation for the initial franchise fee, $500,000. We're going to recognize that over an estimated life of the franchise. In this case, I put 60 months. That might be 10 years, it might be 12 years, whatever it is in your case. We can set up the revenue recognition rule to make sure that we're recognizing that revenue over an estimated customer or estimated life of the franchise. And then same thing, I use the same treatment for the area development fee. But this could be anything. This, if this were like a project, it could be percent complete. If it were, a subscription, it could just be straight line over a contract term, over a service term, right? If it were something that needs to be, shipped out, we could recognize it based on fulfillment or delivery. So any gap compliant revenue recognition method can be accommodated here. If I pull up the revenue recognition plan for the initial franchise fee, what you'll see is that franchise fee is scheduled to be recognized over that 60-month period starting on the 18th of April per the contract. And you can see it's using an exact days method every single month to recognize that amount. Actually, in this case, I think I have it using an even amount per accounting period. But we offer straight line exact days, straight line even periods. You can do it prorated in the first and last month, whatever method that is most desirable by your audit team. We accommodate. So, any questions on the deferral and recognition of the revenue?
That's cool.
I wanted to show you some reporting around revenue. Sorry, my Zoom feature is blocking my view. Hold on a second.
Quick question on that. So if you defer the revenue or whatever you're doing, how does it post it into the GL? Does it just book it for the next 60 months at the start, or does it kind of just post at the beginning of each month?
Yeah, I'll show you that. So it posts you have options. You can have it auto post and it'll post on, whatever schedule you decide to post. So like you could say, hey, I've got all this pre-planned revenue. It's fixed. It's not going to change. I'm going to post that on the first day of the month. So I have it in my reporting on the first day of the month. You could say, I want to post it on the last day of the month. No problem. You could do it ad hoc as well, where you kind of review the revenue before you post it, and just do it, contract by contract. So.
To your point, right? So the revenue accountant in this scenario, you'd have at the end of each month, hey, you got to go close out the revenue module. We're going to suggest you post for this month, 1 month of activity related to these 100 items that NetSuite has identified as revenue items. That's what you're really reviewing and saying, hey, I'm confident in this. Yes, click the button, go post, and it posts whether it's an 88 fee, whether it's FA fee, whether it's by role, obviously, you want to do whatever you're in charge of or responsible for, but that's the concept. So you do it right on the front end. It's going to tell you on the month that you're trying to close, go look at all this stuff. I'm suggesting to post it. That's what you're reviewing.
Yeah, the system maintains the waterfall, and then
Correct.
You're just approving or denying what the system's already
based on your expectation alignment. Correct.
And you can do contract modifications too. So like if one of those changed, you could do that.
Yeah, absolutely. You can, yeah, we have a screen called update performance obligations or update revenue arrangements. And yeah, you can go in there and modify things in mass, kind of like what you're seeing here. Like I can choose to post all of these journals that are pre-planned per the revenue module. Click create journals, have them auto approve. Oh yeah, or I could go through one at a time. I could filter by customer if I want. Um, yeah, we've got this update.
Like rev arrangement's really like accounting land. That's where we would live. To see, hey, what's going on here for the month?
Yeah. So sorry, real quick. I just wanted to make sure I got to uh, this report. So this is a nice waterfall report for our revenue. And if I collapse this, you'll see the order we just approved for Planet Fitness and its related performance obligations. I had booked a couple of them in here for testing, but I'm going to break this out by accounting period, and then we're going to see the waterfall over the entire life of this contract. Planet Fitness Pittsburgh. And so, yeah, you can see how this revenue is going to be recognized. And once you post revenue for a period, it will just fall off, right? Or it will change to a status of recognized, not planned. So it's a really nice reporting view. I know we're a little bit strapped for time in this section, but are there any other questions regarding revenue recognition?
No.
Okay. Did we want to cover the AR aging real quick?
Yes, please, if you can.
All right.
But it's got to be brief, I think. The next group.
Yeah, it's an aging. I know ERP has been around for a long time, so yeah, nothing really earth-shattering here, right? You can determine the buckets that you want to age invoices in, 30, 60, 90, 120, whatever, you can define them. And then you can determine, hey, how do I want to age? Do I want to age based on due date? Do I want to age based on transaction date? You just select the as of date, run your report. All this is drillable, so I can say, hey, for Athletic Greens, if I want to drill into their past due balance here and that 30-day bucket, I can get down to the original invoice record, review it. So one thing I will say that is transforming the accounts receivable process within NetSuite is our MCP connector. So I think Ryan discussed this earlier, but customers are leveraging Claude and Chat GPT agents to essentially just create all of the dunning emails associated with their past due accounts and then propose those emails back into NetSuite for a user to release to the customer. So it is a very cool thing. Like, this combination of an AI tool of your choice combined with the structure that NetSuite provides really provides a lot of efficiency. So that is one thing we're seeing happen kind of across the industry. So
Yeah, we kind of do that now in a
Great.
not so sophisticated way.
Cool.
Matt, along those lines, customer statements, automating those with attached invoices?
Yes, yeah, that for sure. Let me see. Generate statements. Yep. So yeah, you can just come in here. I can say, hey, I only want to generate statements for open transactions, or I want them to see their history. You can do this customer to customer. You can do it for all customers at a time, right? But yeah, you can just mass initiate these statements to be sent out. You could also have this run just on a recurring schedule as well. So
With attached invoices?
Yeah.
yeah,
We have dunning also.
Yep.
Yeah, I was going to say, so the Dunning
Yeah.
module, you're able to set up procedures and you can have the invoices automatically attached and the statements as well. And yeah, once you set it, you can
Yeah.
forget it. And you could pause Dunning, you can use exceptions, you can do it at the customer level, the invoice level.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Mhm.
All right, if we can switch over to source to pay. Thank you, guys.
Well, Matt,
Ryan,
did you
yeah,
want
you
to
want
do
me to
vendor?
kick it off with the vendor onboarding and then I'll pass
Yep,
it to you?
yep.
Okay.
Awesome.
All right. Okay, so one thing we've been doing more and more of now is kind of building configurable, vendor portals, right? We've got like obviously we've got lots of customers, and vendor onboarding is a big deal. Um, so different companies have different requirements for vendor onboarding and different compliance requirements. So we really give you a lot of flexibility here. But if you can see, this is kind of like the end-to-end flow of the onboarding process, right? Your AP team in NetSuite is going to create a vendor record for a new vendor. They are going to enable the vendor portal and vendor onboarding access for that vendor. When they do so, NetSuite generates a security token and sends a welcome email to the vendor. The vendor gets that email. They, click complete my onboarding. I'll show that to you in a second. They upload any compliance related information that you require of them. And then somebody on the AP team reviews what they submit in NetSuite and approves that vendor. When it's approved, it becomes an active vendor, and now they can, you can start to transact with them. But this isn't, this is a mock-up of like what a welcome email could look like for Planet Fitness, right? They get an email that says complete my onboarding. Whatever your compliance requirements are for vendor onboarding, it will kind of push those to them. So when they click on complete my onboarding, it'll take them to an onboarding form, right? They got to type in their company information. They got to select, their payment method. They've got to upload whatever compliance related documents you're requiring of them. In this case, a W-9, a certificate of insurance.
Just so you know, Matt, there was a question in the chat. I didn't mean to interrupt you. But Susan was wondering if this can be done manual as well in a case the vendor will not access the portal.
Yeah, absolutely. This could all, yeah, you do not have to give anybody access to the vendor portal. It's just a feature for onboarding if you do want a self-service vendor onboarding solution. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. So I apologize if I misinterpreted the onboarding requirement and the
No, I think we definitely want to go down the path of a vendor portal. It's just if there are some small mom and pops that maybe don't want to use this, we could still onboard them, just not, doesn't have to be all or nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. It is it's simply a checkbox on the vendor record. So when you're creating a vendor initially, you can, if you check that box, you're essentially saying, "Oh, I'm pushing out this vendor portal to them." If you don't check the box, it's just all managed internally. Yeah.
Are you able to, once the vendor enters their data, the person within AP looks at it, says, yes, everything's complete, then put it into a workflow to an appropriate like workflow approval?
Exactly. Yeah, we have a it's called a vendor what is it called? Vendor onboarding compliance review, and it's essentially a dashboard portlet within NetSuite. And the NetSuite, AP user will be able to review all of the compliance tasks for that vendor and approve them before they become an active vendor. So there's an internal review process before you can even transact with that vendor.
Just stepping back quickly, how does the information, or how does this dashboard get to the vendor? Do you set them up in the system and push it out to them, but they're not like fully active, or what's that flow? If that question makes sense.
Yeah, so once they're approved, once you've approved them, they've submitted their onboarding documents, you've reviewed it, you've approved it. NetSuite sends this security link, essentially this it's called a magic link, and they can click it, and then that just takes them, it validates them, and it takes them into a vendor portal, their vendor portal. So then, what they're viewing is, kind of whatever you want to display to them. But, in this case, they're reviewing the status of the compliance documents that they submitted. They can drill in. You can push out new requirements to them, and they can log in and manage those. And then they can see the status of the invoices that that they've previously submitted to you. In this case, a few of them are paid. This one hasn't been paid yet. It's in process. But the nice thing about this is we're also allowing them to submit their own invoice through the portal. So instead of them having to email you and then you having to run it through OCR, or machine learning to get the invoice in the system, you can actually just kind of force them to upload their invoice here, and then it can run through those processes. So that is an option as well. But like I said before, like different customers, so many of our customers have kind of unique requirements for vendor onboarding that we just kind of like to understand what you need and then configure it. Yeah. So. Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to pass this back to Ryan then to get through the source to pay process.
Awesome. Thanks, Matt. That was great. I'm just sharing out my window if I can find it here. Okay. So we took a look at the onboarding, the self-service. Obviously, we can manually do it, and it's not, not either or. But what I want to do now is let's get into actually doing a purchase order, right? Having it routed, a purchase request, have it turn into a purchase order, show the approval process, receive against it, show you what it looks like to actually enter a vendor bill into NetSuite, and then we'll look at the AI. And I don't say OCR, I say AI because we don't need a template. We scan it automatically in NetSuite. You could send it to an email inbox that comes into NetSuite. It automatically gets scanned and the form automatically gets populated within NetSuite. All right, and then obviously you can make your disbursements based on the terms, and we'll go from there and kind of get into some of the other things like the vendor bill distribution and splits and stuff.
Oh, I have a question. How quickly does that move through the OCR or the AI process?
I'll show you one live. I'll drag and drop one.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Awesome. All right, so let's go. Let's get back, and I think I'm gonna have to reshare here because it's not gonna let me do this. Oops. All right, let me try one more time. And I am sharing this. Okay. Should see my screen now. We're in as Abby Kwan, and she's just an employee. Are we good?
I believe so.
Okay, awesome. All right.
Well,
So are you
it's
able to
like
see the
we can
employee
see
side?
it, Ryan. We can see it, Ryan, but it's like taking up only like 2/3 of your screen, and it's right in the center. But I think it's okay. It might be a little.
How's that?
Yeah, still a little bit small. There you go.
That's
there.
great.
Yeah,
Oh,
right
okay.
there.
Let me do that again. All right. So again, you'll notice now. Sorry, question?
No, you're good.
Awesome. You'll notice now that there really aren't many options on here, right? Because NetSuite again is role-based, right? And there's going to be certain people that don't access the tool because it's just not part of what they do on a daily basis. They may do some purchase requests, some expense reports or timesheets. But for the most part, they don't need full access. They're not a power user within NetSuite. And that's exactly what we're looking at right here. So I'm currently signed in as Abby Kwan, and I'm just going to go ahead now and I'm going to initiate the process by clicking on Enter Purchase Request. It's going to bring up the form that we've locked down to specifically either Abby and maybe some of her cohorts. But the point is that, again, it's going to be we're mandating the process so that it's consistent. If there's a field that's mandatory you want filled out, you'll see the little icons that make it mandatory. All right. And again, if it's a hard stop, we could also do warnings. All right. I'm going to go ahead and let me just grab Brocade Fitness Equipment. I'm going to grab a laptop from this, but at the same rate, I changed the name of this vendor. So all right, so I'm selecting the vendor that I need. You'll see that with the segmentation, I am requiring a location on here, right? So I'm going to go ahead and select that location. And the item that I want, we're going to say is a blue 17-inch laptop Dell. All right. You'll see I already have, because this is an inventory item, I've got 5,243 on hand. All right. 4,621 are available, right? Meaning I could get them. But again, we're just doing a PO here, and I'm going to go ahead and say, maybe we need another 10. All right. And again, I could override the rate if I have security to do so. If not, I can't. Right. So just like that, I click OK. And I'm going to go ahead now. And again, even from here, if I had security access, I could do my bill distribution. But I'll show you that in a little while when we get to the vendor bill. I'm going to go ahead and just click save. All right. Now remember, we set up approval processes. This already knows who to go to, right? I have a specific purchasing manager is going to be the approver for this purchase request. So the minute I click save, it automatically sends an email directly to that purchasing manager, and it also updates their reminder portlet within NetSuite, and it could also send them obviously a push notification. But if you look here, you can see it's pending supervisor approval. So as Abby, I'm done. I submitted it. Hopefully it gets approved. I get the laptops that I need. All right, I'm going to go ahead now and switch roles. All right, you're going to see me go through several different roles. So right here, I'm going to go now in as a purchasing manager. Completely different role. I'm going to be very specific to that. Purchasing, shipping, receiving, inventory, right? You can see them all across the top in your menu options. You can see the reminder portlet right at the top, which again is those responsibilities, right? Purchase requests that need to be approved. I could see it right there. So I could drill right in there. Remember, everything is actionable in NetSuite. All right, so I see that's for Abby. It needs approval. It's 10 grand. I'm going to go ahead and select it and just go ahead and click save. Now I could have drilled into it. I could have made comments. I could have went back and forth. This is just a fast way of saying, all right, this is fine. I knew this was coming. I approved it. And just like that, that purchase order just went to the vendor. Now I could have went through another approval and went higher and had as many more approvals as needed. But just like that, I was able to automatically send that out to the vendor right from here.
And
Now,
Ryan, do you have
yes.
one that has a workflow that we could look at quicker or no?
And I think question alongside that is how detailed or how is like that workflow structured to flow? Like right now we do it by department, but what sort of like functionality or limitations are there?
So
there aren't limitations. It's just however you want to configure that. There's an out of the box workflow that does it based on like employee supervisor hierarchy and their approval threshold limits. But you can configure the workflow to do whatever the approval hierarchy is that you want, that you need for your. Yeah.
Can't keep flipping because I'll lose
You
this.
can have multiple approvers. You can have it, based on thresholds. You can have it based on specific employees or departments. It's
So
really
in the deck,
any factor can be.
in the deck, I provide you with one, and if I could switch back, I could show it to you. I'll switch over and do another one. Let me get through this, and I'll show you one that's multi-tiered based on dollar threshold for a controller and a CFO.
Perfect.
Awesome. Okay, so let's just say in this instance, the PO is already on the way, and now we're going to go in. We were as a purchasing manager. Now we're going to be going in as a inventory manager. We need to receive the goods. All right, so again, you'll see that the role is going to change and be specific to this inventory manager. All right, again, the orders to receive are right here at the top. All right, I can just drill right in and go ahead and receive against those orders that are outstanding. And because I have it at the most recent and sorted that, it's right at the top. I could see that it was for Brocade Fitness Equipment, 10 grand. I can go ahead and click receive and initiate that process. It takes the information from the PO. It creates the actual receipt. This one's going to come up, all right, because maybe I didn't get 10. Maybe I only got 5, right? I can put in whatever I need here, all right? This is your receipt, and you could just click save. And now naturally, if you need to issue the vendor bill or create it in the system, I'm going to show you where it automatically comes into the system through an email where we use a lot of people. Like you think of it as OCR, but it's actually AI that NetSuite does. You don't need templates. It scans it in, and we're going to look at that. But right now, I'm going to show you what it looks like to actually put one in. All right, so now I'm going to go back and I'm going to swap out of this role, and I'm going to go in. I believe it is as an account, an AP analyst. I think that's it. I'm going there. All right, and yes, I have purchase orders that can have a vendor bill. So I can drill right in there from the top as this AP analyst, and you can see I have that 10 grand for Brocade Fitness Equipment right at the top. I select it, click submit. It's going to generate a vendor bill. Okay. Now it is requiring that I put a reference number. I wouldn't need this if I was using NetSuite AI, which we'll look at momentarily. But I'm going to go ahead and just put one in just to show you what that looks like. All right. And again, this could go through another approval process. I'm just going to put it into an approved status. All right. And just like that, I have clicked and I am done. Just letting me know the credit limit was exceeded to show you that we could have those warnings. Or it could have been a hard stop. And as that saves, you'll see the next natural function would be to, go ahead and make a disbursement for this vendor invoice.
Are you able to show all the journal entries that this is created in the background?
Yeah, so
'Cause
that's
I know
one of
that the
the
PO,
things.
when you do the item receipt, it will create a
Yep.
record and the accruals and
Yeah, so that's absolutely right. One of the things I should have pointed out, so here's a vendor invoice. On any transaction in NetSuite, you always have the corresponding general ledger impact right in the record. You just come to your actions and you just click into GL impact, and you could see the corresponding debits and credits. And that goes for every transaction in NetSuite.
Got it.
All right. Awesome. And let me bring that
Hey,
back up.
hey, Ryan, real quick,
Yes.
there was something in chat. I'm going to butcher this because I don't understand anything about finance, but can you show a submission attaching documentation with a PO requisition as well? I submit a PO rec related to construction projects rather than purchasing items, so my process is slightly different than this. Hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. So when we get over to fixed assets, let me cover it there because you could actually issue this right from a project, right? So you could have whatever attachments you need that need to go with that requisition for an approval. And at the same time, when I show you that, I'll show you that multi-tiered purchase order approval process that you could set up with workflow.
Okay.
Okay. Last step here, I'm going to go ahead and just, again, my payments could go out from the bulk queue, but you could see here right on the vendor invoice, if I needed to make a payment, I'm able to go ahead and make that disbursement because I have the security access to do so. And it will come up now for any of the disbursements I want to make for this, all the vendor invoices that exist for this particular customer. It obviously that has that one checked off because I went from that one. All right. And then if I was making any additional payments, I could just go ahead and click save an email. All right, across whatever I'm paying. And then the natural progression of that would be if I had to go ahead and void. All right. That being said, we'll let that come up and then I'll go over to the other solution and we'll do the other items you guys were asking about. So you could see the void is here. All right. Next, let's jump into that project data set. Okay.
Quick question on the PO side. If we needed to increase something for whatever reason, we put a request in and it comes in higher and we have to update it.
Mhm.
How do we do that in the system, or how does that flow? Would you
So-
be able to systemically push it back through for approvals and all of that?
100%. So you could have security to edit POs but the minute you edit an approved PO, it could go back into a pending approval status and be rerouted to whoever needs to approve it. Or you could have another leg to that workflow that it's a different person if you make a modification to it that has to now approve it.
Okay.
So the real answer is it could work however you guys decide you need it to work.
Awesome.
Yeah. All right, awesome. So let me bring up a couple of things here that are interesting. So first, I'm going to bring up workflow, all right, because I think it's important to take a look at these. All right, so you'll see I have a multitude of workflows in this data set. All right, so let me come down here. I'm going to show you a purchase order approval workflow. All right. We also have Suite flow in this data set. So purchase order approval workflow, right? So what this is saying in the system is, I want to be able to lock the PO, all right? And you'll see on the right-hand side the different buttons that come up. And then these arrows are what we call transitions. And that means, hey, you locked it. If it's over a certain amount of money or under 100 grand, it's going to go to this controller, right? Who's going to get buttons to approve or to reject. And then, of course, you can make a reason mandatory, or it's over the 100K threshold and it's circumventing the controller and getting to the CFO. All right. And you can see I got cute here. I just put in buttons that said label, big approval, big denial, just to differentiate the two. All right. And then obviously, if it's rejected, it goes to the rejected pool. All right. Now, these workflows, you can see there's tons of them. Everybody uses them in NetSuite because they really automate and streamline processes. But you'll be surprised how much you could actually do with search where that you don't even need the workflows just because the search could act as your workflow. But again, when you drill into these things, this is where you're able to, and nothing is code here. You can point and click. You can create new actions. You can put buttons in here. If you have a new action, you want to route it somewhere, or you need it rejected, or whatever the logic is, you can fill out conditions within here as well. So, and when you put those actions together, the way that they go to each other is through transitions, right? So you can say, hey, this state is going to be approved. You're going to designate somebody or designate a specific condition it needs to follow once the button is clicked. All right. And once you're done with these workflows, you test them. And as long as they're working, you roll them out, you release them. Again, you guys will have a sandbox to test these out before you do release them. But there's also something you may just want to do instead. And this is going to be a little daunting when I bring it up, just because there's a lot going on the page, but it'll all make sense in a second when I bring up the rules that it does. All right, so this is called suite approvals. So what we did at NetSuite is we built this all out for you so that you don't need to come and do a workflow. You can just set up rules. So if you check this out, because of this workflow, I could come in and just set up approval rules. All right, so you'll see for these approval rules, I can dictate at the rule level. So right now I'm filtering down to vendor bills, right? I've set up expense reports, purchase orders, and vendor bills. All right, I could put journals in here. I have journals differently though. But again, you could do it at any transaction. Can you leverage workflow in NetSuite? Not even transaction, entity records being approved, vendors being set up, customers being set up and put into a live status. All can go through workflow. Right. So if I wanted to create a new rule, I would drill in here. All right. And now you're going to have all the options to create it however I want. And remember, I could drive rules in workflow off of any custom field. But in this case, I could say what type of approver. Is it going to be a department, a supervisor, an actual employee? Is it going to be based on the role that you have within NetSuite? Is it going to be an employee hierarchy or a dynamic rule that depends on some circumstance or some type of item that's being bought? Right? You can set this up however you want. All right. And you could set up your own approval groups. All right. So if I was doing a PO approval, I could come in and I could say, well, where is this in the sequence? Do I want to include it in the workflow, or is this just going to be specifically for, a department approver? All right. And, what the amounts are. Ultimately, I don't want to mess up my flow here, but I already put these three here, and this is just showing you a multi-tiered, right? So I got a 10K approver for the AP analyst. I got 500K and more as the CEO, and 100K is 100K to 500 is the CFO.
Yeah.
All right. So you have a lot of options as far as how you want to leverage approvals. Remember what Matt said too, though. You get standard approvals right on the employee records in NetSuite too. So if you're just reporting to a supervisor, you don't even need to use the workflow.
And Ryan, before you transition, there was a follow-up that says, also, does your system allow us to link purchase orders together under a project?
Absolutely. So let's do that next. That's the perfect segue into where I was going. So let me come in. Let me see if I have my recent records. I should have a project, I believe. Club opening. Yeah, let's go to it. So later on in the next section, I was going to show, just basically how you can have everything go against a project in NetSuite, whether it's you're doing a construction in progress and all your capital expenses are hitting that, and then you're ultimately going to generate a fixed asset and depreciate that asset over time, or you actually are doing projects on behalf of people, right? That doesn't sound like that's something that Planet Fitness does, but you are able to set up billable projects, right? And if you are leveraging resources and need to allocate resources to your projects, all of that functionality exists within NetSuite. Here is an internal job. This job is a 2026 club opening for Planet Fitness. All right. You could see it's an internal job. All right. You could see too that I built out an entire work breakdown structure. All right. And again, predecessor relationships, all of the different project management waterfall features that you would see in any project management solution as it exists in NetSuite. All right. You also can have internal budgets, all right, where you can create a specific budget in this and you can have version control. All right. I could see that budget and see exactly how I'm burning down against that. I'm going to bring this up in another tab over here. But right now I could see that again, ignore some of this because I did this before and I never renamed this stuff. But here's some project labor, which is being, timesheets in our system are getting approved and it's hitting against that. This camera and trailer and solar panels are all from vendor contracts. Well, how do I know that? Well, if I come back to the job and I come under my related transactions, you'll see I have little tabs broken out of all of my expenses associated with this project. So here are those vendor invoices that have been approved. Oh, they were issued purchase orders too. So if I go to my purchase orders, I could see, okay, well, here we go. There's 3 purchase orders as well, right, for those 3 items. In addition, I have some timesheets out there, specifically, let's see, yep, timesheets that went into the system, again, 40-hour work week. Right, and all of these, if you look at the top for this capital expenditure project, you could see that my total out of pocket, not including manpower, right, is 105,900. My manpower should be there. Something happened. I got to take a look at that. You know what it is? It's probably not approved. But again, and that is adding up to all of what that should be right here, which is 114,884. All right. What I also can do for a fixed asset, if in this field, is say, hey, I want to give it added value. Yes, I'm putting together this club, and yes, it's more valuable than the sum of its parts, and I want to depreciate it the right way and make the value appropriately. Right. So just like that, I can convert. And we'll talk about that later. Let's get back to the purchasing that you asked about. I'm on the project, and you could see within the procurement tab that I have the ability to create POs. All right, you could see I've already created one specifically for brocade trailers. So let's drill into that, take a look at what that looks like. I'm not sure what's going on here. I hit create a new one, so it's just going to go create a new one. The cool thing about doing it from the project is when you create the new vendor, we create the purchase order, it inherits the attributes from the project. So the minute I put a vendor in, and we'll just use the same one, right? We were using brocade trailers. Not sure why that's not coming up. Give me 1 second here. So let's go back to the related records. And within here, I'm going to go ahead and add my POs, and let's just bring up this one. All right, hopefully this comes up. Here we go. All right, here we go. All right, so here's a purchase order for brocade trailers that linked to the customer and the job, which is the club opening. All right, I could also get down to the task level. All right, so if you did want to fine tune that to understand exactly where all this expense is and it's related to common tasks happening within putting this club together, you are able to do that because every transaction in NetSuite can be tagged down to that task level, and then furthermore with additional task codes, right? So, or work codes, I would call them. So you are able to get all of those associated down to the lowest level, all right? And that goes for all transactions, expense reports, purchase orders, time, vendor bills, etc. All right. And just like the customer 360 record, you have a client dashboard as well. So if I come back, and I'll just hyperlink, I'll use this hyperlink to get back to the job. All right, I could come in here and actually drill into the dashboard. I don't know how much I've done on this project. So this might be a bad example to show a lot of data, but at least you get a taste for what it's like. So when it comes to vendors and it comes to projects and customers and items, we have dashboards for everything. All right. So that's why we're able to see that, right? From a job record, I click on the dashboard. From a customer record, I click on the dashboard. They're all personalizable. So I could bring in my own reporting, including third-party data that's coming into the system. And you've created a search, or you created some reports, you want to be able to see them in one, on your project record or on your customer record. You're able to do all that. Right. And again, just like everything, I'm monitoring the tasks on this project. Again, if it's billable, I have cash flow, resource allocation, et cetera, all built into the project. Right. I can enter my expenses or timesheets right from here. Now I can obviously use my mobile application to do all of that, take pictures of my receipts, submit it through. We do have an Amex plugin if that's the corporate cards you're using and you wanted to leverage NetSuite. Just refresh my memory, you're going to continue with Concur, is that right?
Not necessarily.
No, not necessarily, yeah.
Okay. So then question there, do you use just American Express corporate cards or do you use like others?
We have Amex and Capital One. And within
Okay.
Amex, I think we have a few different structures as well.
Okay, so Amex we have the plugin for, right? The Capital One would be the customization, but the Amex is pretty slick. If I go into a project manager, I believe I have some there. So right from, again, now you'll see the project manager role, much different than the other roles we've been looking at today. I'm monitoring against my tasks. I can see my burn reports. I can see what the resource demand is and allocate resources. But I could also see that I have imported expenses that are waiting that are coming from Amex. So I'm going to drill into that. And it sees, all right, so it's airline tickets for Amex, right? $500. I'm going to go ahead and select that and go ahead now and say add to new expense report. Now, if you need to put this against a project or the elements that it didn't come with, right, when it came in, you still would have to do that. But again, it is coming in nice and easy, and you're able to put it against a project, or in this case, capital project. And you could select it right from the drop down. I believe what was the number? I'll use my recent records to see that number. And it was 17512.
I just want to do a time check. We got about like 20 minutes left. Could we spend a little bit more time looking on like the matching, like the AI or OCR type stuff?
Yep, we're gonna go there. Let's go there right now. Absolutely. All right, let me get out of here, and we'll also do the bill distribution.
Yeah. Thanks, Melissa. I was literally just typing this in the queue.
Oh, whoops, I got booted. Let me go back in. Okay. So I'm signed in as an admin. I got some hot buttons at the top here. You'll see one of them is for the actual scanned vendor bills. All right, so I'm going to drill right into that. That's going to take me to the queue where everything that's been imported either by me dragging or dropping it at the top. So I'll grab one in a second and we could do that, right? Or it's been coming in through the email address that when you set up your preferences and you download the Suite app for the email client, it's going to automatically bring into NetSuite for you, and it's going to automatically create these vendor bills in NetSuite with the PDF. Well, what does that look like? Well, this one you could see for Delta Consultants, I actually did just drag and drop it before we started today. So I can come in now and click review on it. All right, and you're going to see what the system did. System just takes it, and it puts the bill here, the scanned image, and then it fills it out in NetSuite, right? So it sees the items and it says, oh, wait, there could be a purchase order associated with this. The purchase order wasn't on the vendor bill because it says it right here, scanned, no value added. But is there one that's associated with this? Well, you could click from the drop down and there's this one, right? I'm just going to grab this one as it and just click add. Now, I don't have to use purchase orders. It's not mandatory. It's, Easily could have just saved and have this approved, or if it's already approved coming in, that's fine. Any which way you want. But you could see here, the items automatically got scanned, they're automatically put in. All right, and this, I'll show you how fast it is. Literally as fast as I just showed. And I just didn't put in my location. Remember, if you're requiring details that are not on here, like the location, you're gonna have to fill that out. So let me just do that. Let me cancel that. And this is the location right here that I missed. Let me create the bill. And it just tells you it's creating in progress. It's redirecting you when it's completed. Again, if you're doing this approval process, or you could just get a bucket of, hey, this have already, been approved. If there's any errors or something's wrong or whatever you're requiring isn't happening, that can go to a bucket.
Can you have rules set up on that PO field to say if it's to require a PO?
Yes. Absolutely. That's part of it. So when you set up your vendor bill, it's called bill capture actually. When you set up what we call bill capture, that's actually a preference that you can make mandatory. All right, and just like that, it's in the system. Now, if I wanted to drag and drop one, let's go ahead and do it. Let me come back to my scan vendor bills. Let me find one on the side here. My dashboard's a mess. Oh, yeah. All right, here we are. All right, I'm going to grab that Delta Consultants, the only PDF I have. All right, I'm just going to bring it in here. And let it upload. It says file attached. I just click upload files. And you'll see it's going to appear down here. See, it's starting. I would say it's going to take about less than 10 seconds to refresh it. All right, maybe a couple more. And here it is. Now it's letting me know that that's a duplicate, right? Because I already did this. So I could go into the review process and you see it's 1246. That was the same one we just approved. And it's letting me know duplicate reference number. All right, I come back in my items. Same thing.
So
Yeah.
in a real world scenario, so right now with Concur, invoices get emailed to Concur. They kind of go in this invoice capture bucket where they get reviewed by, it's like the OCR and then reviewed by a human, and then it kind of moves to another bucket, which is where AP takes the invoice. We don't typically handle invoices when they're still in that capture status. Is this is it similar for you, or would we be actually processing the invoices out of the bill capture section?
Yeah, so again, it's up to you how you want it to work, but this typically is as seamless as it comes, right? Because it's getting scanned in. It's not on a template, so it's a much higher percentage of accuracy. If you are requiring POs, it's even more accurate because it's going to leverage that. And then it goes through whatever approval structure you need. So if you're saying, hey, it comes in and it's scanned, if there's no errors or it's not a duplicate, I just want it to get approved and routed, we can do that.
But you're saying it right now, the way it works with Concur is there's like a two-step process where it goes into the OCR bucket, a human makes sure that the mapping is correct, then it pushes it in to the APQ, and APQ already has AP team already has a fully mapped document that they just review and approve.
No, the human element is through Concur.
Right.
So when it gets past that human part through Concur, they're not coding. They're just kind of verifying.
You're right. Yeah, they're verifying.
The vendor is correct, the dollar amount's correct, the invoice number. And then it's, like I said, it comes into another bucket, which is where AP will then pick it up and run with it, code it, get approval.
If it's not matched to a PO. Yeah, if it's smash to appeal, it will auto assign, but otherwise it goes.
Yeah. So all that entire process is just happening here,
Okay.
right? Your AP team is, will be working this queue as the inbox forwards
Okay.
invoices into the queue. The AI will extract the information, code it for them, and then they'll review it and make any changes as necessary.
And what if things are emailed here to the bill capture that are not invoices, it's correspondence? Does that sit there as well for us to review and handle?
Yeah, you can review it in the queue. You can obviously reject it from the queue to clear it out if it's not related to an AP bill. There are some kind of rules you can put in place to say, hey, only send it through if there's an attachment, or if there is no attachment, if there's like an HTML body that has an invoice in the body of the email, import it then. But there's kind of some rules you can put in place to filter out what comes into the queue. But if you want everything to come in, you can just come in, review it, and reject it if you need to.
Yep. Any other questions on the scan bills, bill capture?
There was one more question in the chat, I think from Courtney.
Okay.
Is there a way to send an automated response to the sender?
Yeah. So absolutely. So again, whenever you want a trigger to happen in NetSuite, anything that gets saved or submitted can send a response, right? Just like our remittances automatically go out, it's the same thing. It's anything that gets updated in NetSuite can send out any type of response that you'd like.
One question on my side, and sorry if you mentioned it. So obviously we have like 280 corporate clubs. If a club address or something is on the invoice, would the system be able to recognize that and assign a club, like a coding for that? Is that something it would pick up?
Yes, because what you could do is you could link the club coding to the address in NetSuite, and then it'll pick it up. Awesome. All right. So the vendor, I brought up a vendor bill here too, just to talk about distribution splitting. That was part of your use case, and I wanted to make sure that we covered it. So you have the ability in NetSuite to obviously, distribute from a vendor to multiple entities or stores or departments or classes or whatever custom segment you may use. And you could see what I did here is basically under my items, I came in and I basically did a distribution, right? I came in and I leveraged a template. Oh, or did I? Or did I? This one's a quick distribution. Sorry, I leveraged the quick distribution, and you could see under my distribution list. You know what? Hold on. Let me get the other one. This should be the one I did. I'll just do another one if it doesn't come up. Yeah, that's not it. All right, let's do one. I'm going to create a new vendor bill. And I'm going to go ahead and select my form. And let me go ahead and put in the information. So let me go put Procade in. Or ACOM. Once ACOM is in there, it'll populate my account and subsidiary that's on default for them. If I needed to override the subsidiary and ACOM has multiple subsidiaries, I can do such. All right. And then I'm coming down here where I could either go and put in my expenses and hit a quick distribution. I could put in items and hit a quick distribution, or I could leverage templates, right? Templates make it much easier where you set up your allocation for each entity or each department or however you need it. So I know that I set this up for 3 entities. So I'm going to select that default template for my distribution here. All right. and I am going to allow it. You could see that the distribution type is intercompany, not intra. Intra would be around the departments, and it's based on a distribution weight percentage. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead now, and let's just say we have an item where we what were we using before the no, it's not this one. Let me just grab something. Doesn't matter what it is. Let's do this. All right, and this is 8,500. All right, so I can come in now. I'm required to put in my location. And now I'm going to go ahead and click save. All right, and now if I come back, give it a second here to load. I have my distribution list on my items. Oops. Nothing got loaded. Give me a second here. Sorry about that.
So
All right, I'm gonna get you a screenshot of that. I apologize. Basically, it does the allocation on the distribution list line for the vendor bill, and it
Yeah.
breaks it out according to the subsidiaries that you want it to allocate it to.
So you could do a distribution across clubs versus entities, right? You could define that.
100%, yes.
Okay.
And I'll make sure I put that screenshot in the rest of my screenshots here for you guys.
Okay.
I haven't touched on payment run either, so.
I was gonna say quickly, just to understand that distribution, so if we had an invoice that covers all clubs, you can just allocate it like using one thing across 280 clubs.
Yeah, you just use the template and you say that you're allocating it, based on 200 clubs or whatever it is, and to equally do it, or if you want to skew it and make it custom, you can. It could be unevenly. It's up to you.
Yeah, can we shift to like the payment run piece of it?
Yeah. Okay, so again, under your transactions, you're going to go ahead and make your payments, right? So let's go ahead and we can pay vendor bills, right? So this is your bulk queue. However, your vendors are set up to be paid, whether EFT, ACH, however they're set up, they'll be set up on the vendor record in NetSuite. And literally your queue here, are you doing batches today? How are you currently doing it?
They are batches, because we pay from multiple checkbooks.
Okay.
I'm able to pay from all of them at the same time.
Mhm.
Of course, there is an approval process that can all be done.
Yep, could all be done. And we have suite payment automation. We actually have bill.com within NetSuite doing it. So that's a partnership that we've had. So what's it? I thought, Matt, it's called what? Suite is it Suite Payments or Suite?
Yeah. Yeah, sweet payments is basically Bill.com is the back end of the payment automation.
But again, making the disbursements, automate this if you want, bulk queue it, click save, those disbursements go out. If you are batching it, you can schedule them, you could do it all at once again. With Bill.com as the back engine, it's pretty seamless.
Can you have, go ahead.
Trying to say, like, is there a payment register that shows everything that's due to be paid or run it by due date? This looks like.
Yeah,
a
so
vendor.
right. Within the reports, this is actually the bill queue of everything for the account that I've selected that's due to be paid. But I could always run a report or leverage a standard report. Here's my AP register. I also have a history for vendor bills and payments. And this is just April that I'm looking at, but I could obviously look at this across all entities, across all accounts, across as long as I want.
Are there like rules that you could set up to pick, approved invoices that are ready to be paid within the next X number of days, and then you can kind of select those to create the payment batch?
100%. Yeah, it's the same way we talked about searches and we talked about workflow. It's the same thing. It's, hey, everything with this status and this person looked at it, or everything that's within 15 days, but however you want to put the logic together, NetSuite's able to do that.
You mentioned it was through Bill.com that these are processed, but can we print our own checks?
Yeah. You can print on pre-printed stock.
Also, are credit memos automatically applied, or is that?
Yeah, so again, you could when you make payments, you could apply the credit memos that you put in against a vendor. You can absolutely do that. So let me go ahead and bring that up.
And specifically too, if I have more credits than invoices, does that try and generate a $0 payment? Or is there a way to restrict those from happening?
Well, so typically how the credits work is you can have a vendor credit on account, or you can take the vendor credit and apply it to open invoices. And so if you've applied a vendor credit against open invoice, it won't, unless there's a balance on that invoice, it won't even pop up in the queue for payment because it's already essentially been paid for using the credit. But yeah, we can send like a remittance out to the customer in that case, or out to the vendor in that case. Does that answer your question?
It does, and actually what I want to do is not send a remittance.
Okay.
Only because it kind of gets confusing when it's partially paid. And so what I do is I unselect them from the payment run and I wait until we actually need to make an actual payment. And then they can see all the history. But again, that takes manual and for intervention for me to look for them and remove them. And I was just hoping maybe there was a systematic way that, again, if it's a $0, that it just won't do anything and just wait until
a $0 payment. Oh yeah, we could. Well, like I said, if the vendor credit's already applied against an open bill, it won't even show up in your payment queue to be paid because it's already been.
Yeah, but I don't really want it to apply itself automatically either. I want control over the credits.
You want the control. So if the credit's
Sure.
on account, when she goes to run that payment run, will it say, oh, well, here's 2 invoices that can be offset against that credit? Or will it wait until the vendor actually has something, like when the credit has been fully, I'll say, there's enough invoices to go against the credit, we have to make a payment?
So you can enter it manually here, right? So here's a bill credit that I'm going in and essentially putting it in, and I could apply it to a vendor bill. I could also automate that again with workflow where it says never go beyond. If I have a vendor credit for 50, always apply it if if I owe 50, right? Have that credit, or again, you want it to be an even swap, you can put a rule in place that does that with a workflow.
But you don't have to apply it at this point. So if you want to have control later, you could just not apply this credit memo against any invoice. It would be sitting on the account for you to
Right.
then go apply later.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
No problem.
And can you do multiple payment types within a payment run? Did I ask the question right? Like, can you pay, what's the question?
Check with ACH and checks.
In one batch or payment run?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, you guys know how it works. I just wanted to tee up the question.
Right, so yeah, I can,
Well,
when I go to release things, I do checks together, I do ACHs together, and I do credit cards together. I
You
do,
have to do them separately now.
I don't have to, but I do. So.
How would you like to do it? Ask the question.
I mean, I think it'd be nice if I could do them all at once. I think it's more, yeah, just me wanting to separate some things, I suppose. So yeah, it'd be nice. I mean, is that something I can do? Is pay them all at once, or?
Yeah, so there, and Matt, I don't know if you want to, if you know about central payments for doing it all at once. Are we, is that an option still?
Yeah, well, I think we should take this as a follow-up and make sure we give you the correct answer here. Because usually when we're processing like for ACH, for example, when we create the payment run, it generates a notcher file that gets uploaded to the bank. Or if you're using the bill.com backend, it's going to send a file over to bill.com. So I think we just let us just take that question away so we don't give you an incorrect answer.
I put it down as a note, so we can follow
you.
up.
Can I ask another quick question? I know you guys had mentioned early on, like JP Morgan having a connection and feed with them. Is there any way to automate wire payments through the platform or just ACH?
JP Morgan does offer wire payments through the platform.
Okay.
As part of their Suite app. So wire becomes a payment type, and then it syncs up to your wire template you have in Chase and JP Morgan's platform.
Awesome.
Awesome. All right. I think that would be everything, and I'll absolutely get the bill distribution screenshots put into the deck. I apologize for what happened. I'm not really sure. But yeah, any other questions on anything we've covered to this point?
Yes, this is Bridget. Can we touch on history, like audit history of vendor changes and just
Sure.
transactional history?
Absolutely. So again, let me drill into a vendor. Anything you change on anything, you have a complete audit trail. So like, you'll see in a second here when I make this edit. So here's a vendor bill, right? Here's the system information. So anything that's ever happened on this vendor bill is recorded with the date, the time, who did it, what they did, what the old value. See, it was blank before. Now it's new that it's been filled out. So, and as you make changes, so if I was to go in and edit this on the fly right now, and put in a reference number, for example. Oops. All right, and just click save. That will get updated. And we can report on any field throughout the system for an audit trail for as far back as you need. All right, and the same thing goes for payments, who did it. Same thing goes for anything in the system.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so you can see here, just got tagged because I put that new value in for the reference number.
Do we have TIN checking? Is that available?
I'm sorry, say that.
Tax identification number checking. That's not something that's available out of the box, but is certainly something that we can provide just via the statement of work.
Okay. And masking of data, for example, social security numbers that might be associated to a vendor or their bank info.
Yes, field level encryption and all that standard, so that all of the
Okay.
fields related to capturing
Yeah,
bank information are
we
encrypted.
we are PCI compliant, so just by nature, that has to be part of the platform.
Great.
And if you guys on our side, if we think there's something we wanted to dive deeper on that we ran out of time on, we can put it in the chat and the RSM team can capture and we can follow up on those separately.
I see there's a question about the intercompany from Courtney. Do you mind if I just ask a follow-up on that really quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, so is that Canadian club you referenced a corporate-owned entity? Like, is that truly an intercompany, or is that like a franchise that doesn't roll up to Planet Fitness?
We own two corporate clubs. Sorry, this is Carrie, not Courtney, but I am corporate clubs, and we own two in Toronto, in Ontario.
Okay, so they're raising an intercompany invoice to you in US dollars.
Sometimes.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just trying to understand what the
Yeah, I'm not
uh,
sure what Courtney's question is, but sometimes it's billed in CAD and sometimes it's billed in USD. AP would have to clarify how they handle that on their end because I know requisitioning purchase orders for that is a little convoluted on my end. I have notes.
Okay. Yeah, it shouldn't be like it doesn't really matter what currency it's raised in, what the transaction currency is. It'll be, when the US entity receives the bill, it will be converted into their functional currency. And then, obviously, if the Canadian entity's functional currency is Canadian dollar, they've invoiced a transaction in US dollar, it'll get converted on their end as well. But the intercompany matching will eliminate the two when you run your eliminations.
Perfect.
Yep. The other thing too, and I don't have it in this data set because, but we do have the PO accruals as well, where they automatically are part of the period end close. They will accrue the outstanding POs and then reverse itself out in the next period.
Got it. Okay, we're gonna break
Awesome.
for lunch.
Yep. I shortened the lunch a little bit because I wanted to make sure we got through everything. Is that okay with everyone?
Yeah. What time are we reconvening?
Let me see here. I have it reconvening at lunch break 30 minutes, 12:30 to 1 o'clock. So 1 o'clock would be and I don't know if we're gonna have tech people in the room. This should kind of be its own section going into our platform integrations, AI, kind of for more people on the IT side, but we were going to maybe do a teaser of that. Are the IT folks available? And then we can do a follow-up session for that as well. Or would you rather us take a little bit longer lunch and go into acquire to for retire?
I'm fine if you're asking me. I'm ready to go with acquire to retire whenever you're ready.
Okay, yeah, no, I was actually in Planet Fitness and RSM if the IT folks in the room. I know in the beginning we wanted to talk about a little bit about our platform, integrations, things like that. It's typically its own session for about an hour, but we at least could intro it for 30 minutes with Michael Doherty since he's on the line here. Do we have the appropriate people in the room for that? And is that okay?
Yeah, so if we want to, we can break and we can, on the call, we can keep going with the tech questions. That way we can expand a little bit more, but everybody else can go grab lunch.
Okay, that sounds like a plan. So lunch break and then at 1 o'clock, anyone that's interested in the tech COE will come back and join, and then Ryan, you'll be ready to rock and roll at 1:30.
Okay, great.
Okay, Perfect. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
I'm gonna ask you this because you're here. I don't know if it's information, but is that lag?
Okay, well, if and when anyone is back for the IT section from lunch, feel free to just let me know and we can jump in. No rush at all.
I'm here, but we'll want to wait for the room, I believe.
Okay, that's totally fine. I'm just going to put this back up so everyone knows kind of the agenda of where we're at.
I think we just got our missing piece here. Chris just walked back in.
Perfect, perfect. And no rush if you guys need a couple more minutes here. I think there's definitely a lot to talk about when it comes to the platform. So we usually will do a follow-up session. It's an exciting part, but we wanted to at least incorporate and give a little bit of a teaser so we can dive deeper in any kind of subsequential sessions in the future on this. So you just let us know when you're ready, and I will pass it over to Mike.
We're ready.
Or you could just let Mike know, and I'll pass it to me.
Okay, pass it to you. There we go. I love it. Take it away.
All right. So, do I have all the appropriate stakeholders in the room at this point?
Yeah, and what we may do is skip through some slides, depending on how general that they're covered.
Can you move a little bit closer to a microphone? I'm having a little trouble hearing you, if that's okay.
I'm right under a
Man.
I think we have right under the mic.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
I can. That's a really nice voice you have. But yes, I can definitely hear you now.
Okay. So what we'll probably do is ask you to speed up through some of the sections. So if you want to go ahead and get started.
Let me ask a counter question. Are there certain things that you want to talk about that maybe I should just skip something that's not important and focus on that?
So a couple of things that you highlighted at the beginning was that you're using Oracle Cloud.
Yeah.
That you have an Exadata backend, and that I think that is the Exadata on the cloud.
Yes.
Or what do they call it? Exadata Online?
Well, yeah. I mean, it's Exadata and the OCI data centers, right?
Yep.
So, but it sounds like you're familiar with Exadata, so that's a big win right there.
Very. So understand the amenities that it provides. You'd also so all of that makes sense, and then how you would scale the regional data centers that you showed earlier made sense. So availability zones and how we would be able to solve that. A couple other questions on tenant isolation. What tactics do you use for tenant isolation?
Yeah. So are you familiar with the CDB, PDB structure, containerized data models?
Yep.
Within Exadata. So yes, we're using CDB, PDB. All of our clients receive their own personal PDB with appropriate resources, memory, so on and so forth. And that way we're not collecting everything into some major isolated database with all kinds of customers running inside that. And then you try to segment the customer's data through comp IDs or other attribution. We actually isolate you in your own PDB, if that makes sense. Is that kind of where you were going?
Somewhat. So even like tuning SGA. So is that isolated per tenant?
It is.
Okay. So one of the other tenants is we won't catch a cold.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And as I said, we go further. Every company's database gets its own unique encryption key. That encryption key is kept in OCI's vault, separated away from our back-end engineers as well. So not even our back-end engineers have access to your clear data. Now they can get metrics on your data, right? So of course somebody's going to be able to run something like select star from customer, but they can only see, okay, they have 40 customers, but not their customer names, addresses, so on and so forth.
No, that makes sense with the key. And then to your point, they could pull metrics, but not any of the payload because it would still be encrypted, right?
That's correct. Yep.
Yeah, yep. And then there was a discussion. What I couldn't delineate was if it is NetSuite Next or the current NetSuite that has MCP support.
It's current. We've had it for quite some time. As a matter of fact, I believe we were the first ERP company, and we might still be the only one that supports an MCP connector. It is free, right? So it's not going to be installed day one. It's a free suite app that you can download and configure. And we say it's not going to be there day one because not every company wants it. But it's there. It's free. It's very mature, and we have I believe we built 17 or 18 standard tools that it comes with. And when we released the MCP connector, we also released another script type called custom tools, where you can solve for any kind of unique corner cases that you might have as well.
Yeah, I think really looking at integrations using MCP would probably be the use case that we would explore.
Right. And so anything that supports MCP can connect via MCP via NetSuite. Okay, so it's just setting up the auth2 token, right? So you're going to set up a role, you're going to create your authentication via that role, and then you can just kind of start connecting systems into NetSuite. And I'm sure it sounds like you're fairly familiar with MCP. Have you been working with MCP quite a bit?
A little bit.
Okay, but it offers, to your point, and bravo for seeing this because a lot of people don't even think of it this way. They look at it and they're like, oh, it's a really cool BI tool. It's so much more, right? So anybody can do, and let me just kind of, I do have a slide that I developed to kind of explain this a little bit.
Perfect.
And when we talk about, so just so you know, I do most of the enablement for artificial intelligence for NetSuite. So I'm heavily involved in the MCP stuff. But when you start connecting systems in the traditional way, via API or however you're doing traditional integration, sure, you can connect system A to system B and system C to system D, but at the end of the day, you end up with siloed data, no matter how you want to look at it. And then you're going to have to take that data, put it into, I don't know, a data lakehouse or something like that to make it useful because siloed data has absolutely no value to AI, right? But when you start connecting systems to an LLM via MCP, the LLM no longer sees it as disparate data sets, right? It sees it as one collective data set. And what that means, twofold, right? I can start interrogating my entire company's ecosystem with my chatbot, right? Now that's great, right? So I don't have to go to this system and interrogate there, this system to interrogate there, but I can also find out, if something is happening in system A, here's the reflection on system B. It has that type of intelligence. But the other part is, MCP can go a long way. It doesn't have to be there just to look at data, right? You can create transactions with the right permissions in NetSuite, right? So now you can think of orchestrating things between systems, right? So,
Makes
I
sense.
know, yeah, Salesforce has an MCP connector. Companies like Stripe, Gmail, So in theory, I could be in my Claude environment, my Chat GPT environment, and say, okay, I want you to go ahead and look inside of Salesforce for any lead that is in a closed state. And then let's be presumptive and create a customer record within NetSuite, and then turn around and send an email via Gmail with this tone saying, we're very excited about this partnership. Right. So you start taking a look at how you can start doing these things, and it really starts to blow your mind a little bit. So in my opinion, this is going to be the framework for how every company is going to start looking at their own agentic experiences for their own company.
Correct. No, that makes sense. So let's dive a little bit more into LLM mechanization within NetSuite.
Mhm.
So some of the nuance would be so token management versus context window limitations.
Mhm. So token, oh, okay, I'm sorry, you have follow-ups, go ahead.
No. So just really how it will be used within. So obviously with MCP, there would be context window limitations depending on how the LLM is mechanizing the communication.
Yeah, so as far as like context window, I think we've opened it up to, I want to say 1 million for the context window size, so you can read full. Like if I had a project or something, I can read the full project, right? So, but don't quote me on that. I'll get you the actual number. But as far as like tokenization, I can say at the moment, we don't charge for. Well, of course, we're not going to charge for your use of your LLM, right? But as far as the token, the context window size, I believe we set it to 1 million. I will get you that number.
Yeah, so the use case would be using NetSuite, so let's put MCP to the side.
Okay.
Using NetSuite, what AI capabilities or features exist? For example, can I ask a free-form question that would invoke an LLM that would honor guardrails of what permissions and access that I would have to be able to say, tell me all the outstanding invoices that this vendor has and what is their trend for the last 15 months or something arbitrary like that.
Right. And so to that point, everything in NetSuite is governed by that particular user's permissions. Right.
Okay.
So the way NetSuite works is you log in with your credentials. Your credentials are assigned to a role. You're assuming that role, right? That role is painting a session or a view of your NetSuite.
Like a hash?
Yeah. Well, think of it as what we used to call materialized views, right?
Okay. Yep.
So it's
Follow
painting that
now.
view.
Gotcha.
Yeah. It's painting that view, and that view paints your dashboard with the right permissions, paints the data that you have access to, and that's it. You don't even know other data exists. So as you use the LLM, it's assuming your persona, right? So it can't do anything else that you wouldn't be able to do as an individual user. That goes for
Okay.
MCP as well.
Yep. So the materialized view connected the dots of how you would put some of the constraints. So even the materialized view would load into, based off the number of tokens, into a context window. And then you would have a sliding context window. So that would be more the use case. Would you overrun the context window that it would have to flush out or lose some of the context?
Well, remember, when you're interacting with an LLM like inside of NetSuite, and by the way, we also have an API to Oracle's generative service. So if you ever wanted to create your own AI features, you can absolutely do that. It's not the LLM is not like reading your data as it, as you log in. That's not what it's doing. It's not holding that data in like RAG, like the full NetSuite data set. As you ask your questions, it basically thinks about what you want to do and it passes the pertinent data over to the LLM as RAG, right?
Yep. And connect the dots on that. So to your point, it would request the data without touching the context window of the LLM. Once the query comes through, the query and the response it has no awareness and neither does it care for the context window. Okay.
Correct.
All right. That makes sense.
Yep. I love this conversation. No one ever brings me down this far. This is great.
Thank you. So even the queries of what you can do within NetSuite. So I'm assuming that there is LLM enablement within the interface itself. Outside of like I said, outside of MCP, MCP is external enablement as well as how we would use it internally. But, and the angle that I'm going through is, or angle I'm going at is more training, right? Somebody's trying to figure out, how do I do this? Do they have to go through a large LMS with SCORM packages and Moodle, or can I just ask freeform English-based questions, run a query, and it help guide me through from a training perspective?
Yeah, so like you can ask it questions and it'll feed you back responses and things like that. We've had that for a long time in what's called our Suite Answers, right? So you can go into Suite Answers and you can say, how do I build a workflow? And it'll come back and it'll ask you a deeper question. Oh, well, okay, we can work with that, but do you want to build a workflow for a customer record, or do you want an approval? Do you want like, and it'll probe and probe and probe before it'll come back with a good response. But listen, we do have something like what you were talking about, like in LMS, right? Learning management. We call it learning cloud support. That's like, I think it was like very deep courses where you can actually become certified in all aspects of NetSuite. Proof and point, I'm a certified NetSuite administrator and a NetSuite developer. I don't have to be. I just figured I might as well. But you, I can ask it any questions. And what the LLM is not going to do is actually kind of give you like a guided experience where it's going to say, okay, I'm going to move a cursor up here, click here, type in this, right? And then move a cursor somewhere else and say, click here, type in that. Like I think you might be talking about with like an LMS.
No. So even the guided experience, there's still control and isolation of what the guided experience can do.
Correct.
But what it would do is, even if we onboarded somebody, here's some light training, oh, I got stuck, I need to be able to process this invoice, I need some additional context.
Yeah,
So
you could definitely just type that in. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, and by the way, just so you know, we do have guided learning as well. I'm just saying that that's not the LLM's job, right?
Yep. So the point is that it's tiered, and how we would, so when we would come up to a training plan, a perfect scenario would be able to do an assessment. Hey, we sent somebody through some training. I feel comfortable figuring out on my own. I'll trust to use the LLM to be able to ask some questions. I don't need to go through the exhaustive training.
Right.
What it allows us to do is how we solve some of the change management approach, that we can have a sliding scale at how we adapt the individuals who go through the process.
Yeah. No, I totally get it. Yep.
All right. I think you've answered all the AI questions. And integration, aware that you have a pretty deep marketplace. So I think it will facilitate.
Well, but just so you know, you can take that much further, right? So you heard me earlier say NetSuite's the first ever cloud company, right? If you think about it, nobody in their right mind thought that you were going to put a GL over the internet and actually make money, right? Because, like, who would have done that, right? So integration, it had to be at the forefront of everything that we were thinking about. So we're actually known for it. And so, like, just part of NetSuite, you have access to our open APIs. Yes, we still have SOAP. Please don't use it. We would love to get ready. We would love to get rid of it. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't apologize for it anymore, right? But we've been around a long time, so we have customers that standardized on it. But we also have REST web services. Yay, REST. And so open standards are things that you're already familiar with. But the real big part of what we do is our API. Listen, I bought a lot of software in my career, and everyone and their mother claims to have open APIs, right? And then the reality is you get your hands on it, you try to work with it, and you realize you hit about 5 or 6 objects. It's not useful. You end up having to do a lot of the work yourself. But that's not the case with us. So we're a metadata-driven architecture, meaning we have a standard schema. Everybody runs on a standard schema, day one out of the box, fully functioning ERP based on our standard tables, our standard columns, right? But we've separated a piece of that database called our metadata layer, which holds all your customization. So any kind of scripts you wanted to write, workflows, new records, new fields, new attributes. They're all stored as metadata or objects in a database separated away from that core schema. But with us, with the APIs, of course, standard schema, the things that we built, absolutely, it's APIs all day. But just so that you know, that same rule applies to all the metadata, right? So anything that you pile on, meaning if you were to be in the system and create your own custom objects, or we call them records in NetSuite, or maybe you put some custom fields or attributes on an invoice somewhere. Upon creation, they're immediately available for API calls if you want to use them.
Yeah,
right?
so and that makes sense. To your point, see if I'm understanding what you're saying too. You have a core set of API structures, but for flexibility, we can source it as metadata, query against the APIs, and if we had to have to do any transformation, we would do that against the metadata rather than core APIs.
Well, what I'm saying is your metadata is also available for APIs. So now you can actually not just interact with core objects within NetSuite, but your objects as well, right?
Yep.
You may put in a custom table in NetSuite called birthday ideas, right? Or something like that. I don't know, just something silly, something that would never be in an ERP. When I commit that, I can now interact with that via the API through no effort of my own. Right? I don't have to expose it. I don't have to file a help desk ticket because the second I committed that, it becomes available. So I think what I'm driving at is there ends up being a lot of parity between what you can manage via the UI versus what you can manage via our APIs. Our coverage is right around, I believe, 98-ish%. Obvious exclusions.
Yep. No, that makes sense. So 2 other questions would like to get to, and then leave at least a few minutes for Bridget to ask any questions too. So one question would be, since 2016, the acquisition, you and I both are aware of the growth that OCI has went through.
Yep.
How have they changed kind of your build process? Like, for example, running CI/CD pipelines against OCI. Have you noticed a significant change in your platform growth once OCI got to a mature or a more mature?
It has, and it's because listen, everybody looks at the long-standing players, and I know people that work for both, right? Or all three, actually. They're aging, they're things like that. So OCI really benefited almost by being the new kid on the block because we had the latest, greatest everything, right? But to your point, we introduced, everything is code, so I can, spin up. And let me drill down into something really quickly. And I want to make sure that everybody has the right context around this. You do not have to go in and create a VPC or anything like that to run NetSuite.
No, completely. What I was trying to understand was how it's changed your platform overall. To your point, I don't assume that we have to do that level of administration.
Oh yeah, we're able to, like, in the beginning when we were moving to OCI, standing up our first pair of data center instances took a while, right? And then everything is code. Everybody's using Terraform and things like this, and so we were able to rapidly expand to be have more of a global footprint. So the first one, as it would take with almost anything, right? So the first one takes a year, right? The next pair probably took 5 months, and then we got so good at it, we stood up things in Asia Pac in like a month. So that's the kind of progress that we've been seeing. And again, I've known about things like Terraform and stuff like that. I built one of the first ever cloud products out there. So I've been using that stuff for a long time, but Oracle's gotten really good at it.
Yep, no, and that makes sense. And again, you gave the right answers. What was it trying to determine the intimacy with OCI and NetSuite, how much that you're consuming, but you've been able to ride on the waves of its growth. So that's perfect.
Yeah, we're very tightly knit. So we're one of OCI's largest customers.
Yep, no, it completely makes sense. One last pivot would be on the user interface. Being able to track where users would get stuck, kind of like if they're clicking on something, are there page load time targets? For example, if you have SLOs and SLIs across the board for page response time?
We don't have an SLA around response time, being this is a platform, meaning we're actually giving people a gun to shoot themselves in the foot, right? It's a bad actor, and I'm not saying anybody would do this, but a bad actor could write a bad script and put it in their environment and say you're not meeting your SLAs, right? That wouldn't be our fault, that would be their fault. But we give you all the insight that you would need. And any page, I can click on the NetSuite icon or whatever the icon is up there, and it'll tell me, my page load time, where the time is being spent. But we also have a fully baked in APM, application performance manager, where now you can start dissecting all performance within your environment, whether that be page load times, search times, web service calls, you name it, script run time, everything. So you have full visibility, that single pane of glass for someone like your team to be able to go in, do a daily check, a weekly check, whatever. And what I use it for mostly is as I'm doing development. Right. So I take a before snapshot of what I'm doing. Yep. And then I put in a script and I take a look at what the before and after is and say, do I need to optimize?
Yep. Makes sense. Bridget, any questions that I didn't cover in the high-speed drive-by?
We might have talked about it, but supported browsers?
Anything that is TLS 1.2 or higher. Okay. So no Internet Explorer.
Got it.
So the big three are WebKit, Gecko, and Chromium.
Well, I actually use Chromium myself, a Linux box.
All right.
Can we? I don't know if we can touch on security in this.
Sure. All
separation fair. Of duties.
Yeah, just no financial stuff. But yeah. So SODs. So you know that we're an RBAC system, right? So you're going to go ahead and formulate who has access to what roles, so on and so forth. I think it's also important to note you can only assume the permissions of one role at a time, right? So although I belong to 40 roles, they don't inherit each other, right? Now that doesn't help you with your SODs, right? Because Mike Doherty still can, do this and do that at the same time. But what we've also done is we built in a little utility into the UI for someone like yourself or whoever has permissions to use it, where you can actually compare the roles side by side. Okay. So I can compare an AR clerk to an accountant to a bookkeeper to a developer, right? And put them side by side, say, show me only differences or show me the whole thing, and it'll walk me through. So as your auditors come in and they say, I want to go ahead and prove out I need you to prove out your SODs. I can do that. I can put it into Excel for them, whatever I would like. Now, that being said, something more interesting, because I was prepping a company to go public when I was still in the startup world. And so SODs are very near and dear to me. And so everybody heard that little conversation about MCP. And again, MCP is not just a BI tool, right? You can do a lot with it. For example, you can create what are called MCP apps. Let me show you one of them that I built. So this is I just prompt, right? This is just prompt engineering and have it analyze my NetSuite environment and help me through my SOD violations. I needed to make sure that I had the right permissions to do this, but just to let you know, this took me 20 minutes, right? You can see most of the violations are me. This is my demo account. So, but it flagged me. It said, Mike, you are fired, right? But just so you know, of course, you can do it inside of NetSuite, and it's great. I can pair those roles side by side. I can do all those things, but we're in a new world. right? And just using this little bit of prompt engineering that I did up there, I created this whole other interface to do that work for me, where if I wanted to, I could put a little export button up here and say, okay, here we go, guys.
Are there apps in the marketplace that have this
Yeah.
functionality native?
Yeah. So there's companies like FastPath and StrongPoint.io and all of your major GRC companies. If you've worked with GRC in the past, GRC modules, you've probably heard the name FastPath. They're
Yeah.
one of the major players, and they have an app that runs directly inside of NetSuite.
Okay.
Yeah. Other questions?
I think we're about time for the next session. I was curious about licensing, but nothing
Well, you're going to talk to
critical.
Lex about, yeah, you're going to talk to Lex about licensing. I'm really just a developer that sits behind the scenes. But okay.
I think I'm all set.
Well, I appreciate you all. Thank you for making me useful today.
Thank you.
So, Lex, Ryan, I think we're good for you guys if everybody else is good.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Lex or Ryan, can you hear us?
I can hear you guys. Give me 1 second. I'm just trying
Perfect.
to get reshaped here.
Yep, I can hear you as well.
Perfect.
And then I don't know if we ever covered it, Ryan. This is back to the consolidated invoice before the break, but there was a question in the chat from Courtney. If they had a consolidated invoice, can the system pull dollar amount by club and have a line of coding by each club if listed? I don't know if we
Yes.
ended up getting to that, but
Yes. So
okay.
for consolidated invoicing, it really, again, there's it's a customization, and typically, we had it out there as a suite solution, which just means that we bundled it together, we created it, but it's easily modified. Um, but with clubs, that would be standard, right? Because the club would end up being either an entity or a location, and it's easily able to do that.
Perfect. So let's see. And then Sarah Joy said she was kicked out of the Zoom, so she lost the chat history. So she wasn't sure if her question was answered when she was out of the room. Let's see. That was going back to cash receipts payments. Can you see the chat, Ryan? I think
No.
you can't
I'm
see it.
not,
Okay.
yeah, no, well, typically I don't monitor that. You guys do, and then you tell me if there's a
Yeah.
question.
Yeah.
Could we put that on like the backlog and just get to that
Yep.
later? I just don't want to run out of time on the other topics. We can look back at that.
Absolutely. And I'll keep the chat history here, and then we'll get back to you on that Sarah Joy ASAP.
Thank you.
Yep. Love it.
Okay, great. All right, so acquire to retire is the next section. So we want to jump into fixed assets. The first thing I want to do is I'm going to share my screen here and just talk about fixed assets. Can everyone see the PowerPoint that I have up here?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry?
Yep, we're good.
Oh, we're good? Okay, great. All right, so when it comes to fixed assets, again, it's like a commodity in systems typically. If you're able to purchase something via vendor invoice, you could kick off a proposal in NetSuite. You could accept the proposal and generate an asset. You could generate an asset on the fly. You don't have to follow this process, but this is an automated process that we'll walk through today. And again, I'm going to start with the slides, and then I'll get into the solution. And if you want me to do a lease, we could do a lease as well. But really, it just comes down to what you want to take off of the menu here, right? Are you going to leverage this process? Do you want to start from a purchase request? Do you want it to kick off from a vendor bill or a journal entry where you're proposing assets, right? And those assets then are either approved or not. Again, anything that's hitting a fixed asset account, meaning I set up an item, I purchase that item, but that item's back on the item record is saying that it connected to a fixed asset management account, automatically that could get proposed, or automatically that can, once it's been approved and you have it and you've received it, you can have it generated into an asset, or you can go through the proposal process that we're looking at here. All right. Depreciation, again, we give you something like 40, 50 already pre-built depreciation, models out of the box, but you have the ability to create your own, which I'll show you in the system momentarily. And then when it comes to all of the transactions, as far as disposal, splits, revaluing, lease, transfers, alternate methods for tax depreciation methodology, all of that is part of the solution. So again, this deck has a lot of slides in it. I haven't really used it that much today, but you will get it. I tend to like to show this before I go into fixed assets, because once I show one like process through there, we don't need to show every one of them, but I have them screenshotted in here as well. Again, we took a look earlier at construction in progress. We'll go back there and take a look again. But also, if you're using a fixed asset on a project, you are able to tag it. And with our allocation capability, you are able to automate that allocation so that the depreciation expense goes against that project. So you get a full costing and you understand, what went into that project. In addition, if we're talking about like a laptop or a desktop in this case, you could see there's a custodian, which is the person that's using it for that period of time. So again, that depreciation expense can be associated with that person's manpower on a project or just in general, right? And again, all of these are out of the box fields. All of these are out of the box tabs. But if you need to create additional fields, just like everything I've shown you guys to this point today, you are able to do that, all right? And you can drive any of the reports off of that. This is another screenshot of just showing how that depreciation journal entry could be created based on that allocation, right? For the IT equipment they're using, you can see the project over here, all right? When it comes to lease, we'll jump in the system and look at how we do that. But ultimately, again, we give you the tools in our fixed asset module to make you compliant with ASC 842 and IFRS 16. So again, we're also hitting that balance sheet with the right of use assets and the lease liability. All right, when we do create a lease in NetSuite, you are able to generate your lease amortization schedule. All right, and then, when it comes to your fixed assets, you're always able to have those additional methods. If you needed another 10 tax methodologies on an asset that you have running straight line, for example, for the US, and you needed it for another 10 locals, you're able to, right? We give you that, so you're never going to run out there. As far as an asset proposal too, typically when we see that fixed asset management account, it's triggered. In addition, as I go through it, when we jump in the system in a minute, you'll see there's a column that says related asset. Do you want that asset to inherit all of the attributes of that specific asset? Because we're going to talk about the hierarchy of having asset types and assets underneath. You could override the asset type as far as their depreciation and everything at the asset level. So you may have, hey, I don't want to create another asset type, but I want to inherit, different depreciation methodologies in that type with, and then you could use that related asset column, which I'll show you. If you need to revalue an asset here, you can see the screenshot for the process revaluation. Again, if you need to write it down, if you need to change your adjusting depreciation method, you're able to do that within that screen. You are able to split assets at the proposal stage or after the asset has already become an asset. All right, so in this case, I'm showing just two laptops here. You could see that they were proposed from a vendor invoice, right? And you could obviously split those and allocate either evenly or however you want to. Vendor invoice, this is that field I was just talking about where you can set up something that's like a related asset. So that's a field available on journal entries and vendor invoices. And you could say, you know what, I'm buying this Dell 23-inch, monitor, and I wanted to inherit the attributes specifically of this related asset, not just the asset type. Okay, asset transfers. transfer from location to location, club to club, entity to entity, department to department, class to class. Again, you can transfer it at any of those options. And then, of course, your asset sale and disposal, right? You could either choose a sale and sell it right through NetSuite. You pick your customer, set up that sale item that's going to be linked to your asset, or you write it off, right? So those are the functions that are available. That being said, let's jump back into NetSuite. All right. By the way, I want to preface this by saying that this data set right here, so when we do our demonstrations and testing, it's on this, right? So we tend to run slower. So what we did is we actually boosted it to be on a production level speed at this point. So you should see it moving a lot faster now. Just
Okay,
to
Ryan, we
just
have
an
a
FYI.
question in here.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
got a question in the room.
Just wanted to confirm that when you're doing like accelerating depreciation or transfers or disposals, you're able to do that at a mass level.
Yes. So yeah, splits again, that will take CSV imports, right? For doing those mass bulk splits. And on the disposal level too, yeah, again, it would let me get back to you on the actual disposal at a mass level. I know there's an option. It's just that's not something I'm going to be able to demonstrate today, so I'll definitely get back to you on this.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yep. All right. So I am in the fixed asset module here. You could see it's another tab within the NetSuite environment. Again, just like any other record, you are able to go ahead and customize, put on fields, drive your reporting however you want. All right, what I'm going to show you first is just really how it's set up, the depreciation methodologies you get out of the box, the asset types that are there, and then we'll start showing you proposals and generation, and we'll get into the lease as well. All right, so the depreciation method list here, you could see, I think you get 40 or 50 or something like that out of the box, right? Typically, a lot of people just go with straight line. If you look at this though, when I create a new, I could actually create a new depreciation method right in NetSuite because we give you all of the symbols for what the formulas represent. So give that a second to come up here and you'll see right here on the right-hand side that essentially we give you all the characters. So if you want to create your own depreciation formula, you can. All right, but again, it's pretty comprehensive, the list right out of the box. So in addition to that, we start from the top and essentially you create asset types and then assets will, basically get under the umbrella of those asset types. So automotive equipment, like buildings, leasehold improvements, we'll get to the leases as well. So all of this, again, they have their own attributes, their own depreciation method. To take a look, just drill in. Again, it's going to show you any asset type that's proposed and put into this is going to inherit the attributes of the asset type unless you go into the asset specifically and override it. All right, so this would be a straight line methodology for automotive equipment, and the asset lifetime would be 36 periods. All right, if you need custom segments, you need it, you're able to have all of that. In addition, you are able to set up all of the maintenance so that you could be notified when things need maintenance. You are able to link all of the accounts for your depreciation, your assets, your write-off, etc. As well as additional methodologies for depreciation, right? So, hey, I have another tax methodology. I need to be able to, depreciate in the United States according to GAAP, but then in Europe, I need to be able to depreciate based on IFRS, etc. All right, so we're able to handle all of that. All right.
You have completely separate sets of books
Yes.
for the fixed assets?
Yeah. I thought I was, for a minute, I thought I was in my multi-book instance. I actually was going to go in that instance too, but yes, we absolutely have that. And you know what? Because we're going to do some intercompany in there anyway. So now I don't know if this might slow it down. I don't know because I didn't boost that one. I only boosted this one. But let me jump in there because that's a good point. Right, so what we're doing is we're going into a multi-book instance here where multi-book's been rolled out within this particular instance where you could, post to your primary book, but at the same time you're mapped to a secondary, tertiary, in this case, we have 4 books. We have a local statutory book, we have GAAP, we have IFRS, and I think we have just a local book for some specific currency. But again, we're in the multi-book solution. Let me see here. We'll go into our fixed assets. I'm going to expand everything. You know what? I think I'm in the wrong login. Anyway, let me bring up the assets. Shouldn't matter. All right, so you could see this entire listing of assets. I'll drill into, let's just go ahead and drill right into the Dell 14-inch laptop here. And we'll give that a second to load, and then we'll take a look.
I guess while we're waiting for that to load, do we also have the ability to track the tax book completely separately from the GAAP book?
Yes. So we're going to get into multi-book in the, I guess, the next session. But we could get into it now earlier. I don't think fixed assets is going to take the whole time. So why don't I just do this first and then we'll jump into multi-book.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Is there any way you could zoom in just a little bit? It's really small on our screen. Perfect. Thank
Okay.
you.
Great. All right. So I have a fixed asset here. I'm going to go ahead and look into, sorry, question?
I was coughing, sorry.
Oh, no worries. Okay, so you can see here all the information that's being filled out. We talked about the custodian. You can see the subsidiary that this belongs to. All right. Remember, we have the concept too of you can have compound assets where components build up that asset. We do have the concept of parent and sub assets as well. All right. Asset usage. Again, when it comes to how you want to leverage that, we have solutions that if you want to create, use your construction in progress projects and automatically turn that once it's complete into a fixed asset. And if for whatever reason, with your clubs, I don't think you'd ever have this, but if you did create a fixed asset too, we can actually in turn lease that asset out and automate the invoicing around that as well. All right, so again, you could see all of the different components here. If there is maintenance, you're able to set that up. If there's files that need to be attached, you're able to do that, and you are able to customize wherever. Okay, that being said, let's get into some of these transactions. Right. So first and foremost, you have your asset proposal where, you took a look at the screenshot, but when managing the asset proposal, essentially now you've had them proposed, right? The items that were either on a vendor invoice or someone indicated a related asset on a journal entry, they were pushed to you to go ahead and say, hey, do you want to make these assets? You're in charge of that. Do you want to split these assets? Right? Do you want to go ahead and generate any of these, right? So I have a big one here for machinery and equipment. I'm going to go ahead and just select that, and I'm going to grab one or two, and we'll just go ahead and select those to generate assets. So let's grab this first one here, and let's just go ahead and say generate asset. Okay, and it's just letting me know that the asset will be generated for that respective. Let's do it again. Second here. I don't know if I got booted because I was in here long. All right, so let's go do that again. So under the fixed assets, I'm going to come back here, transactions, and I'm going to manage the asset proposal. All right, we'll go ahead and grab, so the machinery and equipment, do we want to generate this asset? Go ahead and generate. And And we'll just let that asset go ahead and generate. We'll wait for that to go ahead and process. Got a second. And come back to our overview. All right, if you need to build a compound asset, again, you're just building on an asset and using the components. As far as being able to go ahead and set up a lease, I'm just going to show you here. I'm going to bring one up.
You guys integrate with Lease Query? I think you mentioned it earlier.
We do. So if you in the Suite App Marketplace, and we have a website here for all our Suite apps, you could actually come in and look for anything lease, and Lease Query is one of our Suite app partners.
Okay.
So, yeah, they pre-built the connection.
Would we be able to have the remaining lease term impact the useful life of an asset? Or
The remaining life of a lease term, you mean like bring them over and migrate your leases into NetSuite?
No, he's saying like if we have a lease term that's 8 years and we capitalize LHI that normally has a 10-year life,
Mhm.
will the system be smart enough to say, oh, there's only 8 years left on this lease, I can't put the asset in service for 10 years, there's only 8 years left, so I should truncate the useful life of the fixed assets to the life of the lease.
So you would be able to go in and override, but I don't think the system's going to know unless you do it. And I have to confirm that, but like manually, I think that would be a manual intervention with the lease.
Okay.
All right. All right, so to create a new lease, again, I'm just going to go in, I'm going to create new lease. Grab the leasing company. And we'll do Davidson.
Is this module just for the asset of the lease, or can you do more of the real estate database entries, such as reconciliations, tracking dates for renewals?
You could do all the tracking in NetSuite, but taking it beyond like the buy side to the sell side, it's customization.
Okay.
So I mean, we could do it out of the box. This is more of a buy side thing though, where hey, I have a lease and I'm going to go ahead and we'll get you compliant with ASC 842, but at the same rate, you know, NetSuite's not really built for the sell side of it. I do custom solutions for the sell side, but it's not a standard function.
Yeah, and I think
Okay, but it would
oh, go ahead.
integrate with lease query
Yeah,
and pull
100%.
over, say, anytime we make an escrow change, let's say annually we make escrow changes, would that pull over into NetSuite to update the payment?
100%. Yeah. So Lease Query again is Suite App Partner. So this is a real-time integration.
Okay.
All right. So Lease Query is one of our Suite App, meaning that when I show this, what I'm saying here is that they are certified. They've built the connector. So a lot of, I mean, we have tons of customers that are, NetSuite ERP people that are using Lease Query for, within the connection with NetSuite.
Yeah, and I only mentioned net lease because I think it was mentioned that maybe there were some issues with it, but because we have the integration, maybe that would solve some stuff. And I also was going to mention when it came to customization, I think you guys are evaluating maybe RSM or maybe some others when it comes to implementation. So any kind of customizations or configurations, kind of the amount of effort that would take, that will be helpful during that part of the evaluation as well. But I think Brian answered it great.
Yeah, hey guys, this is Mark. Just to level set. So totally get it that the system, the core functionality of the system could enter a lease manually and all that. I think realistically we'd either stay with lease query or go to net, what was it called? Net lease.
Net gain.
So I think we
Net gain,
probably
yeah.
don't,
Yeah, net
sorry,
lease.
Nick. So we probably don't need to go through all that. I'd probably rather have like Carrie ask questions on, I'm sorry, whoever it was asking the question on,
Susan.
yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
On
and
like
Mark,
yeah,
yeah,
good.
Mark, we can follow up separately, right? And maybe
Totally.
do a separate.
Exactly.
I think we discussed that on the initial pre-call. So
Yep.
we'll make sure we get that on the agenda or as a follow-up item.
Yeah, and that's totally cool. Yep. I just wanted to harbor the time is the point for
Of course,
the
of
greater.
course.
Yeah. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, so I mean, so it doesn't sound like it sounds like you guys are going to just integrate. So leases will obviously flow through either lease query or net gain, so you won't miss a beat there. As far as the rest of again, it's like a commodity. You can depreciate your assets. It's on the same unified platform. You can propose the assets and you can kick them off from a vendor bill like we looked at in the queue for the asset proposal. All right, you want to depreciate your assets again, you drill into your asset depreciation. You could have this, it's typically something you schedule daily that, hey, I want them to depreciate every hour. I want them to depreciate daily. Select whatever you're looking to depreciate and go ahead and, depreciate your assets as needed. All right, you could see here in this case, I went back to multi-book just to show you that, you have all of the different books set up specifically in this instance, and you could just go ahead and depreciate your asset. And I never selected my book. Let me just do the primary. And on every asset now, you'll have your depreciation. And on, within your fixed asset module, you have the standard searches and reports. So you're able to see your asset register, your proposal history, inspections that are due, insurance renewals that are due, expiring leased assets. Again, whoops, and I'm doing this too fast. They're overriding each other. So let's do that again. Let's just start with asset list or asset register. Okay, and you can see the entire register here. If you need to customize this report or edit this search, you are able to, like we did earlier today with any search, right? So you can add the fields that you need, and modify it, save it with its own name, so you have that report for when you need it. All right. Insurance renewals that are due. Again, you could see here that we have a couple of assets where the insurance value, the policy started, it's about to end, you're being notified. Again, just like with everything else in the system, anything can, notify you or alert you based on whatever you've put in place to be alerted on. And obviously fixed assets are one of those things that, have date parameters and you want to be alerted on those. So it will email you and alert you. All right. Same thing with inspections that are due. Yeah, I guess I'll take questions when it comes to fixed assets. I mean, this is I pretty much documented all of this. I could take you through any of the processes you want to go through. If you want to see me execute one, I will. Other than
Does it
that,
have
I
a
think, yeah.
does it have a fixed asset roll forward report that's standard in the system?
There is one. I don't know why I'm not seeing it on my report type, but there is one. Maybe this just needs to be updated, this bundle. I'll get back to you with a screenshot of that.
There is one question in the chat from Becky
Sure.
asking about if can funds be added back to a purchase order for example, a blanket PO is created for 500K and we pay 300K. But if we get a credit for 100K, can that go back on the PO so that we have 300K available again?
Yes.
Because currently they have to increase the amount of the PO.
Yes, that can go back on the PO.
And then the second part of the question is, Becky would be interested for equipment if a piece of equipment is returned because the club open date gets rescheduled last minute. Can that line item be reopened so it can be reselected at a later time?
Absolutely. Again, it's just security.
Thank you.
For the components you were talking about, can that be done in the reverse? So instead of like a couple invoices that make up one asset, can it be one invoice that gets broken into 3 assets?
Yes. All right. I never heard the question that way, but yes, it can be. So typically it depends, right? If all 3 of those items on an invoice are connected to a fixed asset account, they could absolutely be 3 invoices. I mean, I'm sorry, three assets.
And can that be done differently on one of our subledgers than the other?
So like one
Well-
asset for gap books, but 3 for tax book.
Yes. But again, absolutely in NetSuite you could do that. There's no subledgers in NetSuite, just so we're clear there. Everything hits the general ledger at once. We eliminated that. We're going to talk more about that in record to report, but that functionality absolutely exists. Yes.
What about like multi-currency and translation of assets?
Yeah, so multi-currency, NetSuite takes a feed from Xignite Daily, allows us to house the average current historical exchange rates, thereby producing, and we could have different currency alternate depreciation methodologies as well. So multi-currency is not an issue for us with fixed assets.
If we have time, could you elaborate on how, if there's no subledgers, how we would be able to have one asset for gap purposes that is tied to multiple assets for tax purposes?
Sure.
That wouldn't result in us having like duplicate recordings to the general ledger?
Sure. So one, we're in a multi-book data set that allows you to have multiple different books. You have your primary book, and then in this case, we have a secondary, a tertiary, and then a 4th book. All right. It's just a mapping so that as you're depreciating one asset, you could also have alternate depreciation methods for that same asset. So I'm going to go into this first asset. Just go into this Dell laptop, for example. All right, so you could see that it's depreciating straight line, right? All right, well, you can also come in here and be able to see. Let me change the format. All right, here it is. All the different tax methodologies here under the components, right? So you're able to essentially have as many tax methodologies as you need stacked, all right? And as this asset depreciates and hits the primary books, any one of these tax methods that you've set up can hit another book, right? So I have my IFRS book, maybe that's, 25% reducing. And again, I can add, I believe it's 10 additional tax methods to each asset. And again, this is all for reporting purposes.
So what does that mean? Like the whatever we put to the main book automatically gets put to the others and then is altered after the fact?
No, so essentially you're really hitting all books. It's just like with the multi-book functionality here. Let me bring up the deck to explain that a
I
little bit
think
more.
it's not like a posting like we think about, like anytime you do an addition or something, it's posting an activity. I think it's more of reporting behind the scenes for all the other for all the other fixed asset books except for the gap.
I guess I'm thinking like, could I alter even like the cost of an asset in the tax books and that won't change the gap books?
Yep, it's all mapping.
Okay, so it's not just depreciation I could change anything about the assets?
So, well, in this case, when we're talking about multi-book, we're talking about depreciation. It needs to depreciate a certain way for each of the books that you have out there. They're basically what happens as the transactions happen, though, you're mapping, right? Or you're posting directly to one book or the other. We have both capabilities, right? So you can have, hey, I'm going to do all my transactions to get primary. We're going to automatically produce IFRS. Hey, you know what? We're going to have an asset and we need to depreciate it 4 different ways for 4 different sets of books. We have alternate methods on the actual assets so that they will depreciate that way for the reporting purposes. But you would still have four. So like if I went back into this data set, let's go into the reports. If I come in here and let's go into a financial report and I come into a multi-book income statement. All right, you'll see here at the bottom, I have multiple books that I can choose from and compare. All right, when we do the mapping, all right, so when you do your actual chart of accounts, on the accounts, you would either map them, right? So you can come in, let me bring up one. Here's a fixed asset. Okay, so you basically do your mapping.
I guess my question stems because there are assets that for GAAP are a leasehold, but for tax are furniture and fixtures. So they're not the same asset class, but they're the same invoice. So that's why I was wondering, can I completely manipulate the tax books separately from the GAAP books?
The answer is 100% yes.
Okay.
Yeah. But we'll see here too, when the postings take place, sometimes it depends on how I mapped it. But they will post to all the books. It's not just the general ledger impact for one. And here. So here's a perfect example of a journal entry where you're seeing it's hitting IFRS, local, primary, and tax. Doesn't have to. I can post directly to one book or the other. This is just saying, hey, I've mapped these, so I know when I post to the primary or gap, it's going to make these corresponding postings because of the way I've set up the mapping. And again, this all takes place in implementation. So when it comes to fixed assets, well, you'll have the alternate methodologies. If you need to modify them, you're absolutely able to. I do have a deck on this too. And I'll make sure to add that. So I don't think we had multi-book on the actual agenda. Is everybody that's on this call going to be in the next call as well?
No. We're missing probably some people.
All right, yeah, because I think there's a lot of overlap with how we're thinking of stuff here. And what time do we have the next, is it 5 minutes?
I was just checking that. 2:15. Yep.
Okay. Any other questions on this before we start the next session?
Yes. For depreciation, are those just like basically batch entries that are automated based off of how the assets are set up and scheduled to run on whatever recurring basis that we select?
Based on the formula, yeah.
Okay.
What are you guys using for fixed assets today?
Great Plains.
Okay.
Or as Chris calls it, Great Pains.
Hey, that's my joke.
Oh.
But
I say the same thing.
I've been saying that since I started at NetSuite 12 years ago, and I got it from a customer that started calling it Great Pains then too. So I guess it's been a pain for over 12 years now. No offense or anything.
None taken, no.
We won't be sad to see it go.
Okay, do we want like a 4-minute break here before we start the next section?
Sounds good. I'm ready
That
whenever
sounds
you guys
good.
are.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you guys.
Use the time wisely.
Sorry, she did me a question.
No, that's saying we're still good.
Okay, I think we're ready in the room. It looks like we've got everybody on the phone. I think we're ready.
Awesome. All right, let's go. Just a sec. Okay, all right. So just taking a step back here. I'm sure everybody's familiar with the legacy solution, right? Where you typically operate from a subledger, and through a batch processing system, you're updating your general ledger. All right. Problem with that is, if you don't have every element built into your chart of accounts, you can't report on it. The client, the project, the vendor, et cetera, right? You have to do these data dumps from a subledger to a general ledger, a VLOOKUP, and it's a monotonous process, and it's obviously tedious. So what NetSuite did way back when we started back in 1998 is ultimately said that's a broken process, can't get the reporting, it's not flexible, and we are not going to use a subledger. We are going to be built in the cloud, and we're going to be real-time posting. Now, obviously, today we've shown and displayed that we have workflow and we have the ability to have approvals anywhere you need them throughout the system, not just in finance, but throughout the system, wherever you need it, right? You can leverage the workflow. All right, but being able to have that posting in real time and that visibility, all right, is just a much better architecture. Why? Well, in the past, again, this is a perfect example of where you would have needed to build this project into your chart, right? And the more you build into it, the more unmanageable it gets over time. All right. But with NetSuite now, with our architecture out of the box, you're getting a subsidiary, account, department, class, location, and then unlimited custom segments if you need them. And if you want to rename these, go ahead and rename them. All right. And again, we're not going to stop you from creating custom segments if you need them and you want to be able to report that way. No problem. The fact of the matter is, though, with our architecture, you don't need to. And the reason being is that the modular table data that's inherently linked to the transaction. Well, what does that mean? Well, it means that when you're running a transaction, there were questions, for example, in the use case about can I tag a project to a purchaser? You could tag a project to any transaction in NetSuite. Same thing, the vendors, and you have unlimited custom fields, or should I call them tags? Because the minute you create a custom field on one of these records, it becomes a dimension that you can drive a general ledger report off of. Because remember, a project, you're hitting the project when you build a project. Well, not in that case, you guys are doing capital projects, but you're hitting that project when you bring any of your cost against those projects. All right. It's always being tagged. So you're able to see and you're able to report on it. And if you created a custom field on that project, you'd be able to report on that as well without touching your chart of accounts. Case being, here's a perfect example. Let's say you're doing, 10 remodels of 10 of your clubs, and you want to be able to report at a portfolio of projects as opposed to just project by project. All right, you need an easy way to do that. Well, rather than build another level of chart of accounts where you put in another segment, what you can do in NetSuite is basically say, hey, I'm going to create a custom entity field on a project. And that's what this is called master project. And what I'm doing is saying, hey, it's going to be on the project. So what that means is it's now going to be linked it's going to have a relationship with project. And that means that anything, including all the transactions that are tagged to that project, are essentially also tagged to the master project that's on that project. All right. So I go to my project and now I see that field and I create it and I say, all right, this project that I'm doing for this new club is going to be called, it's going to be tagged to this overall master. That's all the clubs, which is called XYZ's 2020 master, right? So now that I've tagged that and all the transactions have come in against all the projects that are tagged to that master, I come to my P&L, I add the master project as a field and a column and a filtering option, and I can quickly filter down and see there it is at my master project level, and then there are all the projects underneath it that roll up. So essentially now I can get a P&L at that level without ever changing my chart of accounts. So this is probably the biggest reason why when you go on NetSuite would be the last ERP implementation that you ever do is because of this right here. Like you're no longer handcuffed to that. As you continue to grow as an organization, or if you buy another business, NetSuite's nimble. You're always going to be able to get the reporting that you need without having to change your chart. Your charts can also be independent company by company. You have the ability to be that flexible. And this right here is what gives you that ability. Does everybody understand that?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, another example would be you could do this at a specific vendor level, right? So if you're trying to track vendors and you wanted to
100%.
see it, right, you're not having to now mash data together to do lookups to a vendor. You could use that as a filter attribute.
Yeah, and you could absolutely have it, right? So you have 200 of your clubs all on the same vendor. And you could report and see which transactions with each and every club for that same vendor.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Well, that's good. All right. So we talked about approvals earlier today in the system, right? And this is just a standard workflow that I set up in this data set that says, hey, I don't want anybody approving their own journal entries. Now, I do have a circumvent on the side for my administrator, but these three, for example, this is the workflow I set up in the system that these three are never going to be able to approve their own journal entries, right? So again, leveraging workflow, you're able to put these things in place where you're saying, hey, the staff accountant Noah has to go ahead and pass his journals to Elizabeth, who's going to approve those, and depending on what journal it is, hers are going to have to be approved by Adam, or so on and so forth. All right, and it's just a simple, easy workflow in NetSuite, and again, that's for everything, right? So you can basically just have, excuse me, sorry about that, these workflows work and seamlessly, and you never have to worry about the control not being in place. Same thing on the other side of the fence with security in NetSuite, right? You set up roles and you keep them. Hey, the person that creates vendor bills isn't also cutting checks, right? It's just a segregation of duties. It's fostering a control, and it's fostering consistency against your organization. All right. The other thing is we take a feed daily from Xignite that allows us to house the average current and historical exchange rates, thereby giving that dynamic translation on the fly. All right. So as transactions take place in NetSuite, we automatically produce both the realized and the unrealized exchange rate gain and loss reports. So I'm giving you an example here of the unrealized exchange rate gain and loss report because of the simple fact that the transaction has not come to a close, right? Right. The inception was $1.40 in US versus $1.56 Canadian, and I would and as a from the US perspective, you would have made if they this is AR, if they made that payment today, you would have made 20,578 on that transaction, right? Because of the time that the currencies fluctuated between the actual time that they made the payment, but they didn't yet. Right. So that's why it's unrealized and it reverses itself out upon period close because they haven't paid you yet. All right, but we have the same thing on the realized side of the fence where your realized exchange rate gain and loss report books the entry right to the financial statement and you don't have the reversal column. That's a huge time saving for most people, right? Because you typically would have had to export that to Excel and try to figure it out. When did this happen? What was the exchange rate? And then you got to translate it. NetSuite does it in real time for you all the time. Okay, so we talked about some allocations earlier today, but there's two concepts here. One, a fixed allocation. I imagine even Great Plains had that, where you just allocate and you go in and you put the weights yourself, right? And it's static. It never changes unless you go in there and change it, right? That's a pain in the butt though, because things change all the time. Unless your logic is intact, that hey, it's always going to be based on some variable, whether that's a percentage of revenue, whether that's a head count, whether that's square footage. In this particular case, that's where dynamic allocations come into play, right? So in NetSuite, you're able to set up a dynamic allocation. In this case, we're using a statistical account for square footage, all right? And we're saying we want to allocate this marketing expense or rental equipment expense against the divisions, right? And the divisions are gaining their weights via the square footage that each of them have. Hence, right now, if account management, hey, we just bought another 1,000 square feet for account management, that statistical account either gets updated through a search in NetSuite or someone actually making a one-sided statistical posting, which will change the ratio in this particular account. I won't have to go in there and do it because the statistical account that it's reading is going to automatically increase for account management by 1,000 square feet. Hence, the weight will go up for account management, and that proportionately will lower the expense for everyone else. Now, all you have to do is create a journal entry. And again, these could post on their own. Typically, you want it to remind you, get someone's eyes on it before the period end, just to go ahead and make that part of your close, so the right eyes are getting on it. Amortization. Let's go into the system and look at some of this. All right, so you could see here, and I'm gonna. Man, is this CFO here? I am. You could see in my reminder portlet that I have journal entries to approve, that I have allocation schedules that are due, that I have, let me bring up amortization as well.
Sorry, Ryan, can you zoom in more, please? Thank
Yeah.
you.
1 second.
For us blind people who stare at screens all day.
Oh, believe me, I'm a lot blinder than you guys. I'm wearing reading glasses that I actually need to buy real glasses, and I have a screen that's like 37 inches, and I'm right up against it. All right, so awesome. I brought up the allocation schedules again. You set these up, whether it's marketing, whether it's, whatever the need is. Let me go ahead because I think I already ran this. But essentially, as they come due, you could see here I set one up based on percentage of revenue as well as one based on square footage or head count. So I'll bring those up. But ultimately, then they'll create the journal entry for me. The amortization schedules can be kicked off of. These are the templates, right? They can be kicked off of vendor invoices like you're seeing here, or you can just enter them into the system. All right, so in this particular case, the first one, right, that was kicked off of this specific vendor invoice. So if I want to take a look at this, I can drill right in. Right now, earlier we took a look at items and you saw how you can link an amortization template to an item with the period, so it automatically kicks off upon the approval of a vendor invoice. Or at the time of the vendor invoice, you can go in there and select a template or override a template and put in your parameters. And once it's approved, it'll kick off an amortization schedule so that you can start journalizing automatically in NetSuite for the amortization of that prepaid asset. In this case, I'm using the annual prepaid insurance. It was kicked off of this particular vendor invoice. I'm going to drill into that vendor invoice so you can see how all these journals on this schedule got created. All right, and you'll see it linked right on there now. And this is an older one. But you could see the amortization schedules here. I could drill into them 1, 2, 3, and you could see the line items here and the start and end dates. But if I was to drill in, I could click right in or click it to number 2. It's bringing me right back to the schedule. If I want to see the journal entries, I can drill right down into them. But again, you're going to be notified in your reminder portlet on the side. Right now, I don't have to create any because it wasn't the responsibility. But if I want to type into my global search to create amortization journal entries, you'll see there's a queue here of, journals that need to be created. And this is for annual prepaid rent kicked off of these vendor invoices. This was as of February 2024. I'm sure if I put in a later date, I'll get a little, whoops.
Right, depends on how long the amortization's for, right?
Yeah. Here we go. Now that someone burned my data, I had a lot more data here. Okay, so yeah, again, I'll just go ahead and select this particular vendor invoice, and then I could just go ahead and create the journals. All right, and just like that, the journal entry is created again, automating the process. All right, and just like Matt was showing earlier, it's the same thing for revenue recognition. Once you kick off those rules and those arrangements that are linked to a contract or a sales order, when they come to fruition, whether it be percent complete or periodic, they come and you can move them quickly from deferred to actual in the portlet, right? So in this case, we're just approving. I'm going to approve this amortization journal entry. All right, and you could always have the transparency and see exactly what it was approved from. All right, and remember,
On that entry, is it, I think you had mentioned it kind of, is it linked to the invoice that would have recorded it or whatever the documentation is that would have recorded it?
Yeah, so that's where we got here. We got here from actually the vendor invoice, and it's actually linked to USA Business Supply. That's the vendor it came from.
Okay, and can you add additional documentation if the invoice didn't have the splits or whatever the case is? Can you add things along the way?
100%, yeah. Yeah. So anywhere along the way, again, it's all based on security. I could add any documentation I need even now right on this journal.
Awesome.
Yeah. And again, you can make that part of your close process too. So for example, if I drill into my close manager in NetSuite, you have the ability to set up and give responsibilities to whoever's on your team for that period close, right? So right now, as a control, this is, you can drill into all of these tasks, but you can create these, periodically. You can create these by club. A lot of operators and franchises leverage it. Chick-fil-A is one where they're able to put together their operational checklist in addition to corporate being able to have their own corporate period close checklist. All right, so again, you're seeing here just a very methodical way of closing your periods, right? Everybody's assigned to the task that they're given. This is unlimited as far as tasks go. You can assign different folks. Again, this can be driven by security or workflow. All right, I could currently see though that Abby and Adam are the ones that are working because I have whatever's in progress highlighted in yellow so I can quickly see that. You change the colors, change the fields, whatever you want. If there's something at risk that I can highlight it. All right, if there's dependencies, you're able to quickly see what dependencies you have in order for certain tasks to get complete. There's notifications if someone you do have a dependency and you can't get working until that person's completed their piece, you can automatically be notified. You can have multiple reviewer sign-offs, all right, and you can measure the days of completion or even the hours it takes to complete the period close. All right, so it's a very methodical way of doing things. I'll go into edit just behind one of these tasks, just so you could see kind of the nuts and bolts. And again, it can be modified. You can add as many fields as you need. You can add as many tabs as you need. You can increase, what required fields you need. All right, whatever you need for the reporting, whatever you need for the alerts, you're able to leverage this within NetSuite so that you can get your period closed as efficiently as possible. Now, that task list is yours. That's your personal task. That's what it takes you to get everything closed. There is a system generated task list in NetSuite as well. All right. And that's for managing your accounting periods. So within here, you'll see, and I haven't closed this. There's probably, let me see what's open. These are all unlocked. All right. So all the way up to here. All right. So April 2020. If I drill in here, no, this one's not. I think the one before it. 2019. You could see I've run through the list all the way up to here. Let me calculate these consolidated exchange rates. So you drill in, go ahead and it's already been run. I'm going to mark the task in progress. And now I want to eliminate intercompany transactions. All right. So let's jump back for a second to the deck and then we'll come back here one more. All right, so you could see that we have the methodical period close checklist. We're going to jump back to that in a second and just take a look at how we're working with intercompany and why this elimination is so good. All right, I showed you the period close checklist. This is just looking at it from a controller's perspective on his dashboard or her dashboard. You can see the subsidiary management here. Again, you set up your currencies that are associated. Again, 250 plus currencies out of the box. You can have as many currencies set up on an item or a vendor or a customer as you need. You set up your own subsidiary structure though. And essentially what happens in NetSuite is we will automatically create the corresponding customer and vendor for you. All right, I'm going to show you that in a second, but an entity gets added and immediately they become a vendor and customer to each other. But the accounts that they're linked to will be checked off for elimination. That's how the system knows, hey, we're going to double count this, right? We can't. So we're going to eliminate those transactions upon period end. And at every level, you will see that there's always an elimination subsidiary to account for those intercompany transactions. That being said, all right, and then again, you can look at this deck later. I'm going to jump in and show it to you in the system. So let's go back, all right, and I'll leave this up because we'll come here again. But I'm going to go leverage my global search. And I'm going to say, show me my intercompany preferences. All right, so under my intercompany preferences, I'm basically saying, hey, these are the accounts I want you to use. All right, these are my intercompany accounts. Now, what do those accounts look like? Well, let me come into my list here and I'll bring them up so you can see them. So here's my chart of accounts. And we could just go into our first, and here's an intercompany receivables account. I'm going to go into edit on that. All right. So basically, when I set up an account, if it's intercompany, this is where I am marking it for elimination. This account currently exists for all of the entities. If this was for just one club, it would just be the entity. All right. If you need custom segments, remember I was telling you about the chart of accounts and how they're really not needed for the, I just wanted to show you if you do, you can easily add them and they'll be in addition to your department class location as well. All right. You'll see that the system's smart enough to understand, how to revalue currency for the type of account that you've selected. It defaults. For example, here, this is an intercompany receivables, and you can see the general rate's current and the average is the cash flow. You could always override that if you want to change that. Right. But again, so that's your intercompany account, and this is the indication that it's going to be eliminated. All right. So in your preferences, you've selected those accounts. They're all intercompany. And basically telling the system, great, I want you to go ahead and create the representing entities. But I don't want you just to create them without me knowing and being easily able to see what they are. So I put in an I/C dash. You could do whatever you want. You don't have to do that if you don't want to. All right. But then I could drill in and see, all right, show me those representing entities. All right. And you could see here's Planet Fitness and all of your companies. All right. And here's your corresponding representing vendor and representing customer. And if I need to create a new one, it's just new subsidiary. Which Planet Fitness is it rolling up to? Is it going up to corporate? Is it going up to the holdings? Is it, I could just select wherever it rolls up to. Right. Now, where is it? Is it in another part of the world? Is it the United States? Is it Uruguay? Is it, oh, it's in the States. Is it Alabama? Whatever it is, right? You go ahead. Is there a legal name? All the information that you would associate with this particular entity, including the address, which you can edit. I'm going to go ahead and click save. I've just created an entity. And if I had the parent and saying the children check mark for all children, I would have automatically inherited this entity as well. Right, that's how easy it is to add a sub in NetSuite. All right, and now any of the accounts can be linked directly to that sub. And if you've checked off on the actual accounts and said, hey, this belongs to all subs, like at the top here where you see this and you say include all children, that one now automatically is included as well. So pretty easy to kind of hit the ground running when you set up a NetSuite. All right, so let's go back. I want to take a look now. Let's go into our financial reporting. Let's take a look at the income statement and see if we go back a little time here. I believe that was August 2019, right? Again, you could see all of your All right, and we'll just refresh. Let me do subsidiary. Okay, there's no intercompany. Okay, so what I'm gonna go into the multi-book because I know there's something there where I have my elimination entity, and I could show you how the transactions are eliminated essentially when you run the intercompany elimination.
I ask a question? This is more just from our current structure versus how it would get set up in the system, but
Sure.
In today's world, I think our entity is what you're calling subsidiary. So we actually have unique subsidiaries that are elimination entities. And so is that part of the subsidiary setup? Like, is that a standard thing, or are eliminations kind of outside of that subsidiary?
No, eliminations are subsidiaries.
Okay.
It's unlimited. Yeah, they're just part of it.
Okay. But are they specific? Like, if we had multiple elimination subsidiaries that align with our business segments, would there be multiple subsidiaries for that, or is that all kind of one elimination subsidiary?
It's one elimination at every level. So yeah, at each level you'll have an elimination, and then all of these are at the same level, one more elimination.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. Awesome.
Every grouping under the parent or sub-parents or however deep it goes, everything's gonna have its own elimination entity.
So we wouldn't have to create standalone subsidiaries and like use up that structure in order to do eliminations where we need.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
But if you do want to set up analytical subs that you roll up to for reporting purposes or over the top entries, you could.
Yeah.
Okay, so I just took screenshots of pretty much everything I just showed you in the system. Again, from the vendor and client side as well, you could see here that, when that does get set up from that framework, it automatically lets you know, hey, this company, this intercompany UK belongs to the subsidiary US West, but it represents the United Kingdom. And then the same thing on the vendor side of the fence, right? So this vendor, it's in subsidiary UK, represents the US West. All right. And again, we talked about the elimination there. This is automation that takes place in NetSuite, right? So the purchase orders, you can cut a PO, becomes a sales order. You cut a sales order, it could become PO. Any approval process on either side, inventory transfers and receipts the same way. If you do leverage resource allocation for any of that construction in progress, NetSuite does allow you to do global resource allocation. And journal entries, we saw it earlier. I'm able to set up intercompany journal entries for whatever dynamic variable that makes sense, and we could do it across entities. All right. The other thing that I would point out too is, not just that all the automation here, we also have the IC netting, the do to and to from. So I'm just going to type it in and I'll bring it up. But do we not have any new ones here? No, I have it in the multi-book. But essentially you have each of your entities, and whenever there's a possible netting, meaning that you have a balance on one or the other and they could offset each other, or one smaller than the other and you can have it net out, you get a little icon that says new. I have one in my other data set. Maybe we'll look at that in a second. But it's cool because you get to let the system suggest it. And you can see here it is. Here's one. All right. So we have between Australia and the United Kingdom, you could see that we have a netting, right? Because we have an AP and an AR, 20,000, 75,000. I can available for netting as the full 20,000. I could just click new. It'll take me into the workbench. I can go ahead and tell the system suggest the netting. It knocks it off for me. And then I can just go ahead and click save. And again, I can go through any approval process to do that.
So is that process just setting up the pairings between the different entities or companies, and then from there it'll just automate going forward?
That's exactly right. Once they're set up and these transactions take place, the system's doing this all for you. And then it's just a matter of do you want to net them or not.
Gotcha.
I'm getting back. And I believe I put a shot in here as well for you guys. There's a lot of slides here. And then I just included another advanced intercompany journal. But that's another thing. We have auto balancing, and not sure what account that was, but no, so this is not it. But basically, if you do the revenue and the expense in a journal entry and you click auto balance, it'll automatically create the receivables and payables for you. So here's a perfect example. I'm going to go into edit on this journal. So you could see here what happened was there's the receivable and payable, and these are the intercompany names for Planet Fitnesses for these respective ones. I'm going to undo, or let me delete that. Let me bring this one out and this one. So basically, I'm putting in the debit and the credit to each of the entities. One's into revenue, one's into expense, and then I'm saying auto balance in the system. And the system now creates the automatic receivable payable.
Got it.
All right. Okay, and then again, just if you're not really going to leverage your projects that way, here's the IC netting. Though I did put a shot in here. We also have the intercompany elimination report, which gives you a tabulation of absolutely every transaction that is being eliminated on each side and the corresponding currency associated with those eliminations. All right, the other report we have is the reconciliation report, where these are the 5 things that we will look for. In this case, you could see number 5, we have standalone transactions, which are indicating, hey, there's a customer on this end, but no vendor. So there's no other side to this entry. Did this happen? Does it need to be tagged? Does this need to be deleted, etc.? Right. And then we have multi-book. So hopefully this will make a little bit more sense now. So again, you're able to set up books, and as transactions take place in the system, they can post to all of the books or one of the book, depending on how, if you're making books specific entries, you can. But typically what happens is you're setting up your reports, your books, and the way that you set up the mapping is going to determine, what gets hit and what doesn't get hit. In addition, you saw in the reporting, I could always indicate which book I want to run. So here's a mapping where you're seeing all the accounts. There's the primary book. And then it's also mapped to a statutory book. All right. So again, as these transactions and these journal entries take place, they're posting sometimes all the books, or to, if you're making a book specific entry, just to the book you're talking about. All right. But in turn, you're able to get the different reporting the way that you need it. I can have a real-time gap and I can have a real-time IFRS. I can report exactly how I need to for both sets of books, or all 4 local statutory, the same thing. Right. When I do create a journal entry and I want to see the general ledger impact, all right, it's going to say, well, what book do you want to see? Now I could see all of them. If I click all, I'll see every entry, or I could see just show me IFRS or primary or local book or statutory book, right? Now, when I say you can make book specific entries, here it is. This is the ability to do that, right? I can actually say, you know what, this isn't even GAAP. I'm going to hit IFRS directly with this. I don't want this to have anything to do with GAAP. NetSuite gives you that ability. You can be specific to the book you post to. All right, questions on that?
Can we, I
Could
don't
you
know. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, could you explain the difference between regular intercompany and advanced intercompany entries? Is it just ones between legal entities and ones?
No. So I don't know why we use that terminology. It's terrible. So years ago, when I first, probably 13 years ago when I first started, the intercompany could only be between two entities on a journal entry. So they now created it where it's unlimited. You know, all your entities can be on one journal entry, and they just called it advanced intercompany.
All right, got it.
Yeah.
I was gonna
I'm
ask
surprised
you,
they haven't changed it by now. That should have been changed a long time ago.
can you show us, I mean, I think we touched around this, like just journal entries in general. Could
Mhm.
you show us just creating a journal in the system and then maybe like if there's a template to upload journals, if you've got like a huge journal that's thousands of lines, what that experience looks like?
I don't have a huge journal. I have a small journal, and I'll
That's fine.
upload that now. Otherwise, it'll take a little bit of time. It's not gonna, if there's thousands and thousands, it'll take a little bit of time. It's not gonna be that long, but but I'll show you what it looks like. So again, this is just a very simple journal entry. I'm going to come in my setup and I'll go into import export and I'll show, let me use my saved CSV imports. And all that is saying that, I already set up the shell, meaning I want to upload transactions, specifically journal entries. All right, I'm going to select the file and it's right here, planet, click upload, click next. All right, do I want to add or update or one or the other? There's advanced options. I can do multiple files. There's a lot of options you have here.
So real quick, Ryan. So basically add is like, it's gonna do a new entry.
Right.
So what was that other term? I forget.
It was add, update, or both.
Right, so add is a new journal entry. Update means, oh, I messed up on the upload. Let me re-upload it, but just
Mhm.
update because I changed the coding or whatever. So it
Right.
supersedes the previous version. So you're not doing another one and then back and then deleting the old one and all that.
I
Can you
would just
show
say
them?
add or update on them all because you could then, it doesn't matter. If your file is updated, it's
Right.
not going to change something that's the
Right.
same.
Yeah, that's the default, easiest way
Yeah.
to do it, right? And then can you just tell the folks like what the template actually looks like and this mapping concept that you're showing them?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically you have your NetSuite CSV fields right here on the left-hand side that you're on your CSV file. These are the NetSuite fields in NetSuite. And all you're doing is dragging and dropping or clicking to line up what should be mapped when you import. All right, now the system is pretty smart. If you're using the same terminology that's in NetSuite on your headings in your CSV, it lines up automatically when you import. That doesn't mean you can't change it and drag and drop it around. You could. But that's all that this is, a nice quick mapping. I'm just going to click next on here and I'm going to go ahead and save and run. And now it's going to I can't save it because someone else created that one. I'm just going to click run.
And during the implementation, they'll give you the templates.
Yes.
It's already been mapped.
Yeah.
You can make adjustments to that if you need to, but you're not gonna have to do anything.
Yeah, so during data migration too, you're going to be left with all the templates for bringing stuff into NetSuite. So for example, here, I'm just going to bring this up in another tab, but you could see all of the different templates that are out there just for this data set. Right? It's just a very easy way of getting things into NetSuite. And then if you want to check the job status, you could see one of one went in successfully, but really the test is, hey, let me see what came up in the search, right? So it should have, yeah, here it is. All right, so I need to refresh this search, but I set up a search that would say today, if there are any journals that come in, show me. And you see now it did, because it refreshed.
But can you show them like the legit Excel file
Yeah,
that
can we see the template?
Yeah, like what went in?
Yeah.
That was what I just had, yeah, right here. This is it.
Might just be sharing.
We're not looking at it right now.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, yeah, because
We're looking at your different monitors.
Yep, hold on.
While he's bringing it up, basically, like if you wanted to put vendor in for their accruals, you go find that name in the mapping thing and add it in, and then and then it's going to kick out a blank template, and then that's where you're using to put all your data in and then upload. That's like the concept.
Or like project or whatever.
Project,
Whatever.
whatever. But you're grabbing it from the system, so you're not going to mess up or do something
Put it in
inadvertently.
the wrong field.
Yeah, exactly. Like you got to go find the right field, make sure you use the right field, and then it's going to give it to you in the new
Can't find
version.
the controls. Okay. Okay, can you see it now?
Yeah.
So it was just a simple entry.
Got it. Yeah.
So like a sales order will have more fields, but it's the
Yeah, yeah.
same concept for everything.
Yeah, and again, anything can be imported.
Just one more thing, clarifying thing. So remember historically, like it has to be a CSV template, I'm pretty sure, or at least that's like usually the best way to go about it. And it has to be a standalone. Well, that's pretty
No,
dumb way to say it.
no.
Okay.
You see, it has to be a CSV to use the CSV import, correct?
Yeah.
But it doesn't, you can do tons of files at once. Doesn't have to be a standalone.
I'm sorry, the CSV template can't have a ton of tabs in it. It has to be just one tab. That CSV file is one tab because that's the tab it needs to look at for the upload, right?
I believe that's right, but I'd have to confirm that now. I know we do multiple files, so I'm not sure if we could look at multiple
Saying
tabs.
is, what we're doing a journal entry, like our
Mhm.
first tab would have the file upload. You need to do a copy of that entry in the F drive and have a standalone file.
CSV only takes
Mhm.
one tab.
Yeah, learn that the hard way.
Got it. Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
No worries. The other thing I have, guys, I don't know if you want to see it, was just kind of the vendor onboarding and some of the other things that we've done with similar customers.
Not good enough on journal entries for you guys?
Yeah. What do you guys think? Is that good for journal entries, or you want to see anything else, or?
I think kind of touched on it quickly. The main thing was just volume and how it processes like a 5,000, 10,000 line
Yeah.
entry. Does it like put it into a queue, or is it like the system held up while you're waiting on that?
No, it puts it into a queue.
The system is fine while you're uploading it. Is Michael still on the phone? Is Doctor still here? Yes. No, I think he just did a session before I came on again.
I'm
I think
sorry,
he's
Ryan.
still
I was
here.
double muted. So yeah, it doesn't. If you upload a CSV file, it'll run in the background, right? You can continue throughout your day. It's totally fine. So like, is it a queue? Kind of, right? It's going to what you would consider to be batch processors in the back end that are processing that CSV file, and you can go about your day-to-day routines. Is that kind of what you were asking?
Yeah, I think the
Okay.
main thing is just not being held up for 10 minutes while waiting on an entry.
You are definitely not. Please feel free to do as much work as you would like.
As quickly as you.
I think other question on my side, and I think you kind of touched on it with the templates, but I don't know if that was default or more, or if they could be like specific to things we do. Like we have entries we book recurring, but we might change the amount. Can you save those in there?
Yes, you can save your files in the document storage in the top, right? And you could always keep them in a specific folder that you upload from. But again, if you can always override what you put into the system, and again, if you need to add additional information, you could create the custom fields to bring in with the journal lines. So.
And those saved templates that he showed earlier, that's the default, but if you create a new mapping, then you give it a custom name and that saves as just another one that you can go back to, so.
And I think just because this popped on one of the other demos, is that something where like the entry template can be linked to the task on like the checklist and then just navigate to it through that window?
Yes, that is something, absolutely.
Awesome.
And then I had a question, is the only option to upload the file to the system versus having like Excel open and having Excel connect to the system somehow, like through an
So
integration?
Excel does connect to NetSuite planning and budgeting, right? It has the smart view where you can work in Excel and it'll automatically update NetSuite planning and budgeting. I don't think we had, I think the session for that is actually next.
But not for like journal entry uploads?
So you could do an import into Net. I'm talking about NetSuite planning and budgeting allows you, no, it doesn't work with the ERP where you would start, working in Excel and it's talking to the ERP. It talks directly to the planning and budgeting tool, which is the next session.
Yeah, and there are like
Yeah.
Suite App plugins on SuiteApp.com that allow for what you're talking about. It's like a little app you plug into your NetSuite instance, and then you can push information from Excel into NetSuite ERP.
Yeah. I was about to chime in with the same thing, Matt, so thanks.
I was just trying to see, do we have the FP&A team on here? Are we at a point to move on?
I'm on. I think Linea's moving. She'll be like 10 minutes late, and I think Andrew wasn't able to join, but I'm on.
Okay. Are we able to move on to the plan to act stuff? NetSuite team?
I think so. If you, I don't know if Mike is on right
Yeah.
now.
I am on, Ryan.
Yeah,
I'm ready.
she's on.
Fantastic. All right. I'll send the deck over, but thanks everybody for today. I thought this was
Ryan.
great.
Thanks, Ryan.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mike Makovicius. I'll take you through NetSuite planning and budgeting. Just a couple quick slides. Ryan and team have been focusing on core NetSuite in the light green. Obviously, NetSuite is part of Oracle, so we have a lot of technology here at Oracle. We do offer a business intelligence data warehousing tool in the dark green. That comes with a BI platform that competes against Power BI, Tableau, Cognos, all of those. And then we have in the red the Enterprise Performance Management suite of modules. This is formerly known as Hyperion. So we call it, it's no longer Hyperion Planning, we call it NetSuite Planning and Budgeting. We have NetSuite Account Reconciliation, NetSuite Close Management Consolidation, formerly known as HFM, Profitability and Cost Management, Narrative Reporting, and Tax Reporting. All of these modules are optional. I'm just going to go over planning and budgeting today. But please note that here at Oracle, we offer a number of technologies. We do also offer an integration platform called Oracle Integration Cloud, or common here at NetSuite called NetSuite Integration Platform, that can be a point-to-point integration tool. So a lot of offerings. If you were just on the EPM modules alone, this is all of the vendors that cover those EPM modules. Here at Oracle, we cover them all from one vendor. So I just wanted to make that point that, again, Oracle has a lot of technology. And if you look at this is the Gartner Magic Quadrant. Here is the Magic Quadrant for planning and budgeting. You can see Oracle at the top. Here you can see the Magic Quadrant for financial close consolidation, HFM. Oracle's at the top. So that's what I'm going to cover today, the planning and budgeting. Just wanted to let you guys know this is tried and true software. Now, the great thing about getting your software from one vendor is the integration. Typically now, anything you do in your ERP, you then have to recreate in TM1. And then you have to run a process to sync them. At NetSuite, we don't have that process. Basically, if you create something in NetSuite, the metadata sync can then create that for you in NetSuite planning and budgeting. So that means you have one source of creation, that being NetSuite, and things flow to planning and budgeting. From NetSuite to access NetSuite planning and budgeting, I simply go to the EPM menu item. You can see that I have planning and budgeting connected. I can connect to other ones as well. Whichever ones you purchase would be here. I can click here and open the software, click here and open the software. And when I do, it opens up the home screen. The home screen is meant to resemble a smartphone. Based on your security, you can have access to things. If I click on this navigator icon, what you see from workforce planning to working capital is our prepackaged out-of-the-box model. Why do we offer this? This is meant to save you time and money and implementation costs. Here at NetSuite, we have thousands of customers. We recognize that many of our customers do the same things. So we've created this best practice business model. Again, the whole point of this model is just to save you time and money implementation costs. That said, anything we offer out of the box can be modified, or if there's something we do not offer out of the box, it can be built from scratch. It is a planning tool. It's meant for you to build things in. I'm going to go over what this model is in a second, but as you're entering into this model, it will update the income statement, balance sheet, or cash flow appropriately, depending on where you're entering. So you have forward-looking financial statements for your budgets and forecasts. Of course, this model is based on actual data from NetSuite. So these financial reports can be used for actual, for budget, for forecast, for plan, for variance, for all of the above. This financial report.
Hey, Mike. Sorry, this is Brian O'Donnell. So did you say this is this like is this S-Base or the next
Yes,
gen
it
of
is.
S-Base? Okay.
Yes, it's S-Base. It's directly. It's the Oracle. So TM1 is the Cube technology from IBM. S-Base is the Cube technology from Oracle.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Okay. As such, there is a financial report writer here. This is a pixel perfect report writer that allows you to create. If I go to the end result, it allows you to create reporting packages such as this. So this is the great thing about NetSuite planning and budgeting, about the Hyperion stack of technology. It's not just a planning tool. It's also a financial report writer, and a very good financial report writer. It can automatically distribute these reporting packages to whoever you want as often as you want for licensed or unlicensed users. For unlicensed users, it's a PDF file. But basically, it can create a table of contents. You click on that and you go to the page you want. Again, this financial reporting could have your company logo, whatever information you want on the headers or footers, bold, italics, stub, underline, colors, graphs, charts, maps. This is what you get with NetSuite Planning and Budgeting or NetSuite Close Management Consolidation. If you were to upgrade to narrative reporting, this is what you can get. It will take the financial report writer of NetSuite Planning and Budgeting and take it to the next level, where you can embed Word, PowerPoint, Excel, Visio, PDF as objects on the page. You can also put in extreme text commentary on the page. Basically, you can check out, each individual can check out a page, and it can go through a workflow process to approve that. But this report writer can build 10K, 10Q reports if you want. So just wanted to show you a little bit about that. In terms of the model, so we do offer sales forecasting. We offer a number of different components of sales forecasting. We offer product-based forecasting, project-based forecasting. We offer recurring revenue-based forecasting, deferred revenue. If you have opportunities in the CRM, we can forecast that. And of course, if you have grants or endowments, we can forecast that. We can do your expenses by GL account, by department, by cost center, by location, by company, by currency, by vendor, by project. The bottom line is we can forecast by any of the segments and dimensions that you want to based on your NetSuite environment. We also can do a supporting detail, transaction level detail of a GL account. If you want to get into very specific detail on a GL account, that's what all these are for. So this is the standard OpEx, but we can do workforce planning, salary, wages, benefits, and taxes at the employee level for your existing workforce, as well as for new hires. And then this flows into OpEx, which then flows into the income statement. But this is giving you the ability to do workforce planning, which I'll go over in a second. Didn't mean to open it. I was going to go over stuff really quickly.
Hey, Mike, it's Brian again. What would be interesting is for us, our biggest thing has been, so we're a recurring stream, right? So I'd love to see kind of anything you have on that module on the recurring revenue stream. And we would also have we have an equipment business. So there's a product base, but our biggest piece is the recurring revenue stream.
So the great thing about this is we do offer both of those models, and both of those models can be combined for total revenue. So if I go into the recurring revenue screen, now NetSuite can create the recurring revenue entries for you in NetSuite. I mean, obviously NetSuite has recurring revenue too. So if I go into sales, what you're going to see first is our dashboard for recurring revenue. Keep in mind that we have dashboards for product-based revenue, for expenses, for workforce, for CapEx, for all that. But if I go into, here is the recurring revenue model. We have customer and product. Now, it doesn't have to be a service or a software. It can be a product. It can be a membership, any kind of product you want. It doesn't have to be inventory. It can be non-inventory. That customer is then signed up until a specific time frame. So NetSuite will create that recurring entry for you in NetSuite. This will pick up that recurring entry, and it will forecast that recurring revenue up until the date they're signed up for. So you can see December 31st, the recurring revenue is $1,000 a month. So it's forecasting 1,000 up to December. Then you see January, it increases the forecast to 1,100 because we have renewals. So renewal is basically, do you think that customer is going to renew? Yes or no. Basically, if you're confident they're going to renew, you put a confidence here. So if you're 100% confident, they would just continue to forecast $1,000. But in this case, we're not only sure that they're going to renew, but they're going to get more. So we're forecasting 1,100. When it's lost, then you see it only forecasts the revenue until that date. So it will take the percentage of their current recurring revenue, and it will forecast that past that end date if you wish. And then, of course, you also have the deferred revenue if you cannot recognize your revenue in that time frame. Again, NetSuite will create those deferred revenue schedules for you. This picks up those deferred revenue schedules, and it will tell you when you can recognize that deferred revenue in each time frame. So we have, this is just a starting point, keep in mind. You certainly can modify this, but any questions on this?
Yeah, hey, it's Brian again. So I think the variable that we would have that would be different than a SaaS solution is we would have breakage, right? So like within a membership, like, it's an annual membership, but people can choose to cancel. So we'd have to figure out the variability there, like, 21 million members. Like, I don't know that it would work to ascribe a renewal percentage. Like, we'd have to be getting data feeds in that from our membership actions, which comes through our data warehouse. So things would potentially, someone would cancel midstream, like it would have to be able to pick that up, not just waterfall, if that makes sense.
Sure. So just
think like the Netflix model or something like that, right? Like, I don't know if you've got any customer base, like from a subscription perspective.
So just like TM1, and the reason why I know so much about TM1 is I used to work for Cognos and IBM. I used to demo it, so I'm very familiar with TM1. But just like TM1, NetSuite planning and budgeting is a bottom-up and top-down system. So you do not have to enter your forecast at the member level. You can create categories of members, and you can forecast at the category level, aggregate all those members into states or cities or clubs or whatever you wish. And yes, you're right. You would then have to add some functionality here, add some calculations here to, go through attrition and things like that of people canceling that membership. So yes, it is certainly doable. It's just, you could see that this is a starting point. We can do the recurring revenue in this tool. And we also have the ability to do the units times price equals revenue model. In other words, if you're selling equipment, you can have the price and the cost of that equipment as an inventory item set up in NetSuite. Then in this forecast, all you have to do is, again, this is by item, by customer, by location. Don't use all those dimensions, add dimensions, other dimensions, it's up to you. But all you have to do is enter how many of those you're going to sell. Units times price equals revenue, units times cost equals cost of goods sold, and revenue minus cost equals margin. So the software will then give you your revenue, costs, and margins by product, by customer, by location, if you want it to. Okay? And I can get into I only have a half hour, so I really can't get into detail of all this today. I'm just kind of showing you that we can do it. I'd be happy to, do a more detailed demo at some other point. But does that help, Ryan?
Yeah, it does. I mean, that what you just walked through is like our equipment business in a nutshell, right? Pretty constant margin and stuff. So that makes a ton of sense. Maybe a deep dive at some point into subscription, like you said, attrition and things would be interesting. And then, but I'm not sure Felicia or Chris Beagle's in the room, but like interaction with our data warehouse would be good too, because that, we have a lot of interaction today between TM1 and our data warehouse which houses all of our point of sale data. So.
And what is your data warehouse?
Felicia.
Snowflake and AWS.
AWS? Okay.
Well, it's Snowflake.
Snowflake?
AWS.
Got it. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So on the
it's like data models built on Snowflake on AWS, basically. And it just ingests like all of our third-party membership point of sale data.
Sure. Okay. So obviously, other areas we cover that you have in the demo script is we do have workforce planning. This is the ability to do salary, wages, benefits, and taxes at the corporate level for your existing employees, as well as budget for new hires. In the new hire area, you can do a temporary or contracted employees. Regardless of whether it's an existing employee or a new hire, you have salary or hourly employees. This can link in with whoever your payroll provider is. We can, calculate overtime bonuses and raises as a percent of their pay, or you could simply type in what a dollar amount is for overtime bonus or raise, or you can make it some kind of calculation. In this case, we have 4 benefits. If I go to this example, you'll see that we have 8 benefits. So it's very similar to TM1 in that, you can create these models or, just like in a spreadsheet or, to have the columns you want, the rows you want, the calculations you want. I would say NetSuite planning and budgeting is very similar to TM1 in terms of the way you build models. It's not going to use Excel.
Ours is in Excel now, just so you know, we built a cube. We're not even using it. So this would be a massive upgrade for us.
Okay. We do have the ability to do assumption-based planning. So, let's say you have Tom Anderson here. Tom knows that he's getting married. Tom's getting married next year and you're invited to the wedding. So you change that to employee plus spouse. How does it know how to calculate that? And then, of course, you might have employees located in different states. So California and New York have state income taxes. Florida and Texas do not have state income taxes. So how does it know the different tax rates? How does it know how to calculate the cost of those benefits? Well, you have the assumption tables in the background. And so you can list all your benefit plans by name, United Healthcare, Blue Cross, Kaiser, whoever it is, the cost of that benefit per month, or it can be a percent of their pay per month. How does it know the localized tax rates? You're, again, create that localized tax rate table. How does it know the federal tax rates? You put in the federal tax rate amounts too. And assumption-based planning basically says, hey, you're going to change that assumption in one place and the whole model uses that assumption. So for example, the FICA max in 2026, maybe the federal government raises it to 167,800. That means it'll calculate everyone's pay at 6.2% of their pay up to 167,800. If you make more than that, it won't calculate FICA anymore. So you simply change these assumptions and the whole model uses those assumptions. And then based on that first screen and these assumptions, it then calculates all of this, which then obviously goes to the appropriate account on the income statement. And if you have security, you can drill down all the way to the employee level if you want, if you have security. So that's a little bit about the workforce planning. In terms of OpEx planning, expense planning, again, this is all based on the data from NetSuite. So this is going to know how much you spent for each GL account in NetSuite on your AP system in NetSuite. It picks that up. And so notice what you have here is historical based forecast methods. What have we spent for that GL account for the administration department for my US entity over the last 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months. You can think of these as different historical based forecast methods. And then it will forecast, and then it will say, okay, let's base it on the last 12 months of history, and then let's increase that history by 10%. So it's giving you historical based forecasting methods. And then it's also giving you what we call driver based forecast methods. So instead of basically forecasting on history, I want to forecast based on any financial or statistical number that you set up in NetSuite. So in other words, I want to base advertising expense on a financial number, such as revenue, EBITDA, or net income. Or I want to base advertising expense on a statistical number, such as units, headcount, sales calls, scripts, square footage. This is just an example. Literally, if you have the number created in NetSuite or in NetSuite Planning and Budgeting, you can base the budget or forecast on that number. And so in this case, I want to base advertising cost on percent of revenue. The software wants to know what percentage of revenue. I entered in 1%. And then the software wants to know what version of revenue. I chose last year's actuals. So now when I go to the budget template, there's advertising expense. My revenue is 9.5 million. If I take 1% of it, it calculates the budget is $95,777.90. And of course, I can expand that to quarter, expand that to month. Notice January's number is bigger than February's. Not only is it basing it on that driver, it's also basing it on the trends from that driver. So being a revenue driver, if you sold more in January than you did in February, it's going to suggest you're going to spend more in January than you do in February. It is driver-based and trend-based at the same time. And in those drop-down box, you can select, you can have the historical-based and the driver-based. You can even create new forecast methods. Hey, let's forecast based on a 4-4-5 retail calendar. Or let's forecast based on my winter seasonality or my summer seasonality. You can create as many different kinds of forecast methods as you want. I won't have time to show it to you today, but there's also AI in the tool where the software can enter the forecast for you. There's historical-based AI, there's multivariate-based AI, and there's more AI coming soon. We do have the CapEx budgeting. Oh, back to the expenses really quick. We do give you the ability to, I wanted to go to this one, to also put in sub-account level detail. So if I highlight a GL account, I can basically say, okay, add detail lines. How many detail lines do I want? If I put in 3, it's going to add 3 sub-account lines to that. And I don't want to put in, yeah, so I put 3. But basically, it will add those sub-account lines for you. And then you can enter in that detail on the sub-account level. It does also have vendor base. So if some customers want to forecast by vendor base, you can. Again, if you want to create categories for your vendors, you have like for example here, you have software vendors, supply vendors, hardware vendors, healthcare vendors, etc. So instead of simply saying, I want to forecast for Staples, let's include CDW, Microshop, Staples, Apple Store, etc. into a category, and let's simply forecast at the category, and then it will do a top-down adjustment across all those vendors if there's history. So that's a little bit about the top-down in the tool as well. And then
hey Mike, and is that doing drivers or so that's really like I think what you showed for drivers or history for our corporate club business is really important because like we have 4-wall expenses that would be off of like percentage of revenue or historical. We just built out a vendor cube in TM1 to have what I think was what you were just showing because like some of the stuff it's almost like a bottoms up. So do you have to do drivers or history if you were to do it by vendor, like, or could you just input actuals and then that would translate up into naturals? Because that's what we just spent a bunch of time building that out in the cube, in the TM1 cube.
Yeah, you could just input actuals. You don't have to use all this fancy stuff. You can just go into a cell and type in a number and it's going to add everything up for you. So yeah, you have that ability as well. That's great. Okay. If I go to CapEx, this is a simple example, but we can get much more sophisticated than this. Each line represents its own asset. So for example, line 1, I'm going to buy 4 forklifts for my warehouse A at $25,000 each. That's a $100,000 investment. That then goes to the balance sheet. In this model, we're doing straight line depreciation. If you want to use other methods of depreciation, we can certainly build those calculations, but because it has a 60-month lifetime, it's calculating the depreciation is 1,667 a month. That then subtracts from the 100,000 each month for accumulated depreciation, and that goes to the income statement each month for depreciation expense. That is individual assets. If you want to do construction, like you're building a club, we can do that too. Each line item is a cost of building that club, and then this would be the total for building that club. You can have the name of the club up here, and then when you're ready to depreciate, you would go to actions and you'd say depreciate, and you would then choose the depreciation method in the life, and it would then create that depreciation for you. And then you can see how it's going to affect your income statement and how it's going to affect your balance sheet. And of course, it obviously flows to the income statement and balance sheet as well. So that's just a little bit about the depreciation. Any questions on that? And then we do also offer the variance reports. So I talked about the metadata sync. When let's say you create a new expense account in NetSuite, you simply then go to the EPM menu item, run the metadata sync. It will then create that new expense account and add it to my hierarchies in the dimensions. It will add it to OpEx here, and then it will add it to the income statement here. That's part of the integration, but also that metadata sync. We have the variance reports out of the box here, but if for whatever reason you prefer the variance reports in NetSuite, that metadata sync also then, once the budgets and forecasts are done, can flow that information back to NetSuite so that you can use the variance reports in NetSuite. On the variance reports in NetSuite planning and budgeting, we can give you commentary so that you can explain what's happening. We can give you cell-based notes. We can give you cell-based attachments. We can give you exceptions. So when a good variance happens, flagging as green. When a bad variance happens, we're flagging it as red with a brown or yellow box. Colors you choose are user definable. You can put plus or minus an amount or percent for these colors. You do have the ability to have financial intelligence built in. So for example, when advertising, when an expense goes up, that's a bad, flag it red. When revenue goes up, that's good, flag it green. So you have that, and then you do have the ability, I'll just show you this as the final thing. You do have the ability to drill to the transaction level detail of NetSuite. So I drilled on account 4110 because that was account 4110. It was a revenue account. It showed me, I'll go back really quick. It showed me the customers, the products, the location. This is then an aggregation of all the transactions from that month. What you see here is based on the dimensions you're using in NetSuite. Now that 32,400 is going to show me how many transactions that was for the month. In this case, it's just one. It's demo data. When I click on it, it then opens that transaction in NetSuite for me to view. And because this was a revenue account, it's going to open up the AR invoice in NetSuite. If this was an expense account, I would drill through to AP. If this originated from the journal entry, I drill to the journal entry. But from the planning and budgeting tool, you can drill directly to the transactions from this tool of NetSuite. More about that integration. So I'm at time. I know I didn't show much. I talked mostly, but I kind of wanted to just cover at least point by point most of those bullet items. Any questions? Again, I'm happy to do a more detailed demo at a future point as well.
Yeah, this is super helpful. I would say, I'll talk to Melissa and the team, but if we were to progress, I think doing a breakout on showing you our biggest thing has been trying to get our membership models. Like they're not in the system right now. They're in Excel. We built them into TM1. They just haven't materialized. So maybe showing you the complexities of those models and how much would be out of the box versus customization would be an interesting conversation to see, how much automation we could get there. But the rest of the stuff we built, we had the drill through, we had to build that ourselves. So like TM1 has to drill through into Great Plains today it's not native. So we kind of kludged around in that. So the fact that this thing all talks to each other is pretty exciting.
Great. So
you.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, Lex, do I pass? Is this it, or we got another section?
Yeah, I think I was about to say I thought it was a really cool story. Another customer, I don't know, I don't think Mike mentioned it, but because I know we're under NDA and they're still implementing, but Vineyard Vines, another awesome logo brand, they were also on PM1, had no intention of changing it, and they saw NetSuite and they saw NetSuite planning and budgeting and the EPM suite, and they were like, oh my gosh, this is a game changer. So again, just we have several stories of that, but I just thought it was similar. I just wanted to bring it up and happy to do a deeper dive on any of the planning, budgeting, or the EPM modules that are included in that at a later session. With that being said, I know the last 30 minutes I think were allocated to potentially next steps, Q&A, talking about any follow-up items. I have the group chat kind of saved, so if there's any questions that weren't answered, for example, Sue, I know you had a question in there. I will get that answered and we can revisit it. Anything from the RSM or the Planet Fitness side? I guess we'll take a pause there.
Ask your question.
My question in the chat. Let me ask this question. It's a broader, more like system maintenance question, but specifically around workflows, because I think that is obviously very powerful across the different, whether you're talking about customers or vendors or journal entries or whatever. What's the model in terms of maintenance and supporting workflows, and who really tends to own that from an organizational standpoint? I'm just curious.
I can take that. I mean,
Sure.
maintenance is when your process changes, right? So if you need to add steps, add governance, change the way people are doing things, or if there's just a flow of data that needs to change, that's really the maintenance. I mean, this is build, let it run, and it's going to orchestrate some of the controls in your business. Who typically owns that is a loaded question, right? So NetSuite deals with customers of all shapes and sizes, right? So when I first started, I was working with smaller companies. Those companies didn't even have like an IT staff. That's probably not the case with you, right? So you may have somebody that is a little bit more familiar with WYSIWYG, automation builders and things like that. Maybe you have a change control process or something like that in place. It's easy enough where you have to know how to use it, but it doesn't create technical debt at the end of the day. So it doesn't need to be a coder or someone very technical to be able to manage these. It can actually be a business user that creates these automations.
I think from my experience, it's whoever most wants to be that person or that group of people, and who is able to have that access. And
yeah, I didn't want to say it that way, but yes.
Awesome. Anything else that we didn't touch on or hit on? Or maybe an order of follow-up items. I know there's a couple questions around Vineyard Vines. How long did it take them to convert? They're implementing right now. It's more of a recent deal, so I'll follow up with them. They're doing it alongside of their ERP implementation. They're also migrating from Plains. So I will follow up and ask, but I know they just kind of got kicked off recently. That was an opportunity that I worked on with Mike and the entire team here. And so I think they kicked off maybe in December. So hopefully they're live soon. I will find out. With that being said, I know there's going to be another maybe breakout session around lease query versus NetGain, aka NetLease. Any other big topics that I missed here? And I do have this AI recorder, so I'll make sure I send out the summary notes. But while we have
just probably another breakout on if NetGain's also the the fixed asset tool as well. So We can get you the names of the folks in the room that would want to
Yep.
be in that, but those are the two main ones in my opinion.
Yeah, so NetGame and that's great because it's the same company.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I like that. So everyone's, oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Alexa, I was just gonna say that maybe the other one, I don't know if this is better served as a video, but I know RSM probably has this captured is, I think we want a little more in that source to pay section around like three-way matching, receipt, like what that full experience would be from that AI invoice capture and the system all the way through the workflows, kind of a more real life, beginning to end experience.
Yep, that sounds good. Does that make sense, Ryan and Matt?
Yeah, makes sense to me. It's just like
Yeah,
a
we can do that.
day in the life and then.
Yeah.
Bingo.
Perfect. With that being said, I think we are not at NetSuite here, so we're available next week. But I think you guys had mentioned you guys have spring break next week, so a lot of people are out of the office, correct?
Yeah, some of the
Okay.
yep.
Okay. So, so with that being said, I'm not sure who I'm going to coordinate with Brent or with RSM, but would love to maybe get these 2 or 3 follow-up items on the calendar potentially for that following week of maybe the 26th. I know personally I'll be in the Boston, New Hampshire area so not next Thursday, but the Thursday after that. Maybe that's the 30th or May 1st already. So maybe we can look at schedules around then. I don't know if that's too soon. Gives everyone a couple of days after spring break, but
Yeah, Lex, we're gonna RSM is gonna consolidate all the follow-up questions from the meeting today, as well as any that are lingering afterwards, and then we'll send those to you maybe on Monday.
Okay.
If it works, we also would like to have a technical session that you had mentioned next week, and then maybe a follow-up onto those functional topics like net gain, fixed assets, net lease.
Yep.
The week of the 27th. So
Perfect. And we're here next week and the week after that. So that sounds good. And then I know RSM, I know I owe you guys an updated copy of the RFP with a couple of things that weren't filled out. So, I will make sure I get the required things filled out. And then there's also the recommended approach as well and put some discounts in there. But I will get that over to you. If not tonight, if you're going to look at it tonight, please let me know. If not, I'll get it to you by Monday.
yeah, Monday should be perfect.
Okay. Everything else is filled out. I just know there was 1 or 2 things that were left blank because I wanted the demo to take place first to just really see what you guys would need, just to make sure it was as accurate as possible before saying it's going to be one thing and something else. So, with that being said, I will wait to hear and follow up or hear from you guys, and I'll send the summary notes, and hopefully we can get the tech COE meeting on the calendar next week virtually, as well as the net gain and net lease meeting. And then the week after that, we can go more into the vendor and source of pay.
Sounds good.
Yeah, that's great. I really appreciate you guys squeezing us in and being available, and I thought it went great, even though you were almost fully remote except for Joe over here. But
I know.
it went great. Yeah,
Good.
I appreciate it.
Of course. And thank you guys so much for your flexibility as well. Like we said, we think we're a really great fit here. So, when we're not a good fit, we'll say it. This is right in our wheelhouse. I mean, Barry's Fitness, Core Power Yoga, like I said, I think this would be a really awesome opportunity. We're excited to work with you guys, and hopefully this gives you guys a good taste of everything. So thank you again for your time, especially on a Friday.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Have a great rest of your day, and I'll wait to hear from you guys for next steps. Thanks again.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay. Thanks. Bye. Bye.
I'm on vacation. Do I have to do anything special?
Should anyone not get a hat?
No, well,
I'm still here. Chris, I see you're still on. I'll message you separately on your question.